A rye sandwich carved entirely of driftwood? Mamma mia!
Oh, blah, blah.
Okay. Smells industrial.
Time for a somewhat spooky episode of SpongeBob. I'm getting you guys ready for Halloween. I'm talking about Seance Schmeance. This episode is pretty good, but I'll let you guys be the judge. Here are some clips from the episode.
We can't eat anything. Why are we here?
On this night, we shall make contact with the unliving by performing a seance. As consort to the spirit world, I now commence this seance. I shall invoke the specter of Rusty Ricketts. Rusty Ricketts.
Hey, what'd you think? Let me know in the comments. Let's keep it moving though and get into mistake number 1. Roll the footage.
Help me out, sir. Could you clue me into what was in your beloved Rusty on Rye?
Huh? Well, let's see. I think it was on rye bread.
Only what's on the menu, old-timer.
This ain't no kind of way to treat a loyal customer.
No! Mr. Krabs! There was an unsatisfied customer.
This one's pretty simple, and I'm sure some of you guys caught it. But when SpongeBob goes running to Mr. Krabs' office, there's a massive spelling mistake on the Galley Grub menu. So Krabby Patty is normally spelled as Krabbypatty. You can even see this on other shots of the Galley Grub menu from previous episodes. But in this episode, it's misspelt, with Patty being spelled as Pattie. Now, this is a fairly common mistake in SpongeBob. It happens at least once or twice every season, but come on guys, that's not how it's spelled. And let's keep it rolling guys, because I have another mistake.
You better have a darn good reason for getting me out of bed, boy. That good enough for you?
So as you can see in some of these shots right here, canonically, the Chum Bucket and Krusty Krab have always been like across from each other. But when Mr. Krabs and Patrick stand in the front door of the Krusty Krab, the Chum Bucket is just not there. It's like completely missing. It should be across the street like this footage here, but in this shot, poof, it's just gone. Let's kick things off with a very funny episode from Season 7. Now, Season 7 is very hit or miss. There's lots of episodes in Season 7 that are not very good, but Model Sponge is a very good episode. And it's all about SpongeBob becoming a commercial actor. Like, this guy becomes an actor. It's very funny, but I'm sure you're wondering how this happens and why he leaves the Krusty Krab. Here's some clips.
Are you kidding? He's an absolute treasure to have around the restaurant.
Oh, sounds like Mr. Krabs is bragging about me again to his associates.
But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to let the little guy go today.
Yup, he's gonna have to what? Goodbye, Krusty Krab. Goodbye, life as I know it. I need to start fresh with a job that feels natural. Something that says, this is a job for a sponge. I could audition to be a sponge model.
It's funny, SpongeBob thought he was going to be like a big actor, but his role is actually kind of degrading since he's literally a sponge. But anyways, let's get into what you guys clicked on the video for, some spicy mistakes. Here's mistake number 1.
20, 40, 60, 80, 90, 95, 96, 97. Order up! I don't think I'm cut out for acting.
Thus, you said you are a professional actor.
I am a fry cook, and that's what I've always been. I'm sorry to waste your time, mister.
Right!
Throughout this episode, we see SpongeBob use his signature gray spatula. And you know, it's always gray. I mean, I've never seen SpongeBob with a different colored spatula. It's always gray. But when SpongeBob says, "I'm sorry to waste your time, mister," the gray spatula he's holding turns yellow for a split second. This thing has never been yellow before, so this was a total mistake, and I don't even know how it happened. But there's more. Let's move over to mistake number 2.
Since the role specifically calls for a real sponge, the part is yours. Here's the script. We start shooting tomorrow at 10. Don't be late. You can go right in.
I'm getting ready for my close-up, Mr. Director.
In this scene, you'll be cleaning bathroom fixtures.
Okay. So where's my cleaning utensil?
Don't you get it? You are the cleaning utensil.
Household chores are a snap with new Sponge. It cleans sinks. Just look at that shine.
So this one is technically a mistake. I'm not gonna lie, it's not that big of a deal, but don't worry, we've got crazier mistakes coming up. But even though the BBTV lady gives SpongeBob a script, as you can see here, it seems that said script had like no use. This is because SpongeBob had a non-speaking role and only the commercial announcer spoke. SpongeBob is literally just used as a sponge, so I guess that could have been in the script, but I'd just say that this was a mistake. And let's move over to episode number 2, guys, which, like I said earlier, has some crazy mistakes, way crazier than this one.
Look at him. Ain't he a doll?
He's going to the door.
He's knocking on the door. Squidward's answering the door, and...
He's beating up Squidward.
So first up is the classic episode, Frankendoodle. I love this episode. Shout out to Doodle Bob over here. This guy's crazy. This man's a menace. Now this episode has a ton of mistakes, but keep your eyes peeled for this first one. Roll footage.
Be careful with that thing. Very funny, Doodle. Now it's my turn.
Okay, so I already know that this one is going to need some explaining. So here's the thing. When SpongeBob and Doodle Bob are in SpongeBob's living room, in the initial shot of the TV, the images next to it are just shots of barren landscapes, as you can see here. Then, in the next shot, they randomly change and are now images of Patrick, SpongeBob, and the pineapple, respectively. Then, they change for a third time, and now they're just solid colors. And then, for the fourth time they change, they just go back to the images of SpongeBob, Patrick, and the pineapple, and then guys, believe it or not, in a fifth shot, they go back to the solid colors. So this back and forth happens multiple times, and pretty much just as you can see, these shots over here just constantly change. Really weird mistake. Let's keep it rolling though and head over to another episode. Now this next mistake can be found in the episode The Inside Job, and I'll admit it's not that big of a deal, but it's still a mistake, so hear me out real quick. Here are the clips with the mistake. Let's see if you guys can catch this one.
Where do morons keep all their secrets? Nope, the library, where he keeps records of his every thought. All of his deepest, juiciest secrets. All these secrets are lame. Wait a minute. What's this? The secret recipe isn't in the brain. It's located in the heart. Krabby Patty recipe. Yes, 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 here it is. All of the ingredients coming together in perfect harmony.
So as you just saw, Plankton can be seen sliding down SpongeBob's spine. However, SpongeBob should not even have a spine, guys, because he's a sponge and sponges are invertebrates. This is also a cartoon though, so I'm definitely overthinking this one, but I still wanted to include it. Like SpongeBob, if he was a legitimate sponge, like a sea sponge, he wouldn't have a spine. So let's move on to the next episode, which has much better mistakes than this one. These next mistakes are amazing.
It is him! Aren't you the esteemed Squilliam Fancyson III?
No, I am not.
Oh, that's too bad. If you were Squilliam Fancyson, I would offer you your very own music class.
My very own music class.
First up is the season 6 episode, Professor Squidward, which to be honest with you guys is not the best episode. You know, the plot is kind of cool because we get to see Squilliam, but not the best episode. What it does have though is this mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Isn't it grand?
What is?
He's such a great musician.
All right, I've had enough. bunch of nonsense.
So this character right here is known as Incidental F9, and as you can see, she's wearing this dress. It looks very good, she looks very pretty. But seconds later after that shot I just showed you, when we hear Fred say, "Isn't it grand?" Incidental F9's dress is missing. Her dress is just gone, and I highly doubt Shorty took her dress off in the middle of, like, what? Where's her dress? Where'd it go? That's not it for this episode, guys. I have another mistake. This one, though, you really need to pay attention to.
Would you two nincompoops cut it out? Or am I gonna...
Hello! We're with the local Bikini Bottom news channel.
I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna get my tuition back.
Wow! You're not going anywhere.
Like I said, this one's kind of complicated, guys, so listen closely. So during this scene where Patrick rides his locomotive into the trash can, we can see Squidward exit the building from this door right here, this door, and it leads to outside where he places the trash can, right? This door right here leads to outside, remember. But later on in this episode, this completely changes. It's like the animators forget, because when both news crews and the police come into Squidward's classroom, they enter the same door that Squidward took to go outside, but now it leads to a hallway. Before it led to here, outside, now it leads to a hallway. So a bit of a continuity error here. I don't know what's going on, but let's keep the video going, guys, and head over to another crazy episode with tons of mistakes. Don't click off.
Whether you're caged or whether you're loose, I'll feed you to me golden goose.
Plankton and the Beanstalk is a fairly new episode. Like, I'm pretty sure it only premiered like a week ago, guys. So, you know, Cartoon Corey, he's got you covered with the new SpongeBob. I hate to say it, though, this episode does have a small mistake. And I will say in advance, guys, this one isn't that big of a deal. The other mistakes we're going to be covering in today's video are much better, so stay tuned. But roll the footage. Here's the mistake.
It's ready! It's ready! It's ready!
I'm rich! Don't mind if I do. Huh? Who disturbs me in her sanctum?
So throughout this episode, we're introduced to Sponge Duck over here, which is a very interesting take on SpongeBob, you know? But anyways, as you can see, Sponge Duck over here wears this red shirt, and it's on him for a majority of the episode. It's always there. But during this one shot, it might be due to the angle, but the red shirt is missing. And guys, honestly, even with this angle being different, you should still be able to see some of the red shirt. But this is a cartoon. It's not that big of a deal. Let's move over to another episode that has some jaw-dropping mistakes. Be prepared. Let's keep it moving.
Please come over for a visit, Squidward. Please, 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 please. Okay, Squidward. Maybe some other time.
Okay, I've got one more episode for you guys. It's the episode Squid's Visit from season 6, and this episode is pretty good. Take a look at some of these hilarious clips from the episode.
Why would I leave the comfort of my home for your dirty little hovel? You can't just steal my decorating style and... Never mind. Just give me my vacuum.
Please make yourself at home.
How did he do it? He got my coffee table, my vase, snack bowl, coasters. He even copied her Stitch signature. For Squiddy with love, Mama.
You yelled.
Never mind, I'll find the vacuum myself.
Okay, let's get into the mistakes. It's why you guys clicked on the video. Here's the first one. Keep those eyes peeled, guys. Really pay close attention.
I'll be over to get my vacuum in 20 minutes.
Welcome to my humble abode. Don't hesitate to ask me if there's anything that I can...
I just want my vacuum back. You've made an exact replica of my living room.
Well, you said you wouldn't leave the comfort of your home. Isn't it great? Ah! up.
No, it isn't!
Like I said, this one you really need to pay close attention for. But when SpongeBob first enters Squidward's house, there's a portrait of a nether squid on the wall right here that you can see, but with an orange face and a blue shirt. I don't know who this guy is, let me know in the comments who you think he could be, but as you can see, it's right here, it's on Squidward's wall. However, when the camera pans in front of Squidward's face and he says, no it isn't, the painting has magically changed to a completely different painting and now has a green face and a white shirt. At first the painting looked like this, I'm gonna zoom in on it, take a look, and then it just magically changes to this. So I don't know what happened here. It's the exact same painting, just the art changed. So I think the animators slipped up. They drew it this way, then drew it this way. I don't know. Mistakes happen, but that's not it. I have one more from this episode. Keep those eyes peeled.
Hey, Squidward. Any plans after work?
No.
Feel free to drop by if you're in the neighborhood.
Thank you so much for that lovely invitation. I must respectfully tell you, I will never visit you. Ever!
This one happens really fast, but when Squidward shouts ever in SpongeBob's face, one side of SpongeBob's white shirt turns transparent for a very brief moment. Here, let me zoom in and you can really see it. That side of his pants right there should be white, but as you can see, it's see-through and it's the same color as the sky. So I guess the animators made a little goof when it came to coloring SpongeBob in there, but hey, mistakes happen. When a new toy called Whirly Brains takes over Bikini Bottom, in the episode appropriately titled Whirly Brains, SpongeBob and Patrick decide to join in on the new fad and use their new toy to spy on other Bikini Bottom residents, including Squidward. Things get tricky though, when an old evil man begins to steal people's whirly brains, and this causes SpongeBob and Patrick to literally lose their minds. Don't worry though, as by the end of the episode, Sandy comes in clutch and saves the day. But let's actually head back to this scene for a little goof. I know you missed it. Just before Sandy enters the old man's yard, we can see a sign that reads trespassing, but the spelling is actually incorrect as it adds an extra S to the word. Here's a clip.
And it looks like you're not the only critters around these parts to lose your minds. And my detector is leading us directly to that house. Excuse me, kind sir.
Our first mistake can be found in the episode Insecurity Guards. We've covered this episode a few times before, but don't worry, this mistake is a new one. In this episode, Patrick gets a job as a security guard at the Bikini Bottom Museum of Everything and recruits SpongeBob as his assistant. Meanwhile, Squidward attempts to sneak in and hang his painting up. Now, I actually don't want to spoil this episode because it's actually pretty good and the twist is pretty cool. So let's just get right to the mistake. It takes place during this scene. During one of SpongeBob's animations, both his sleeves and his teeth turn yellow, which looks pretty weird. I hope you're okay, SpongeBob. Here's a clip.
What are you doing here?
Patrick is the museum's new security guard, and he's given me a tour.
In the episode Love That Squid, Squidward meets another female squid named Squilvia and falls madly in love with her. Squidward eventually asks her out on a date, but due to Squidward being a nervous mess, he ends up doing some sort of practice date with SpongeBob to help get himself prepared. Now, if we fast forward to the ending of the episode, everything works out, and Squidward goes on his date with Squilvia. But let's go back a little. We can find a mistake. I know you missed it. Watch closely during this shot of Squilvia entering the Krusty Krab. If you look closely, we can see Incidental 64 and Incidental 37B sitting together. However, literally seconds later, and they have magically changed places and are sitting at completely different tables. This happens in like seconds, so this was definitely a mistake. Here's a clip.
That'll make me feel better. Who is that? She's gaga gaga. She's gaga 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 gaga. She's wow.
Finally, some service around here.
When SpongeBob creates a puppet version of Squidward that's less grumpy, and a lot of people like a whole lot more than the real Squidward, this frustrates the real Squidward, and gives us the episode Squidwood. Now, to be real with you guys, there isn't a whole bunch of mistakes in this episode, so I'm going to keep this plot summary short. But when a close-up of Mini Squidward playing the clarinet is shown, one side of SpongeBob's shirt is incorrectly colored as yellow, when as most of you know, it should be white. Oh, also during this scene, where Squidward gets angry at Mini Squidward, Incidental 92's skin is purple. Every other time we've seen this character, he's been green, so this was another weird mistake.
Was awful! He stole my joke.
In the Season 2 episode, Imitation Krabs, Plankton builds a robot, imitating Mr. Krabs to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula, as always. However, while infiltrating the Krusty Krab, this proves to be easier said than done. Now in the end, SpongeBob saves the day by inserting a penny into the self-destruct slot on the robot imitated Mr. Krabs, which then self-destructs the robot and ruins Plankton's plan. A great ending. However, what isn't so great is this mistake. As SpongeBob enters this room and is met with some lighting, one of his eyes turns, well, black. I guess grayish, like dark gray, but it's black. We've seen this type of mistake many times in the past, but damn does it look weird here. Here's a clip, guys.
Hey, why don't you take the rest of the day off? Whatever you say, Mr. Krabs!
Hi, Mr. Krabs.
Oh, sweet domination. This is it!
No sign of Plankton yet. Gosh, Mr. Krabs, you don't look so good. Ooh, you're so cold.
Season 12's Gary's Got Legs follows SpongeBob's favorite pet snail, Gary. The episode opens up with SpongeBob and Gary exercising. SpongeBob realizes as they get into the workout that Gary cannot fully participate and looks for a solution without legs. Being an excellent owner, SpongeBob rips off his own legs to give Gary the chance to run. Now, I don't want to spoil what happens next, as it's actually a pretty decent Season 12 episode, so instead, let's get right into the mistake. I mean, it's why you click the video after all. It happens quick, but as SpongeBob gets ran over by Gary driving a tank, there is a brief frame where SpongeBob's shirt, which is supposed to be white at this time, turns to the same color as the tank, like a darkish green. Here's a clip.
Hey, now you're moving. I'm okay. It's time to clean up your act, Gary. I bathed Gary too hard and removed his skin.
Man, there's nothing like Season 2 of SpongeBob. It really takes me back to my younger years, especially the episode Gary Takes a Bath, an episode all about Gary, well, as you can imagine, refusing to take a bath. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about this quick mistake that happens in the episode. Roll the footage.
Look what I found. It's an old pirate treasure map revealing the location of buried pirate treasure in this very house. Come on, boy, let's go get that treasure.
Now, you need to be a true SpongeBob fan to really catch this one or even understand it. So take a look at these random shots of SpongeBob's living room and take a look at the wallpaper. It's like this blue design with like bamboo sticks in it, and it's always looked like this ever since Season 1. Well, in Gary Takes a Bath, we get this scene where SpongeBob is in the kitchen holding up his treasure map, okay? And as we can see, the background is incorrect. We can see the wallpaper of his living room, right? But as I already said, SpongeBob is in the kitchen. It should actually look like this. The wallpaper is not blue. We know this for sure because the door in the kitchen is in the right place. This means for sure that it's not a shot of the living room, so the wallpaper should not be blue. This was like a weird mistake. I don't know how it happened. It's kind of funny, but let's keep it moving and head over to another episode.
What is it about the third Wednesday of every month that makes Squidward so happy?
This almost makes the other 353 days worth living for.
Let's head over to Cephalopod Lodge, an episode from season 6 that I personally really like. Here's some funny clips from the episode. We're gonna get into the mistakes, but I don't want you guys to miss these clips. The episode is hilarious.
SpongeBob, Patrick, did you follow me here? No outsiders have witnessed this sacred initiation. You have desecrated the sanctity of this lodge.
They kicked me out of the Cephalopod Lodge.
Do we get to join the lodge?
Like I said, it's funny, right? Give the episode a chance, but baby, it is mistake time. Here's this episode's mistake. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
Patrick and I have come up with a secret handshake. Patty cake, Sailor Man, bake me a cake as well.
SpongeBob, everybody knows patty cake.
Not the way we do it.
We don't use our pinkies.
Okay, this one isn't that big of a deal, but SpongeBob and Patrick's secret handshake has them play patty cake without using their pinkies, right? This is something that they specify in the episode, as you could hear in the clips we just played. And remember this, guys, because it's important. When they play patty cake, they don't use their pinkies. Remember this. However, when they eventually demonstrate the handshake to Squidward in this scene, take a look.
Patty cake, Sailor Man, bake me a cake as well.
SpongeBob!
Yeah, as you've seen, they clearly used their pinkies, like their pinkies touch each other, despite the fact that they said they play patty cake without using their pinkies. So a bit of a mistake here, it's not that big of a deal, but let's head over to our last episode of today, which has a fairly bad mistake. Let's keep it moving.
Here, take these rings. And when you touch them together, you'll be instantly transformed into our duplicates.
We're ready!
Dude, these mistakes in the episode shuffleboarding are, like, baffling. Take a look at this first one.
That's the evil Man Ray! Hello, Man Ray. Who's your friend?
I'd like you to meet Mabel.
You handle Man Ray. I'll take care of his lackey.
Mabel, that's it. Time for the spin cycle.
You're all wet. You need to dry out.
What? No! My head is dry clean only!
Now, I don't know how the animators made this mistake, but when SpongeBob is turning the dryer over here to shrink, take a look at his arm because it's orange. As most of you know, SpongeBob's arms are yellow. They've been yellow since the first season, but I guess the animators made a little mistake with coloring here because dude's arm is orange. SpongeBob, you gotta go talk to a doctor about that, dude. It's supposed to be yellow. And that's not it for this episode, guys. Here's another mistake. This one is easy to miss, so I need the Grapple Gang. I need you guys to pay close attention. So take a look at these people falling down from the sky, all right? We can see this fish right here with red pants. Here, I'll even freeze and zoom in on him while he's mid-air. You can see him right here, and he's got his fresh red pants. Well, once this little dude lands on the ground, he just disappears. Take a look at the footage in slow motion. Literally, as he hits the ground, he just disappears. It's really funny. Talk about a bad mistake. And guys, this episode still has one more. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Well, our work is done here.
Just like that fish with the red pants, SpongeBob and Patrick have a little situation with disappearing off of the screen, as when SpongeBob and Patrick walk away from the prison, just as it epically explodes, our boys suddenly disappear out of the screen. Rather than gradually disappearing like they would in other episodes, they just suddenly disappear and it's very abrupt. It's not that big of a deal. We've got some crazier mistakes coming up in the episode, so stay tuned, but it's still somewhat of a mistake. But yeah, let's keep it moving and head over to another episode.
Hey, buddy! Ye old pineapple is shipping out soon and they need more hands.
Thanks, but I always get seasick. I wouldn't be caught dead on a ship.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
And last but not least is another fairly new episode of SpongeBob, Dopey Dick. This episode only came out like 2 weeks ago, and I actually really like the episode. But before we get into the mistakes, here are some really funny clips from this episode. It's so funny.
Avast ye! I be Captain SpongeHab. I brought you all here for a special mission. To hunt down the great white jellyfish, Dopey Dick. And if ye spot him, just give me a holler. Yes, just like that. Oh, Dopey Dick.
Now, the mistake in this episode is very easy to miss. Like this one, I had to watch it a couple of times to actually catch it, okay? It's your guys' turn to catch it. Watch closely. Here's the clip.
Don't worry, I'll show ye the ropes. The big rope, the little rope, the smiley rope, and the licorice rope.
Again, it's very easy to miss, but after Pat Buck shows this version of Squidward, the smiley rope, take a look at the top of Squidward's head, because it's cut off for a few frames. Like, I'm gonna zoom in right here. You can see that there's still like the sky at the top, and just a piece of the top of Squidward's head is just cut off. It's missing, and that is a pretty bad mistake right there. The episode Super Evil Aquatic Villain Team Up is Go. Plankton teams up with Man Ray to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula. What a shocker. Well, this plan goes poorly and backfires when Man Ray becomes addicted to Krabby Patties. You can't blame him. As you can probably tell from the little summary I just provided, it's a fun episode, but of course it has a hidden mistake. During this scene, where Mr. Krabs is introduced to Man Ray, there are numerous shots where the path to the chum bucket is missing, when it should be directly across from the Krusty Krab as seen in previous episodes. Here's a clip.
But before you toss me out like yesterday's garbage, there's someone I'd like you to meet. Come on out, partner.
Partner? That's the silliest thing you've ever...
I want you to say hello to my new partner and your new overlord, Man Ray.
Hello.
Our last mistake can be found in the episode Buried in Time. This episode sees the Krusty Krab start up its very own time capsule out of the old tartar sauce container. And just as it's about to go into the ground, Mr. Krabs announces that he's going to make his own contribution, a copy of the coveted Krabby Patty secret formula. Plankton sees this and begins to fantasize about customers munching Krabby Patties at the chum bucket. And if you look closely, one of the customers is Harold. Look closely. As you can see, he's sucking away at his drink, but his straw is definitely not actually inside of his mouth, making for a very weird air.
But before we do, I'd like to make a contribution of my own. A copy of the Krabby Patty formula.
There it is! The one element that can turn this lonesome bucket of steel into a bustling, world-famous eatery!
One of my favorite episodes of SpongeBob is the parody episode where they make fun of fast food training videos, titled Krusty Krab Training Video. It's fairly short, so I'd say we skip the plot summary and just get right into the spicy mistake. In the first exterior shot of the Krusty Krab, there is a small error that Nickelodeon awkwardly missed, as there appears to be 2 enter signs, when, as you know, there's only supposed to be 1. Here's a clip.
Welcome aboard. If you're watching this video, then let me be the first to say congratulations. You've recently been hired by the Krusty Krab restaurant, and this is your first official day of training.
Our next mistake can be found in another Season 11 episode, titled Surf and Turf. This episode is all about Sandy entering a ship in a bottle contest. However, due to her struggling to make one that doesn't just break, she enlists the help of SpongeBob and eventually Mr. Krabs, who agree to help as long as the prize money is split 50-50. Now, it takes a bunch of failed attempts, but as you can imagine, by the end of the episode, the gang gets the job done, and Mr. Krabs tries to steal the prize money. But let's head over to this scene for a mistake. It's why you click the video. It is a little inappropriate, but during this scene, there is a single frame where Sandy's bra just disappears. Yeah, this one is pretty bad considering it's like a kid show that airs on Nickelodeon, but it only happens for a frame, so. But yeah, here's a clip with audio.
Let's go, you bag of shells! I want you jumping like hot grease on a skillet!
Sorry, Miss Cheeks. Okay, I'll be right Okay, I'm working.
In the Season 2 episode, Clams, Mr. Krabs earns his millionth dollar, and this is a very big deal for him. So he decides to give back to SpongeBob and Squidward by taking them on a fishing trip to go and catch clams for the weekend. Unfortunately for Mr. Krabs though, SpongeBob ends up losing Mr. Krabs' dollar for him when he accidentally hooks it to his fishing line and ends up feeding it to, well, a giant clam. From here, the episode focuses on Mr. Krabs' obsession to find his lost dollar. And if we head back to this scene, the animators made a tiny mistake, as for the entire episode, the ship looked like this. However, during the last shot of the episode, the ship is just like changed and now looks like this and is equipped with a bowsprit. This bowsprit was not on the boat before, so I don't know why it's there now. It's a subtle mistake, but it's a mistake.
Wow, a trip!
I can't believe it, Mr. Krabs. Where are we going? Fancy Springs?
No.
Pamper Island?
Try again.
Oh, Old Bikini Bottom Folk Village?
Better than that.
Clam fishing. This is the reward we get for all our hard work. Fishing for stinky clams in a smelly old boat on a filthy lagoon. You call this fun?
Have you boys met me $1,000,000?
Wow, how'd you get it back?
It wasn't easy. Old Blue Lips is quite the fighter. So eventually we settled on a trade.
SpongeBob is a hard worker, but what would happen if he was forced to take a break? Well, that's the plot of the episode Bummer Vacation, with SpongeBob being forced to take his vacation days, with Patrick, his best friend, coming in as a replacement, only temporarily though. This really bothers SpongeBob though, and results in him trying to get back to work, sneaking back into the Krusty Krab. But Mr. Krabs isn't having it, and kicks him out every single time. Now in the end, SpongeBob's break ends up ending before he even realizes it, due to him spending so much time trying to get back to work. But let's go back to this scene for a mistake. During this scene, where a depressed SpongeBob is home alone, there is a brief frame where some really weird stuff goes on with his eyes. It's just odd. Look at it. These types of mistakes happen every once in a while, but boy, is it weird. Here's a clip.
I'm on vacation, Gary. I'm not allowed to go to work. My stomach has receded! Mr. Krabs said I couldn't work at the Krusty Krab. He didn't say I couldn't eat there. This is my ticket back inside!
Our next mistake can be found in the episode Demolition Doofus. This episode is all about SpongeBob accidentally injuring Mrs. Puff real bad. So to get back at him, she pretty much attempts to have him killed, with her convincing the poor sponge to compete in a rigorous boating derby full of crazy fish. To our surprise though, SpongeBob is shockingly very skilled at the derby and beats almost all of the other competitors. This only upsets Mrs. Puff even more though, with her taking matters into her own hands and joining in to get the job done herself. Now, the mistake in question can be found during this scene, where Cruncher drives away from SpongeBob. Throughout the episode, Cruncher has back fins. However, during this shot, the Cruncher's back fins are just missing, thus making for a subtle continuity error. First up is a somewhat underrated episode of SpongeBob, that being New Digs. This episode is all about SpongeBob oversleeping and going into work late. And I mean, you guys know SpongeBob. This dude is obsessed with the Krusty Krab. I don't even think Mr. Krabs pays him, but he still goes into work. But yeah, he goes into work late, so he decides to move into the Krusty Krab. That way he's never late again. I don't know about y'all, but I would never do anything like that. But here's some clips from the episode. It's really funny.
Seconds to go. Mr. Krabs?
Yeah.
If you love it here so much, why don't you just live here?
Oh, hi, Squidward.
SpongeBob, what are you doing here?
Oh, I live here now.
In the dishwasher?
No, at the Krusty Krab.
Yeah, this episode is hilarious. Like, this dude moves his entire apartment into the kitchen. He brings Gary, his couch, his TV. SpongeBob, you need to chill. Work is not that serious. But what is serious is mistakes in animation, and this episode has two. Here's the first one. Keep those eyes peeled.
And when I went home at night, guess what?
He wasn't there?
And when I woke up in the morning?
Come on, man, my change!
Oh, here you go.
Yeah, well, thank you. Oh, real funny, buddy. Socks and a pair of tidy-whities.
Socks and... What the... SpongeBob!
So this first mistake isn't that big of a deal, I guess. But this character right here is Incidental 107. And at one point in the episode, he asks for his change. Now, at first, as you can see, his food and tray are right beside him. Like, he has his food and tray. But in the next shot, they just disappear. They're like gone. I doubt that dude ate his food that fast, and if he did, I'm kind of impressed. But what isn't so impressive is mistake number 2. Let's move over to that one. Here's some clips.
What the? Thanks, SpongeBob. If I could reach, I'd do it myself.
Hey, customers! Gone! SpongeBob! Pack your bags, boy. You're moving out.
Now, this one is actually pretty bad in my opinion, but when Patrick walks out of the kitchen and says, "Thanks, SpongeBob," his eyebrows are actually missing for an entire frame. I don't know, guys. People don't just lose their eyebrows. This was most likely a mistake by the animators. It's only for one frame, but hey, it's still a mistake, and we've got more. Let's move over to episode number 2, which has tons of mistakes. First up is one of my favorite episodes, that being Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 4. I love Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, especially all of the different episodes. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there was even a 6th one, but just, I love these two characters, and rest in peace to Mermaid Man's actor. He was amazing. But yeah, part 4 is really good, and it's all about this belt right here, which has the ability to shrink people and do a whole bunch of different things. It's crazy, and SpongeBob gets his hands on it, and as you guys can imagine, that makes for quite the ridiculous situation. Here's some clips.
Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
Must get autograph.
You gotta make room for seconds. Here comes our waiter.
Autograph.
To the invisible boatmobile. Away! Where do we park?
They're gone. Oh, Mermaid Man's belt. Mermaid Man's secret utility belt. the emblem of submersible justice. For 65 years, this belt has helped prevent the fall of nations. And pants. Well, I guess I should return it. Or not.
You know what they say, with great power comes great responsibility, and I'm sorry, SpongeBob, you're not doing a very good job with the whole responsibility thing, because SpongeBob is just wildin' in this episode when it comes to this belt, and is using it for all of the wrong reasons. I mean, just look at what he does to Squidward, like, poor guy. But anyways, let's get into the mistakes. It's what you guys clicked on this video for. This episode has 3 spicy mistakes. Here's the first one.
Here's your shake, sir.
There you go. Come again, sir. SpongeBob!
So at one point of the episode, SpongeBob gives a Krabby Patty to a cockroach. Ew. But more importantly, take a look at his spatula. As normally, his spatula looks like this and it has like slots on it. I mean, that's how literally any spatula looks. But during that one spot when he gives the cockroach a Krabby Patty, the slots on his spatula just disappear. The animators just didn't draw them. I guess they were feeling a little lazy during this one shot. But hey, mistakes happen and there's more. Here's mistake number 2.
Since I couldn't make you big, I made the city small.
This one is very easy to miss, and you kind of need the eyes of a hawk to catch it. I always include one mistake like this in these videos. But when everyone pops out of SpongeBob near the ending of the episode, after everybody goes like literally inside of his body, it's a wild scene, Sandy's head is missing. It's just missing. When everybody's popping out, really bad mistake. Sandy, where's your head? Wild. Let's move over to mistake number 3.
And now only one more thing to shrink. Cheese!
Good idea, SpongeBob.
Well, it's great to be back. Huh?
Okay, last mistake from this episode, and then we're gonna move on to another episode, but here's the deal here. When SpongeBob shrinks himself at the ending of the episode, that way he can be small with everybody else that he's shrunken. I mean, seriously, SpongeBob ruined a lot of people's lives in this episode. But anyways, once he shrinks himself, take a look at his belt, as his belt has changed into his normal pants, right? Like Mermaid Man's belt is changed into his normal pants, and that makes for a very strange mistake. This episode has so many mistakes, guys. There's even more, so we'll probably cover it in the future. But for now, let's move over to episode number 2. And last but not least is the episode Out of the Picture from season 10, a nice HD episode for you guys. I mean, look at how nice the footage looks. This episode is pretty interesting. Pretty much, Mr. Krabs realizes that Squidward's art, all of his lame art that he makes, I think it's actually kind of nice. Everybody else thinks it's lame, but Mr. Krabs realizes that if Squidward dies, that his art will be worth more money and he can sell it. Yeah, Mr. Krabs, you are a terrible boss, dude. Like, you're an awful boss, man. But anyways, here's some clips from the episode.
Mr. Krabs, Squidward is our friend, and his paintings are so cheap. Think about how valuable these paintings might become.
Valuable? What do you mean?
When art gets older, it usually gets more expensive. Squidward's paintings might be worth millions someday.
Millions?
Paintings can become much more valuable when the artist is no longer with us.
I think I can arrange that.
Man, Mr. Krabs sends Squidward on quite the adventure in this episode. This dude goes everywhere, including good old-fashioned Rock Bottom. I love this place. It's actually a reference to seasons 1, 2, and 3, back to the episode literally Rock Bottom. I love Rock Bottom, and I love old school SpongeBob. But anyways, let's get into the mistake for this episode, as it has to do with Rock Bottom.
Got another delivery for you, Squidward, and only Squidward.
Left, stop, Rock Bottom.
Oh, remember, Squidward, real artists embrace the unknown. Is anyone here?
What are we screaming about?
What up? SpongeBob.
Alright, so watch closely. When Squidward first arrives in Rock Bottom, the bus station is missing. This is an issue because the bus station is literally seen in the original Rock Bottom episode. Here's the bus station. But when Squidward first arrives, the animators must have just forgotten about this and they straight up did not draw the bus station, making for a continuity error here. The plot of the episode, Larry the floor manager, is pretty interesting. Larry, everyone's favorite jock, takes on the role of temporary manager of the Krusty Krab, after Mr. Krabs takes a vacation. This does not go very well though, due to Larry being a fitness freak, with him doing ridiculous things, like replacing Krabby Patties for protein power shakes. Yeah, Larry definitely takes things too far, and by the end of the episode, he gets some payback when SpongeBob and a bunch of hungry Krusty Krab customers attack him. It's pretty wild, but on to the mistake. During this scene, where SpongeBob is delivering protein shakes to customers and drops one, this fish's eyes just turns yellow, like the same color as the protein shake, thus making for a clear mistake.
SpongeBob! Squidward! Let's move it, boys! Get those power shakes out and those heart rates up!
In Season 2, Episode 15, Grandma's Kisses, SpongeBob is excited to see his grandma at first, but quickly becomes embarrassed when customers at the Krusty Krab roast him and make fun of him just for wanting attention and love from his grandmother. It's pretty messed up. So because of this, Patrick and SpongeBob make a big decision and become adults. They grow up. This doesn't go very well though, as SpongeBob begins to crave his grandmother's affection, and in the end, he gives in. But if we rewind back to this scene, we can spot a mistake that I know you missed. At the beginning of the episode, when SpongeBob says, "Tell me another story about when I was a baby," well, his eyelashes are missing. It isn't that big of a deal, but yeah.
And then we drove all the way home with all the windows down in the freezing cold.
Tell me another story about when I was a baby. 3 o'clock!
The episode, I Smell a Pat, is all about Patrick, trying to film a new episode of The Patrick Show. However, things don't go as planned when a weird and gross smell begins to distract Patrick. From here, the episode focuses on Patrick and Squidina, searching far and wide to find what disgusting smell is distracting them. And by the end of the episode, they're successful. But let's go back to this scene for a sneaky goof. As Squidina and Patrick walk through their house, there is a quick frame where Squidina's eyes change to the same color as her body. It happens fast, so keep your eyes peeled.
Delicious! This nose must be on the Fritz.
Well, Patrick finds another nose. Enjoy this educational classic.
After waking up with a hangover from a party in the episode The Donut of Shame, Patrick accidentally takes SpongeBob's donut, and this results in him becoming overwhelmed with guilt. Now this episode is fairly short, and not much happens, with it eventually being revealed that the donut was actually gifted to Patrick by SpongeBob. However, if we keep our eyes peeled throughout the episode, we can spot a cheeky little mistake. When Patrick imagines SpongeBob walking and stepping on the donut under the rug, SpongeBob's nose turns white for a split second. It looks incredibly weird, so I have no idea how the animators missed this one. Here's a clip.
Hey, Patrick! Donut! You monster! You monster!
Another Season 3 favorite of mine is the episode Just One Bite. In this episode, SpongeBob learns something that he just cannot accept, and that's that Squidward, his best friend LOL, doesn't like Krabby Patties. Tragic, right? Well, this absolutely crushes SpongeBob, but little does he know that it's a complete con. And by the end of the episode, we learn the truth. Our favorite squid loves, and I mean Squidward really, really loves Krabby Patties. I mean, I can't blame him. They do look pretty good. Leave a comment, would you eat a Krabby Patty if you could? Anyways though, on to the mistake. During this scene, where Squidward throws a Krabby Patty on the ground, there is a single frame where his iconic wrinkles on his forehead just disappear. They come back. Yeah, this isn't that big of a mistake, but it's a mistake.
It has ever been my displeasure to have Slither down my throat, and I curse this Krabby Patty and all who enjoy them to an early and well-deserved grave.
In the winter-themed episode, Snowball Effect, SpongeBob and Patrick have a snowball fight and try to get Squidward to join in on the action. Squidward thinks that snowball fights are childish and are for kids, but as you can imagine, by the end of the episode, he finds himself in the middle of an epic, a very epic snowball war with his neighbors. Now this episode is great, and I like that despite it being winter-themed, it isn't necessarily Christmas-themed. Sometimes it's fun to just play around in the snow. Anyways though, the mistake in question can be found during this part of the episode. As Squidward looks out his window, his arms are like a greenish brown. It looks really weird, look at that. Now it's worth mentioning that Squidward does wear a brown long sleeve shirt in this episode, but I mean, look at this. The shirt just literally blends into his arms and becomes a part of his arms. It looks awful. Here's a clip.
Nothing wrong with getting a front row seat, I suppose. What's this? What? No! What are you doing? You're supposed to be knocking each other's brains.
Back in your seat. Trays in upright position. Head between your knees. Your mama can't save you now.
The episode, Goons on the Moon, is a really good episode. I actually love this episode. There's so many funny scenes. I think even Santa Claus shows up at one point in this episode randomly. So funny. Really good episode. I recommend it. But this episode has an issue, and as you guys can guess, it has some mistakes, guys. It has 2 cheeky mistakes. Here's the first one.
Oh, shrimp. Now where am I? Maybe this one?
Are y'all ready to go nuts for some hokey hoo-ho?
Third time's a charm?
Now this one isn't that big of a deal, and it's honestly very easy to miss, but in this scene where Squidward is in the moon crater, the Krusty Krab delivery bag disappears and reappears constantly throughout the entire scene. It'll be there, then it's not there, then it's there again, and then it isn't there. And considering they're on the moon, I doubt like it's being put away and then being brought out randomly like this constantly, so this was definitely a mistake. There's some scenes where the animators forgot to draw the bag. And that ain't it for this episode. There's another mistake.
Everything okay back there, SpongeBob?
Perfection! Now we just wait for a gust of wind. Why don't we just push the moon back?
Now this one is really bad because I want you guys to remember that these dudes are in space, okay? They're in space, right? So in this scene where SpongeBob is having trouble putting on a seatbelt, we can see that he's barefoot. He isn't wearing any socks or shoes or nothing. However though, when they end up making a sale of clothes, SpongeBob now randomly has socks. Where did he get the socks from? Like, where did they come from? They're in space. This man didn't just get space socks randomly, so a bit of a mistake. I'll admit, the mistakes in this episode were kind of weak, but trust me guys, this next episode is full of wild mistakes. Next up is the episode Growth Spurt, which is all about Pearl becoming very big. I don't know, I guess she just eats, and Pearl, she goes through a massive growth spurt and becomes huge. Like, I really feel bad for Mr. Krabs in this episode because Pearl already eats a lot. Here's some clips.
Pearl, I somehow just realized what's happening. You're having one of them, one of them growth spouts.
It means I need food!
hanging cured meats, exotic spices, a bread box overflowing with baguettes. Yummy stuff everywhere. Okay, Pearly, I got some more vittles here for you.
Pearl is wildin' in this episode. Like, at one point, she literally threatens to eat Mr. Krabs' money. Like, this girl is so hungry, she would have eaten his money. But anyways, let's get into the mistake in this episode. It's really bad. Keep those eyes peeled.
I paid $30 for that bed!
Oh! So hungry. Not gonna make it.
SpongeBob, hurry it up!
So heading back to the beginning of the episode, we see numerous parts of Pearl's body grow. For example, her fin, we see it blast through the mirror in the washroom, which is crazy, and her feet grow. But here's the issue. This changes as the episode progresses. For example, her fin, it gets massive and blasts through the mirror, but then when Mr. Krabs goes into the next room, her fin's like the normal size again. It isn't as big as it was a moment ago. So that's one continuity error. But also, her feet grow, right? As we can see in this shot, but then when she's at the Krusty Krab, she's seen wearing her regular boots. So like, I don't know what's going on here. I guess the animators forgot about these limbs blowing up and becoming so big and made a little bit of a mistake here. But let's move over to another episode that has some even more interesting mistakes, because I'll admit these ones were kind of weak, but these next mistakes are crazy.
This gets real uncomfortable after a while.
Sorry to bother you, Mr. the Cat. I just thought you'd like a bite too. Wow!
Next up is Kenny the Cat, a more modern episode of SpongeBob. And you know, this episode isn't bad. It isn't necessarily my favorite. What do you guys think about it? Let me know in the comments. But what I do know for sure is this episode has two mistakes. Here's the first one. Keep those eyes peeled.
Here I was this entire time believing your act, only to discover that it was nothing but an act!
But it's not what you think. I'm just a cat with a dream. A dream to give the gift of hope. Have mercy.
All right, Kenny, all right. I promise I won't tell anyone.
Really?
So throughout this episode, this character right here, Kenny the Cat, as you can see, he has gray nails, okay? It's in multiple scenes. You can see right here, I'm zooming in on it. But during this one scene where Kenny says, have mercy, why are they white? His nails just randomly are white in this one scene, as you can see here, but in every other scene, they're gray. So like, what? The animators definitely got a little bit, you know, mixed up here. It's not that big of a deal, but it's still a mistake. And hey, there's more. Here's mistake number 2.
Just out of scientific curiosity, how do you hold your breath for so long?
Hey, maybe we should show our fine guest a little more hospitality,
What has gotten into you, SpongeBob?
I can't take it! I need oxygen!
Yeah, so when everyone finds out that Kenny the Cat over here is a big old fraud, he's a big fat phony, the fish walk away and we can hear a male voice say the word liar. But the issue is that this character that actually says liar is a female character, right? Like, it's always been a female incidental character, but the voice that comes out is a male voice. Now, we're very progressive here on Grapple, just considering when this episode came out, I do think that this was a mistake. It wasn't supposed to be a male voice. But what do you guys think in the comments? I don't know. Let's keep it moving and head over to another crazy episode full of crazy mistakes. Our favorite squirrel, Sandy, is feeling a little homesick in the season 1 episode, Texas. So she decides to return back home, leaving her close friends very depressed and sad. Now, fortunately for SpongeBob and Patrick, she eventually realizes that she is better off in Bikini Bottom by the ending of the episode, and decides to stay with her sea creature friends instead, making for a touching moment. Before all this happens though, there's a scene where SpongeBob and Patrick walk around in a circle, And if you look closely at SpongeBob's mouth, it seems the animators messed up, as SpongeBob is seen with 2 bottom lines. It looks really weird. Here's a clip.
So we shouldn't say anything bad about Texas.
I'm warning you, SpongeBob!
Look, Patrick, I'm Texas. Howdy, y'all.
I'm Texas, too.
Howdy, y'all.
Get a dog, little Arnie. Get a dog.
Howdy, y'all.
Squidward becomes frustrated with SpongeBob in the episode Squidward, after SpongeBob makes a puppet version of Squidward that everyone at Bikini Bottom likes a whole lot more. Now, the mistakes in this episode are fairly small, so I'm going to keep this section short. But if we head over to this scene, we can spot a mistake, as the animators incorrectly colored puppet Squidward's sleeve as brown, when it should obviously be the same color as Squidward's skin. So, yeah.
SpongeBob can play with me, you.
So, you'll be filling in for me when SpongeBob wants to play one of his stupid games?
Yeah?
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Our next mistake comes from the Season 1 episode, Pickles. In this classic episode, SpongeBob forgets how to make a Krabby Patty. This forces SpongeBob to retire from his job or occupation at the Krusty Krab. However, after some good old training, SpongeBob gets back to his work and proves that he is absolutely the best fry cook in all of Bikini Bottom. Now, while SpongeBob is the perfect fry cook, the episode itself is not perfect, as when Bubble Bass says, "You lose," Incidental 5 is missing something that's pretty important. Yeah, he's missing his mouth. Also, during this scene, there's another mistake, as Krabby Patty is incorrectly spelt on the Galley Grub menu, with it being spelt as P-A-T-T-I-E, when it's not supposed to be spelt like that, so yeah. Here's a clip of both mistakes with audio.
You forgot the pickles! The best there is? I don't think so. You lose.
Welcome to the Krusty Krab. My name is Squidward. Can I take your order?
Oh, I'll have a, no.
In the episode Squid on Strike, Squidward and SpongeBob go on strike, a labor strike, and this is all because Mr. Krabs is trying to force the pair to pay some unfair fees. Well, as you can imagine, being the greedy crab that he is, Mr. Krabs fires SpongeBob and Squidward due to their strike, and this leaves them unemployed. Now, during this scene, taking place outside of the Krusty Krab, Squidward tells SpongeBob that if he listens to him, they'll get their jobs back. And as Squidward says this, SpongeBob is incorrectly drawn with one tooth, when he normally is seen with 2. It isn't that big of a deal, but it's definitely a mistake.
Sorry.
Just do exactly as I say, SpongeBob, and in no time, you will have your job back and more.
And more?
The Season 12 episode, Insecurity Guards, has some cheeky mistakes. This episode is all about a painting by Squidward that has to be presented to a very high-class and snobby art critic. At first, things go swimmingly for Squidward. That is until the art critic insults Squidward's painting. Poor Squidward. Well, in response, Squidward gives the art critic some insults of his own, thus getting himself kicked out. It's hilarious. Now, during this scene, there is a very subtle mistake that you may not notice at first, and I can't blame you, as it's easy to miss. If you look closely at the art critic, you can see that his eyes magically disappear for about a split second or so. They do come back immediately after, but damn, does it look weird while they're gone. Here's a clip.
Well, what do you think? Do you love it?
Mr. Tentacles, I simply cannot express my true feelings about your work.
Yes, I realize my artistic brilliance can be overwhelming.
Quite frankly, it stinks.
Our first mistake can be found in the episode Hooky. So this episode is fairly deep, as it's meant to teach you a lesson about lying. In this episode, hooks have begun popping up across Bikini Bottom, and though Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob to stay away from them, he doesn't really listen. Now in the end, SpongeBob's refusal to listen results in him getting embarrassed when a hook rips off his pants, thus resulting in Pearl and all of her friends laughing at him. Poor SpongeBob, but hey, if he just listened, it would have never happened. On to the mistake though. At the very beginning of the episode, we see SpongeBob slide around the Krusty Krab. However, if you pause just as he comes into frame, one of his eyes are missing. It's really weird. Here's a clip with audio.
Fishermen have quite an effect on our undersea friends.
SpongeBob, have you finished swabbing the deck?
Almost. There's a nasty barnacle under table 9.
They're back! They're back, I tell you! I saw them with my own eyes!
Oh, this is very good.
The hooks! The hooks!
How about a mint?
Our last mistake can be found in one of my favorite episodes, Sailor Mouth. In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick start using some sentence-enhancing, spicy swear words, until their foul language ends up driving out the Krusty Krab customers. They get threatened by Mr. Krabs to not use that kind of language, namely bad word number 11 of the 13 bad words never to be used. Now in the end, SpongeBob and Patrick just cannot help themselves. But if we head over to this scene, we can spot a mistake. The Help Wanted sign first appeared in SpongeBob episode 1, and only appears whenever SpongeBob and Squidward has been fired. In Sailor Mouth, neither SpongeBob and Squidward are fired, so its appearance during this scene is another blatant mistake. Here's a clip.
It tingles when I laugh. Hello, customers. Nice day we're having, huh?
Did he just say, aye,
he did. Hey, Patrick, how the are ya?
You know, we get tons of episodes about SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, or Squidward, and even Mr. Krabs, but I love when we get an episode about good old Gary. Look at this cute dude, he's such a cute pet. And in the episode Gary in Love, Gary falls in love with another snail. It's so sweet. Here are some clips.
Bon appetit, Gary. I made it with extra love. Not exactly what I had in mind, but knock yourself out.
Man, Gary be simpin'. Like, Gary is whipped in this episode, and I love to see it. But what I don't love to see so much, guys, are the mistakes in this episode. There are 2. Here's the first one. Try and spot it.
Monica! Oh, Monica, I thought I might never find you. I promised never to leave your side.
This ain't over yet, runt.
Monica! Monica! Oh, Monica, I thought I might never find you, Monica. I promised to never again leave your side. Let's go get a steaming hot cup of joe.
So this character right here is Monica, also known as Incidental 115, and she plays a fairly big role in this episode. But here's the issue. At the beginning of the episode, she looks like this. But by the end of the episode, it's like the animators forgot they designed her like this because she looks fairly different. She doesn't look completely different, but she looks pretty different, which is a pretty big continuity error for this episode. And the episode has another mistake, which I'd say is worse. Let's move over to that one. Now this one is much worse. This one is bad. But if you watch closely during this scene, one of the blue worms that cross the street has its top row of teeth colored blue instead of white. They're supposed to be white like these other worms, but this little guy right here, his top row of teeth were miscolored. They're supposed to be white, but they're blue. Talk about a fairly bad mistake, to be honest. And guys, this brings us to our last episode for today, which has some wild mistakes. Let's move over to episode number 4.
What time is it?
It is 1 minute to midnight. But that's when the fisherman comes out.
Come on, Patrick, we gotta get home.
Next up is the episode Don't Look Now. And you know, instead of explaining the plot for this one, it's a little complicated. I'm gonna just show clips to kind of summarize it. Here, take a look. It's a pretty good one.
Hi, Squidward. Bet you can't guess what movie we're gonna see. Patrick and I are gonna see Fisherman 4.
You two won't sleep a wink tonight if you see that movie.
Oh, this isn't too scary. The Fisherman's Hook. Get off the teeter-totter!
Good night! And just don't think about the fisherman!
No, I will not think about the fisherman. Sleep tight!
They want a fisherman, eh? I'll give him a fisherman. Aha! It's time for those lame brains to meet the real fisherman.
Okay, it's mistake time, guys. It's mistake time. Let's see if you guys can catch mistake number 1.
The fisherman! We made it. The fisherman!
What are you blockheads up to?
We can't get home.
We're too scared. Oh, thank you, Squidward. You are a true friend.
I told those muttonheads not to see that movie.
Patrick! Are you okay?
Yeah! Are you okay?
I think so!
So take a look at this shot of SpongeBob's iconic pineapple home from the first season. I'm kind of hungry now. I know I always say that, but I love pineapple. But anyways, take a look at it. As you can see, there is a chimney, and it's always really been there on SpongeBob's house, like in numerous other seasons. But in Don't Look Now, during this one scene, the chimney is just not there. The animators just forgot about the chimney. Not that big of a deal, but that's a pretty bad mistake. And we have another one from this episode. I feel like you guys can spot this one, so keep those eyes peeled.
We're not afraid of any old movie.
Take your seats.
Yeah! Seats taken, sir. Ooh, the movie's starting.
So when SpongeBob and Patrick are about to sit down in their seats for the very first time, there is one crowd of fish. And take a good look at this crowd of fish, specifically the fish in the crowd. As when SpongeBob and Patrick sit down and we get a wide shot, most of the people in the original crowd have either changed places, which isn't that big of a deal, but what the real mistake is that they're replaced. Some of them are replaced with completely different incidentals. And remember guys, this all happens in a matter of like seconds, so this was definitely a mistake. The animators at first drew the crowd like this, but then they just drew it like this for some reason. I don't know. Let's keep it rolling though, guys. I have one more episode for you guys today that is pretty rough when it comes to mistakes. Let's keep it moving.
Something tells me Mr. Wormsley is actually a Mrs. Wormsley.
Oh, Patrick, it's a miracle!
That it is.
Next up is the season 6 episode, Pet or Pest. And this episode has 3 mistakes in it, so I'm just gonna get right into them. Here's the first mistake. Did you catch it on your own? Well, during this scene where this truck nearly like ends these worms were about to be squished. If you look closely, there's no driver in the truck. Like this truck is moving and being driven, but there's no one in the driver's seat actually driving the truck. So this was a major mistake here. Like this was some laziness. And it doesn't end there for this episode. Here's the next mistake.
$5.99! That trick get it while they last!
These things are so cute!
Enjoy your new home, little guy! That sure was That's a great idea you had, Mr. Krabs.
Well, it's like they always say back in the old country, lad.
What's that?
I don't know. I've never been to the old country.
This one is very, very, very easy to miss, and shout out to our editor Josh for finding it. But towards the ending of the episode, when SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs are selling the worms, one of SpongeBob's green holes turns red for less than a second. Again, it happens really fast, so I guess it's not that big of a deal, but I mean, SpongeBob's holes are not supposed to be red, and I mean, SpongeBob, if they were, you need to go talk to the doctor about that one, because that's not very good. What also isn't very good, though, is the last mistake in this episode right here. Get ready, guys, this one is just embarrassing.
Oh, well, at least I still have you guys.
What is it? It comes from a baby spotted glistening meadow worm, the rarest of its species.
Like I said, this one is really bad. So when SpongeBob is throwing out the worms, we see this blue fish approach right here and smell it, right? And what's really important here is we hear his voice, okay? Remember, he's blue. This is him right here. And he also has slime on his finger. You can see it right here. But when the scene changes, this fish changes colors. Like I said, he was blue and you see him put the slime on his fingers, but now when it flips, he's now green. He has the slime on his fingers, that's how we know it's the same fish, and he also has the same voice. So yeah, this was a major mix-up here. First he was blue, we see him put the slime on his finger, but then when it switches, the slime is on the finger of a completely different fish, and they have the same voice. So I know I'm kind of over-explaining this one, just it's easy to kind of miss it, but yeah, this episode is full of mistakes, guys, and let's keep it moving over to another episode with more crazy mistakes.
What a night be this! Crew, howl with me so that we might set the seven seas ablaze with fear! Ow! That'll do.
Next up is a season 2 banger and somewhat of a spooky episode. I'm talking about Shanghai. Now, I love this episode, but of course, it has some mistakes. Roll the footage.
If you think I'm gonna spend more than 5 minutes on this dumpster, then you're crazy. I mean, look at this place. Oh, now what? I suppose you're gonna show me. Oh, gee, that's very nice. Oh, what is this? Some kind of magic act?
Would anyone else like to enter the Fly of Despair?
Man, I don't know about you guys, but keep me away from the Fly of Despair. That looks just wacky and yeah. Anyways though, as most of you guys know, Squidward has 6 legs, okay? Well, actually, he has 4 legs and 2 arms. But at one point while Squidward is falling through that evil Fly of Despair, 2 of his 4 legs are missing, which is 100% a mistake. And it's a bad one, but that ain't it for this classic episode. Here's the next mistake. Keep those eyes peeled.
You are it!
I think, SpongeBob, we're about to get eaten. What can you wish for to make it so we don't get eaten?
I wish that the Dutchman was a vegetarian.
So what's really cool about Shanghai is it has multiple endings because when the episode premiered, viewers could vote on which ending they wanted to see. I don't know if this actually worked when it was on TV, but there's 3 endings. There's a SpongeBob ending, a Patrick ending, and a Squidward ending. Now, in the SpongeBob ending, during this shot when Squidward is pointing, his arm disappears for a few frames. I don't know, man. Squidward, I think you need your arms. Those are kind of important. Guys, imagine just your arm disappearing. I know it's a cartoon, but what a mistake. And that's still not it. Here's the 3rd mistake in this episode. 3 mistakes in 1 episode? What?
It's up to you to find our first victim.
Captain, there's a guy we can scare.
Now this one is more funny because it is a cartoon and this mistake isn't that much of a mistake, I guess. It's just more fun. But when SpongeBob first finds someone to scare, we can hear the sound of rushed feet pantering.
Captain, there's a guy we can scare.
So like the sound of feet running across a hallway or the ground, right? We can hear it just before the Flying Dutchman comes into the shot. However, if you really think about it, this wouldn't be possible because look at the Flying Dutchman. He doesn't have feet. He just has a tail because he's a ghost. So when we heard this sound effect right here, I'll play the clip.
Captain?
It couldn't have been from the Flying Dutchman because dude don't got feet. He's a ghost. But hey, like I said, this one's just more funny. Let's head over to another episode with some more serious mistakes. Stay tuned. Season 12's Mind the Gap starts with SpongeBob working dutifully at the Krusty Krab. Squidward is constantly annoyed by our little yellow friend and hatches a scheme to get some peace. Squidward tells SpongeBob that he is worried about his health, specifically the gap in his teeth, as it can make it hard to breathe. Now in the end, fortunately for SpongeBob, the gap is mended, and everything changes because of it. But let's head back to this scene as it's hiding a mistake. During this shot, as SpongeBob freaks out about the gap in his teeth, we see him slide by a customer in the Krusty Krab. And if you look closely, both of his eyes turn yellow for about a single frame. They literally in the next frame go back to white and everything's fine. But yeah, looks kinda weird. Here's a clip.
It's the gap between your teeth.
My gap? I have a gap? What's wrong with my gap?
A gap that big between your teeth can be extremely dangerous. You can get something caught in it.
Moving from Season 12 to Season 2, our next mistake can be found in the Season 2 episode, Dying for Pie. In this episode, it is Employee Brotherhood Day at the Krusty Krab, requiring all workers to give gifts to their coworkers. Well, Squidward thinks that he gave SpongeBob an explosive pie to eat as a gift, and decides to spend time with SpongeBob while he is still alive, in an attempt to make his last day memorable. He does a bunch of nonsensical activities with SpongeBob, only to realize by the end of the day that SpongeBob never actually ate the explosive pie, but reveals to Squidward that he was actually saving it so they could share it. From here, the episode ends with a bang, quite literally. But let's head back over to this scene for another mistake. When Mr. Krabs informs Squidward of his terrible mistake, they run back into the Krusty Krab. And if you look at Squidward's face, something's up with like his nose and his teeth. It's just a really weird frame. So yeah, here's a clip with audio. Like, look at how weird that looks.
A bomb? In the Krusty Krab! That's where you left it? It's not there.
Hey guys! Thanks for the pie, Squidward! La 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 la!
When Plankton turns everybody in Bikini Bottom from nice to naughty in the episode It's a SpongeBob Christmas, things are looking pretty grim. But fortunately for Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob comes along to save the day. It's one of my personal favorites from Season 8 and serves as a great holiday special. But as you can guess, it isn't perfect. During the various scenes showing SpongeBob inside Sandy's tree dome, our favorite little sponge is missing something. That's right, SpongeBob's underwater helmet is missing, which is a huge error as SpongeBob literally will die in the tree dome without it. So, yeah.
La 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 la, and who is that I see underneath her Christmas tree?
Oh, Christmas, it's sweet. Mystery. I'll mix a dash of Christmas cheer with the candy cane.
In the episode Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2, SpongeBob wins a conch shell that can summon, well, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy in emergencies. However, as you can imagine, because it's freaking SpongeBob, he abuses this privilege, consistently calling the superheroes to help with everyday tasks. So they eventually let SpongeBob join them on their daily patrol. Now in the end, SpongeBob actually saves the iconic superhero duo from their longtime rival, the Dirty Bubble. But if we rewind to an earlier point in the episode, I found a subtle mistake. For about one frame or so, SpongeBob's superhero headband is randomly covering his eyes. Again, this only happens for one frame and then goes back to normal, so it's definitely a mistake.
Oh, jingle bells, Mermaid Man smells, Barnacle Boy laying an egg. The invisible boatmobile lost a wheel and... Hey, can I drive?
Drive? What do you know about driving the invisible boatmobile.
Tons! Like the windshield wipers are right here.
Don't touch that button, it's the...
Origami button.
In the episode Fungus Among Us, SpongeBob becomes infected by an itch-causing fungus that's disgusting. When at the Krusty Krab, his disease gets on the Krabby Patties and fries, even more disgusting, resulting in him being sent home to self-isolate. How fitting, seeing as we're just coming out of a pandemic anyways though. Now, at one point during SpongeBob's quarantine, he asks himself where Gary is. And during this quick shot of SpongeBob, the side sections of his belt seem to be missing, before reappearing in the very next shot. A small but clear mistake by the art team. Here's a clip.
I wanna go home!
You are home, SpongeBob. You just need to stay in this bubble until the ick clears up.
Where's my snail? Gary!
We've taken care of your pet.
Gary?
After Squidward gets himself electrocuted on a security fence that he built to keep SpongeBob and Patrick out in the episode Breath of Fresh Squidward, he transforms into a new squid, acting nice suddenly, being nice to everyone around him, including SpongeBob. Believe it or not, Squidward becomes so joyful that even SpongeBob starts to get annoyed with him. Now, the end of this episode is actually pretty unexpected, so let's avoid spoilers and head over to the mistake. During this scene, where SpongeBob and Patrick return Squidward home, he pops his head out of the window, and for about a frame, his iconic forehead wrinkles are missing. Here's a clip.
Good night, Squidward!
Hey, Patrick, did you notice something different about Squidward?
New glasses?
No, I mean he seems happier.
Good night, Bikini Bottom! I love you!
He's probably happy about his new glasses.
In the episode tragically titled Goodbye Krabby Patty, Mr. Krabs gets the new idea for store-bought frozen Krabby Patties. But this eventually leads to the Krusty Krab closing down due to it not being needed anymore. Now, as you can imagine, SpongeBob's love for Krabby Patties helps him save the day by the ending of the episode, and things go back to how they used to be. But if we watch during this scene, where Mr. Krabs shows SpongeBob the Krusty Museum, there is a small mistake, as the chum bucket, which should be across the street, is completely missing, despite being seen in previous episodes. Here's a clip.
This tastes nice.
Oh, curses, spoiled again.
Our first mistake is hidden in the season 10 episode Burst Your Bubble. In this episode, SpongeBob is tired of his poor driving skills, so he creates something revolutionary, a bubble boat. A boat that's made out of, well, bubbles. Well, it isn't long before SpongeBob's creation becomes a massive hit, with everyone in Bikini Bottom wanting a bubble boat for themselves. Heck, they become so popular that Mrs. Puff gets fired and her boating school is changed into a school specifically for bubble boats, ran by SpongeBob. Now in the end, bubble boats are banned from Bikini Bottom by the cops. But let's go back to this scene for a mistake. I know you missed it. As a very excited SpongeBob tells Gary about his new creation, he jumps into the air, and for about a frame, his eyes turn yellow. It looks really weird, the same yellow as his spongy body. Here's a clip.
You don't need a license to drive a bubble.
I suppose you're right. Carry on, citizen.
You'll never believe it. I was out driving all day. Yes, driving.
When SpongeBob and Patrick get bored of all modern-day Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy shows or movies, they decide to travel back in time, just to see the superhero duo's first ever adventure in the episode Super Sitters. Well, they go back a bit too far, all the way back to when Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy were babies, like complete infants. And due to the daycare worker needing a break, SpongeBob and Patrick are actually put in charge of keeping an eye on the baby superhero duo, along with all of the other super babies. Now the mistake in question can be found at the end of the episode, when SpongeBob and Patrick get kicked out, as when Go Woman runs across the screen, she turns purple for a few seconds, the same purple as her bow tie. Here's a clip.
It means you've completely undone all my hard work trying to teach these kids to get along!
You're welcome.
And stay out!
In the episode Good Neighbors, SpongeBob and Patrick are back to their old ways, constantly disturbing Squidward. But today isn't just any old day, it's Sunday, Squidward's day off, with him even having a pedicure scheduled later on in the day. Well, eventually, SpongeBob and Patrick make things even worse by convincing a couple that Squidward is supposedly sick, resulting in him going to the hospital and missing his pedicure. He was really excited for that. Well, in response to this, Squidward sets up a new security system in his home. This ends up biting him in the butt later on when it comes to life and attacks Bikini Bottom. But let's stop the plot summary and go back over to this scene for the mistake. It can be found when Squidward hears SpongeBob's alarm clock go off. As you can see, the path to Squidward's house is missing in this close-up shot, despite being visible in the zoomed-out shot seconds prior.
You did overlook one teensy little detail, however.
What's that, Squidward?
It's Sunday! Our good neighbor doesn't bother me on Sunday!
Sunday? No wonder Squidward's grumpy.
In the episode Pineapple RV, Squidward is extremely excited to use his RV and go to Porpoise Peak to see the warbling water lily. However, this is all completely ruined by his best friends, SpongeBob and Patrick, with Patrick actually causing his RV, Squidward's RV, to get crushed by a giant anchor. Now, as much as this may suck, don't worry, as SpongeBob actually converts his pineapple home into a pineapple RV, hence the name of the title, and it actually makes for a really good plot, with us seeing Squidward, SpongeBob, and Patrick go on quite the adventure. It's quite the road trip. But we're here for mistakes, so let's get to the mistakes. During this scene, where Squidward gets literally sucked through his chair due to the impact, there's a brief frame where his hand changes to the same shade as brown as the chair. It only happens for about a frame, and it's right before he gets sucked through. Here's a clip.
We gotta get off this road!
No problem.
Squidward.
In the episode Evil Spatula, Plankton sabotages SpongeBob's favorite spatula so that it breaks the next time he uses it. Now, anyone else would just move on and get like a new spatula, but this really upsets SpongeBob. Well, eventually, SpongeBob moves on and gets this new high-tech spatula. However, there's something up with it. This thing was made by Plankton and is designed to ultimately steal the Krabby Patty secret formula. Now, Plankton gets close, but don't worry, Mr. Krabs catches on and saves the day, thus ending the episode. But if we go back a few scenes to this scene, there's actually a mistake. Just as SpongeBob drops the spatula and the litter box, something happens with his mouth. It like just disappears. It looks very odd. Here's a clip with audio.
Infiltration complete. Time to execute phase 5.
You're such a joyful being, Sizzle Master. Here's that litter box you said you'd clean.
Karen! I thought I told you not to put smell sensors on the spatula.
Gonna need to get new pants. No. Nope. Ew, not these. pants hug my body better than my own mother.
You will not believe the mistakes in this episode, and they all have to do with SpongeBob's eyes. Not just SpongeBob, even Mr. Krabs is really funny. The episode is to SquarePants or not to SquarePants. Here's the first mistake.
Now to finish the day's chores.
Did ya catch it? Like I said, it has to do with SpongeBob's eyes. As when SpongeBob walks away from the dryer, his eyes are yellow for a frame. It's just as he's going off screen, and it's bad. Like, look at that. Both of his eyes are fully yellow when they're supposed to be white. And like I said, that's not it for mistakes with eyes. Here's another mistake.
I am not SpongeBob SquarePants, Mr. Krabs. Do these pants look square to you? They're round.
Yeah, so?
Did you catch that one? Because it's way more obvious, as when SpongeBob is talking to Mr. Krabs and says they're round, his eyes turn green for a split second. That looks gross. SpongeBob, that does not look healthy, dude. Like, yellow is one thing, but green, lime green like that, I'm concerned for our favorite little sponge. Who knows? Maybe he has the suds again. And that's still not it, guys. Here's one more mistake that has to do with eyes.
Excuse me? What are you two doing? I'm used to Squidward sleeping on the job, but I expect more from you, Mr. SquarePants.
Man, what is going on with the eyes in this episode? The animators must be playing a joke on us. When Mr. Krabs says, I'm used to Squidward sleeping on the job, but I expect more from you, Mr. SquarePants. Look between his eyes. It should be the background of his office, like we should even be able to see yellow because of the yellow flag behind him, but there's white spacing in between both of his eyes. Like, this was just a really weird animation mistake. Like, I don't even know how this happened, but hey, it's a mistake and you guys can see it right here. But let's keep it moving and head over to another episode, guys. The mistakes are endless today.
Bring that patty here now.
Okay, Squidward. Here I come. I'm coming over. I'm bringing the patty to you. Right now.
SpongeBob.
So that last episode was from SpongeBob Season 13, the most recent season of SpongeBob, so let's go back in time to old SpongeBob, the Steven Hillenburg era, and talk about some mistakes in the episode, Your Shoes Untied. I love this episode, it's a good one. Any classic SpongeBob I love. Anyways though, here's the first mistake, roll the footage.
This is the worst service we've ever had. We're going to the chum bucket.
Wait! Don't go!
Oh yeah, we are definitely out of here.
Yes!
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Squidward?
It's SpongeBob's fault.
This one is really, really funny. So guys, when the customers start to leave the Krusty Krab in this scene, this character right here, known as Incidental 67, wears a pair of pants that are similar to SpongeBob's, okay? You can see them right here. They're kind of fresh. Look at this guy, jacking SpongeBob's style, stealing his drip. Here's the problem though, guys. When the customers leave, this Incidental's pants just disappear. Where are they? At first, he's wearing these pants right here, but then in this scene, they're just gone. And again, just like Incidental F9, I highly doubt he took off his pants in the middle of the Krusty Krab. The burgers ain't that good, guys. But anyways, let's keep it moving and head over to another mistake in this episode. This one's pretty bad.
What?
SpongeBob!
I'm sorry, Squidward. Take another. Let me just...
What's the holdup?
I think my heart just stopped.
Now, any hardcore SpongeBob fan like myself knows that this character right here is Old Man Walker. And I mean, it's in his name. He's old. He's an old man. I love the guy, but he's a senior citizen. But I guess whoever made this episode kind of forgot about this, because when Old Man Walker says what's the holdup to Squidward, he talks in a young man's voice. Here's a clip right here showing his old voice again from another episode.
Oh, pardon me, young lady.
What a fox. I hope I don't miss again.
He's old, right? As you just heard. Well, listen to his voice again in this episode.
What's the holdup?
Dude is like a young man again somehow. I don't know how this happened, but this was definitely a mistake, guys. This one's kind of bad, but hey, that's not it for today's video. Let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. Let's go! Our first mistake can be found in the very recent episode of The Patrick Show, Pearl Wants to Be a Star. In this episode, Squidina invites everyone's favorite whale, Pearl, onto The Patrick Star Show to put on a little performance. But things do not go very well for her the first time around, with her completely botching her act and hurting herself with sea urchin. Eventually, she tries again, only to fail yet again. However, it's her third attempt where she finally gets it right, thus ending the episode on a happy note. Now, the mistake in question takes place during the episode's intro, but as Pearl runs around frantically, there is a single frame where Pearl's sleeves to her shirt turn transparent. It's pretty weird. Here's a clip.
Pearl, what's taking so long?
Oh, I can't decide. Which tutu? Orange or green? Okay, both. Swallowing swords. Annie, I can't find my sousaphone. Better bring these instead. Now, where did I put my possessed ventriloquist dummy?
If you're a longtime SpongeBob fan, then you know that one of SpongeBob and Patrick's favorite places to go is Glove World, an entire amusement park that's all about gloves. It's pretty weird. Well, unfortunately for SpongeBob and Patrick, in the episode Glove World R.I.P., Glove World is actually going to close down. As you can imagine, this causes SpongeBob and Patrick to panic. But don't worry, in the end, everything works out, and Glove World doesn't close, thank goodness. But if we fast forward to this scene, there's a subtle mistake, as there seems to be two Nat Petersons when there should only be one. One can be seen talking to an anchovy, and one can be seen holding balloons. Here's a clip.
I think the time has come for us to accept reality.
Well, I've gotten this far, why start now?
All I'm saying is, maybe there's a reason Glove World is closing. I mean, just look around you. Open your eyes.
Okay.
Our first mistake can be found in the season 11 episode, Library Cards. This episode is pretty darn weird in terms of the plot, with Patrick becoming infatuated with reading, to the point where he learns so much that his head and brain becomes too big. To combat this, he does the opposite, and watches a dumb TV show to shrink his head back down to size. Now, the mistake in question takes place near the beginning of the episode, as the plank pathway normally seen between Squidward's house and the road is just missing, despite being visible in pretty much every other episode before it. It isn't a big deal, but it's definitely a mistake. Here's a clip.
Wario! What I do? Wario! What I do? Oh.
When Squidward starts to become scared for his safety after nearly having his groceries stolen, he decides it's time for some self-defense and heads over to SpongeBob's place for some karate lessons. As most of you guys already know though, SpongeBob isn't actually very good at karate, so Squidward eventually gets some help from Sandy. From here, SpongeBob uses his new karate skills to beat up the thug, using some cool new moves. But let's rewind back to this scene for a cheeky mistake. It's easy to miss, but when Squidward is watering Sandy's lawn, Sandy is missing her tail. It's pretty important. I don't know what's going on here, but it's missing, and boy does it look odd. Here's some clips with audio.
All finished.
Wow, this looks great. Psst.
You missed the spot.
All right, I reckon the yard is good and watered.
In the episode Mustard Oh Mine, the Krusty Krab runs out of mustard. So, Mr. Krabs sends SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward to find, or well, I guess dig up some more. From here, the episode continues, and is really good. But remember how I said the Krusty Krab ran out of mustard? Well, during this scene, where Mr. Krabs asks SpongeBob if he's used up all of the mustard, there's actually a brand new tube of mustard, like literally behind them, like right in the background. Yeah, here's a clip with audio.
Let's see. Ketchup, mayonnaise, oh, mustard.
Did you use up all me mustard?
Oh, who gives a flying fish about mustard?
Our first mistake can be found in the season 12 episode, The Dirty Bubble Returns. In this episode, as you can probably guess by the title, everyone's favorite evil supervillain, the Dirty Bubble, makes his big return to the series. However, things are a little different this time. After spending some time in jail, the Dirty Bubble has become a new man, and is now known as the Clean Bubble. He takes up a dishwashing job at the Krusty Krab, and tries to keep clean. But as you can imagine, by the end of the episode, this does not go very well. Now at one point in the episode, we can see a comic strip, and if you look closely, the animators forgot to give SpongeBob his belt. It isn't the biggest mistake ever, but hey, it's still a mistake.
For weeks, SpongeBob worked with DB to stay clean and good.
Okay, so this next one is really bad, so be prepared. When Squidward receives an invitation to a gallery opening, he struggles to find a friend to take with him. Fortunately, Squidward eventually befriends Larry the Lobster, and if we watch closely during this scene of them busking together, there is a really annoying mistake. As any true SpongeBob fan knows, Squidward's clarinet is black, right? Well, at one point of this scene, Squidward puts his clarinet in its case, and if you look closely, the animators incorrectly colored it as gold. It does eventually turn back to a black clarinet in the next scene, but this was a really embarrassing mistake by the art team if you ask me. Here's a clip.
So are we still on for tonight? 7-ish? I guess it's just you and me again. Yeah, what are you doing here?
The season 1 episode, Naughty Nautical Neighbors, sees Squidward find a way to split up our favorite dynamic duo, SpongeBob and Patrick. And as you can imagine, things get pretty wild. It's actually a little sad to watch at times. Now if we head over to this scene, we can see SpongeBob blowing bubble messages back and forth with Patrick around the start of the episode. And if you look closely, there's something up with SpongeBob's socks, as the stripes normally seen at the top of his socks are just missing. They just disappear. Another mistake occurs when SpongeBob catches Patrick and Squidward playing with bath toys. As SpongeBob gets upset, the sailboat flickers blue for about a second. It isn't that big of a deal, but boy does it look odd.
Yellow is ugly.
Patrick, what are you talking about? What's the matter, Squidward, old buddy? So this is what I find, huh? My best friend and my ex-best friend and rubber bath toys!
Our next mistake can be found in the season 11 episode, My Leg. This episode is all about the incidental character Fred and the constant injuring of his poor leg. He's broken his leg numerous times throughout the show, But now that it's healed, SpongeBob makes it his #1 priority to prevent Fred from ever breaking it again. Turns out though, Fred actually wants to return to the hospital due to him being attracted to one of the nurses. So from here, the episode focuses on Patrick and SpongeBob doing everything they can to hurt Fred's poor legs. In the end, they succeed, and the episode ends with Fred getting a little smooch. But let's head back a couple of scenes to chat about an error. During the scene where SpongeBob turns into a heart clips through Fred's body, and boy, does it look weird. Here's a clip.
I know. I just miss being at the hospital.
Why?
Well, secretly,
Ooh!
I'm in love with a nurse.
Oh, you're in love with a nurse! Fred, I've got an idea. Why don't we hurt your leg?
Season 11's Bunny Hunt sees SpongeBob and Squidward deal with an evil sea bunny who constantly ravages Squidward's garden. Despite this, SpongeBob still thinks the little creature is cute and decides to adopt him as his pet. Before this happens though, we see a shot of SpongeBob's house, which features a lovely picture of Gary. We've seen this picture plenty of times before, but after SpongeBob gets groceries, it magically transforms into a completely different picture.
Bunny Wunny! I've got a surprise for you! Ah! I'm gonna have to chew-proof this whole house!
In the Season 9 episode, titled Yeti Krabs, Mr. Krabs manipulates SpongeBob into working harder by claiming and lying that there's an evil Yeti crab that supposedly eats lazy employees. Turns out, this myth is actually true, and a Yeti crab does show up. But by the end of the episode, we learn that it has nothing to do with lazy employees, and that the only reason the Yeti crab is acting out is due to being hungry. Can't really blame him. During the same scene, we can spot a small mistake, as for a brief shot, Mr. Krabs' eyelashes are missing for a couple of seconds. It isn't that big of a deal, but it sure is a mistake. Here's a clip.
No, I'm talking about the sound of a hungry customer. He doesn't want to eat us for being lazy. He wants to eat us because he's hungry. Fellas, leave this to me.
When Patrick decides to be a tour guide in Season 11's No Pictures Please, things get pretty wild, with Patrick taking his one guest to all sorts of places. Now during the various shots of Patrick's tour, we see this shot of SpongeBob's house, and if you look closely, you'll notice that something is missing. That's right, Squidward's house, which should be to the right of SpongeBob's house, is completely missing. Another hidden mistake can be found later on in the episode during this scene. If you look amongst the giant crowd of Bikini Bottom residents, there are 2 incidental 48s, when there really should only be 1. There aren't any other duplicate incidentals in this shot, so this was definitely a mistake. Here's a clip.
We have begun our descent. Everyone, please gather all your belongings and follow me single file.
Amazing! But I didn't take any pictures today. I don't even have a camera. In fact, I'm not even here.
And we're backing away and backing away and backing away!
The episode No Weenies Allowed is all about a new sailors club in Bikini Bottom, the Salty Spittoon. This place is a very rough and sketchy establishment that only lets the toughest of the toughest fish in. Sandy has no problem getting in, however, SpongeBob isn't so lucky. Now the mistake can be found closer to the beginning of the episode, so let's just get to it. When Sandy flings SpongeBob into the air, there is a brief frame where the background is white between SpongeBob's arm and his body. This is definitely a more subtle mistake, for sure, but it's still a mistake. So yeah, here's a clip.
I'm very Sandy.
Oh, I get it. She's Sandy. That's her name. She's also covered in yes.
Back in Texas, we call ice cream frozen cow juice. Excuse me for a sec. Hi-ya! Thank you.
No, thank you.
Hi-ya!
In the episode Krusty Towers, Mr. Krabs turns the Krusty Krab into a hotel and demands Squidward to do a bunch of ridiculous tasks so that the service feels premium to customers. This includes everything from giving Patrick a bubble bath to carrying his bags up the stairs. Now eventually, Squidward quits and returns to the hotel, but this time, he's a customer, and this is where we can find our mistake. When we first see Squidward's room, it's number 1721. However, in a later scene, it's magically changed to 1722. Now, of course, Squidward could have changed rooms, but there was no scene to show this, so I'm going to assume this was a little mistake. What do you guys think, though? Leave a comment down below.
Too bad we couldn't take the elevator, but it is for guests only, and you are an employee.
Your room, sir.
And I'd like to order room service. I'd like a Krabby Patty with cheese, toenail clippings, and nose hairs.
You've got to be kidding me! What is it, Squidward?
Send up a dozen cookies just like Mother used to make.
Here's your homemade cookies.
These don't taste anything like Mom used to make.
Well, how did your mother make them?
How should I know? Ask my mother.
You're gonna pass that driving test, SpongeBob, because you're a winner.
I'm a winner.
Who's a winner?
I'm a winner.
Who's a winner?
I'm a winner.
Who's a winner?
I'm a winner! I'm a winner! I'm a winner!
1 minute, 37 seconds later.
Next up is the Season 4 episode, Driven to Tears, an episode all about Patrick getting his license before SpongeBob. Like, what? This episode has a bad mistake, but before that, here are some funny clips from this episode. The episode's really good.
Let's just go home, Patrick.
We're not going anywhere until I get to the bottom of this. I'm taking that test myself.
No, Patrick. I've been training for years. I'll eat you alive.
I passed my test!
You got a perfect score?
Yeah, I thought you said it was hard.
Perfect score?
How do I look?
Like a winner.
Ready?
Ready!
Huh?
Congratulations, Mr. Star! You're the 1 millionth person to pass the test! You get a brand new boatmobile! The new Bass Blaster 3000, the ultimate boating machine!
This is the greatest day ever, right, SpongeBob?
Right, Patrick. I can't think of one thing that would make this day better. Except maybe getting my license.
Yeah, Patrick getting his license. That sounds pretty concerning, but what's more concerning is the mistake in this episode. Roll the clip.
Boy, driving is so easy.
Hi, Bobby! Hi, Daddy!
Patrick, how many times do we have to tell you we're SpongeBob's mom and dad?
What? I'm an orphan? Oh, but guess what? I passed my driver's test!
That's great, Patrick.
SpongeBob failed his test, so don't mention it.
Did you catch it? Well, pay close attention during this scene. So as Patrick and SpongeBob are driving, you can see that he's wearing these red gloves. But literally seconds later, when we get a close-up of Patrick's license, and we can see Patrick's hands, the gloves are just gone. Seconds before he was wearing them, but in this one shot, where are they? I guess the animators just forgot to draw them during the close-up. But hey, if you want more cartoon mistakes, click this video right here on screen where I cover tons of other mistakes in other cartoons. Not just SpongeBob, primarily SpongeBob, but other cartoons too, so click it. Click this video right here. And we can hang out more, because I'll see you guys over there and we'll watch the video together. Hey, if you click the video right now, I'll come to your house and bring you a Krabby Patty, okay? Click it, do it, click the video.
Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
Well, once I finally have the secret formula, the post-apocalyptic global empire of destruction that results will
be mine. That sounds pretty villainous. Okay, you'll move on to the test phase.
Good old SpongeBob Season 13. This season's still airing, but honestly, guys, I think Season 13 has been really good. And one of the better episodes has been Captain Pipsqueak. This episode was filled to the brim with so many Easter eggs. I'm gonna get into the mistakes, but take a look at this one clip and comment all the characters you can recognize.
Sign in and wait your turn.
Get out of the car, fellas.
Take all your money and put it in the bed.
No, Mr. Bob, I expect you to fry.
I am the strangler. I'm the strangler.
I want to see those comments. Like I said, comment every character you could recognize in what episode they're from. It's wild. But let's get into the good stuff, what you clicked on the video for, and that is some spicy, crazy, wild mistakes. Roll the footage.
Incoming.
This isn't over.
A hard day at work? I know what you need.
So take a look at this footage of Plankton's classic computer wife, Karen. Imagine having a computer wife like Plankton. You are desperate, bro. Like, what? Then again, though, having a computer wife would actually be kind of nice because... Anyways, Karen's hands are always blue. Take a look at this footage.
Happy birthday!
Nice to see you again, Grandma Plankton.
But I guess the animators forgot about this one. As in Captain Pipsqueak, look, Karen's hands are colored as gray for some reason. Hey, maybe Plankton changed up her design, but I don't know. I think that was just a mistake. I think the animators forgot that they're always blue. But here's mistake number 2.
Mr. Krabs!
You might as well give us the secret formula now, Krabs.
What, you nerds going to a comic convention?
This one isn't that big of a deal because, I mean, it is like a cartoon, but as you can see here, when Man Ray enters the Krusty Krab, he blasts a massive hole above the entrance. Right here, you can see it. But once they're in the restaurant in later scenes, the hole that he literally made seconds prior is just gone. The animators drew it here, but then forgot to draw it during this scene. So yeah, another mistake. Let's keep it going, guys, and head over to another season 13 episode. Let's go.
How you like me now?
I like you this much!
We're gonna be talking about this season 6 episode, Sandcastles in the Sand. Keep those eyes peeled, roll the footage.
Hey, wait! This is not our stop!
We've been abandoned!
No, Patrick! No one's ever gonna find us out here! Little help, brah. Look, Patrick, we made it! Hey, best friend.
So as you just seen, SpongeBob and Patrick get kicked off of the bus beside this road. I want you guys to remember this road right here. I'm circling it, I'm zooming in. There is a road right here, all right? Then SpongeBob says, no one is ever going to find us out here. And now this road has just disappeared, like it's gone. The road is literally just gone. It was there in this shot, now it's gone. I don't know what happened, but talk about some cartoon logic for sure. Again, I'm always gonna say, guys, this is a cartoon, so I know why this happened, but it was some weird continuity, and every time I watch this episode now, I notice it, and it looks really rough. But anyways, let's move over to another episode. Let's go.
What is it about the third Wednesday of every month that makes Squidward so happy?
This almost makes the other 353 days worth living for.
Let's head over to Cephalopod Lodge, an episode from season 6 that I personally really like. Here's some funny clips from the episode. We're gonna get into the mistakes, but I don't want you guys to miss these clips. The episode is hilarious.
SpongeBob, Patrick, did you follow me here?
No outsiders have witnessed this sacred initiation. You have desecrated the sanctity of this lodge.
They kicked me out of the Cephalopod Lodge.
Do we get to join the lodge?
Like I said, it's funny, right? Give the episode a chance, but baby, it is mistake time. Here's this episode's mistake. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
Patrick and I have come up with a secret handshake. Patty cake, Sailor Man. Bake me a cake as fast.
SpongeBob! Everybody knows patty cake.
Not the way we do it.
We don't use our pinkies.
Okay, this one isn't that big of a deal, but SpongeBob and Patrick's secret handshake has them play patty cake without using their pinkies, right? This is something that they specify in the episode, as you could hear in the clips we just played. And remember this, guys, because it's important. When they play patty cake, they don't use their pinkies, remember this. However, when they eventually demonstrate the handshake to Squidward in this scene, take a look.
Patty cake, Sailor Man. Bake me a cake as fast.
SpongeBob!
Yeah, as you've seen, they clearly used their pinkies, like their pinkies touch each other, despite the fact that they said they played patty cake without using their pinkies. So a bit of a mistake here, it's not that big of a deal, but let's head over to our last episode of today, which has a fairly bad mistake. Let's keep it moving. If you understand animation in SpongeBob, this is definitely a mistake. And there's more. This episode has another mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot this one.
Oh my goodness! I almost forgot to flip that one. Squidward, why'd you make that weird noise? Squidward, that giant Krabby Patty is on a rampage! A dimension!
It's a crab avalanche! Hold it! And just what is it you two think you're doing?
We're getting out of here.
You can't just leave.
Do you have a better idea?
Stay and work.
Now, this one is admittedly kind of a nitpick because this is a cartoon, right? But it's still a continuity error. In the kitchen, as you can see, this monster Krabby Patty eats SpongeBob's left shoe and his sock. But when SpongeBob and Squidward try to exit the restaurant, his sock and shoe reappear for no apparent reason and remain like that for the rest of the episode. Again, it makes sense because it's a cartoon, right? But this is still a bit of a weird continuity error. Maybe SpongeBob has an extra shoe and sock in his work locker. I don't know. But let's move over to episode number 3, which has even more crazy mistakes. As you guys know, our girl Sandy over here is quite the daredevil. Like, this girl loves extreme sports. Like, she is obsessed. Well, this is a major part of the plot in the episode Squirrel Record. Here, take a look at some of these clips. It's really funny, and then we'll get into the mistakes.
It's all right here in the Guinness Ripley Enormous Book of Curiosities, Oddities, and World Records. I swear by the power of Texas, I'm gonna break all the records in this here book.
Most walnuts in mouth.
Next!
Largest rubber band ball.
Woohoo! Next, spiciest chili gargle.
Got it! You okay?
This girl Sandy is like obsessed with breaking a new record. But guys, you know what I'm obsessed with? Exposing animation mistakes and continuity errors in SpongeBob. And here's the first one in this episode. Keep those eyes peeled.
Oh my, it's time to go home. Squidward, what are you still doing here? What am I gonna do with you? I can't throw you away. I know just what you need. A Krabby Patty.
This one might not seem like a mistake at first, but listen closely, Grapple Gang. When SpongeBob puts a patty in his wallet, we get to see the inside of his wallet and we can see his milkshake license. Now I want a milkshake, guys. Comment down below what your favorite milkshake flavor is. But anyways, when he puts the patty in his wallet, we can see his milkshake license. It's right here. But in the next scene, when SpongeBob takes out the patty after Sandy had raw chum, the inside completely changes. Where is his milkshake license? Now it's replaced with a picture of a cowboy saying yeehaw, which hey, I'm not gonna complain about. It's a funny picture, but at first he had this in his wallet, and then literally seconds later, it's changed. So I don't think SpongeBob randomly organized his wallet in the middle of a SpongeBob episode. So this was a continuity error.
Oh, Sheldon, you're so romantic.
It's all about you today, Karen.
Kiss me, Pipsqueak. I mean, Ray Ray.
Grandma! I told you never to call me on this screen.
Our next set of mistakes can be found in the episode Grandmom's the World, and they all take place near the ending of the episode. Take a look at this.
I'm not sharing this formula with you.
With Grandma!
I have the secret formula. Darling, why don't you toss the peasants a little something?
So, at the very ending of the episode, when all of these Bikini Bottomites are like bowing down to Lily, Squidward's grandmother, well, look at this. Red numbers appear on the screen for about a second. This one's kind of similar to the last mistake we just covered, as it was clearly done by the animators. They forgot to remove these red numbers. It was probably a part of the animation process, but it's still a mistake and it looks really bad. But that's not it for this episode. In that same scene, Mr. Krabs' eyelashes are missing. It's not that big of a deal, but I don't know how you forgot to draw Mr. Krabs' eyelashes. He always has them. Normally he looks like this, but in this one shot, they're missing. And guys, there's more. So take a look at these shots of the Krusty Krab. As you can see, there's the Galley Grub menu. It's always there. It's been there since the first season of the show. And as you can see, Krabby Patty on the menu is always spelt as Krabbypatty. Remember this, as in Grandmom's the World, during this one scene, Krabby Patty is misspelled as Pattie. So a little bit of a spelling mistake there, huh? Not that big of a deal, but I mean, it is a mistake. That's not how Patty's supposed to be spelled. But anyways, let's keep it moving and head to our next episode.
SpongeBob, come in here. Or should I say Robot Bob Sponge Chef Pants? I put the brain in the robot, you know.
You know, Plankton is a very evil guy, but have you ever wondered what would happen if SpongeBob went to work at the Chum Bucket? Well, this is exactly what happens in Welcome to the Chum Bucket, a season 2 banger. Here are some clips from the episode. It's really funny.
One Krabby Patty coming up, Mr. Krabs. Oh, Mr. Krabs.
Is there anything that old Skinflint Krabs wouldn't let you have?
Well, wow.
So now do you have everything you need to make some Krabby Patties?
Well,
You ready to make some patties?
wait till I finish my ice cream.
Here's the thing, guys. As you know, when you take a bath, you don't wear clothes, right? You take off all of your clothes, okay? Well, when SpongeBob is seen bathing in the Krusty Krab kitchen during this scene while eating an ice cream, we can see his sleeves, which is totally a mistake. SpongeBob is in the bath. He shouldn't have his sleeves on his shirt. That just makes no sense. This was like a major mistake. It's like the animators forgot to take off the sleeves when they drew this one. So yeah, a pretty bad mistake. But let's keep it moving and head over to another mistake in this episode.
The sign says kitchen, but my heart says jail. This grill is not a home. This is not the stove I know.
This kitchen's not the same without you. It's just a greasy spoon.
Just a greasy spoon without you.
Now Now for this one to really make sense, I want you guys to take a look at this shot of the Chum Bucket, okay? So for one, as you can see, the Chum Bucket writing is red, okay? It's red. And the Chum Bucket writing is on the front of the restaurant, directly above the door. Right here, I'm circling it, okay? Now, in this one shot of Welcome to the Chum Bucket, during the song section, it's a really good song, by the way, the Chum Bucket logo is on the side of the building instead of being above the doors where it usually sits. Furthermore, the text is also blue. Now, this might be due to it being nighttime, but it being dark out wouldn't change the entire color of like the text. It would still be red like it's supposed to be in this shot, but here it's blue and the text is on the wrong side. So this was just a weird one. I wouldn't call this a mistake. The animators probably just did this to make their lives easier, but that's not how it's supposed to look, guys. So yeah. Stay tuned though, guys. I got our last episode next, and this one has some wild mistakes. You've never seen these ones before. The episode Friendiversary, which has a ton of mistakes in it. I'm surprised. This episode just aired and it's filled to the brim with mistakes. Let's see if you guys can catch them.
Happy
Friendiversary, Squidward! It's all here in my Squidward memory book.
What?
Here's us at camp. Here's when I moved in right next door. Look at you, just like an angel.
So this first one is a good old-fashioned animation error where you can see it's a blatant mistake with the animation. I don't know what exactly happened here, but when SpongeBob shows his memory book to Squidward, Squidward's neck is to weaken because it's completely disconnected from his body. To be fair, it's only for a few seconds, but I mean, I'm zooming in on this. Look at that, man. How did that even happen? Yeah, poor Squidward, man. His neck is not how it's supposed to be, but let's keep it moving. There's more mistakes in this episode. Here's mistake number 2.
Friendiversary.
So this one is really bad, and honestly, it's one of the worst mistakes I've seen in season 13. So as you can see here, this is how the interior of Squidward's house looks, okay? He has like green wallpaper on his walls, and his floor is pink. We've seen it in so many episodes. Just take a look at this shot from Slimy Dancing. Well, I don't know what the animators were up to in this episode, because take a look at this shot from Friendiversary, as when SpongeBob's going into his house's interior is Squidward's house. It's funny because Squidward's door is open in this shot too, and you can literally see his interior, and it's like they just copied and pasted it to SpongeBob's. This is how SpongeBob's interior is supposed to look. You can even just see it from the Wikipedia page. But in this episode, they were feeling extremely lazy and just gave SpongeBob the wrong inside to his house. Like, I'm honestly flabbergasted about this one. I don't even use that word often, guys, flabbergasted, but your boy is flabbergasted. And believe it or not, that ain't even it. This episode has more mistakes. Here's the third one.
Remember the first time I startled you into this trash can?
Bring that patty here now.
Okay, Squidward. Here I come. I'm coming over. I'm bringing the patty to you. Right now.
SpongeBob.
So that last episode was from SpongeBob Season 13, the most recent season of SpongeBob, so let's go back in time to old SpongeBob, the Steven Hillenburg era, and talk about some mistakes in the episode, Your Shoes Untied. I love this episode, it's a good one. Any classic SpongeBob I love. Anyways though, here's the first mistake, roll the footage.
This is the worst service we've ever had. We're going to the Chum Bucket.
Wait! Don't go!
Oh yeah, we are definitely out of here.
Yes!
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Squidward?
It's SpongeBob's fault.
This one is really, really funny. So guys, when the customers start to leave the Krusty Krab in this scene, this character right here, known as Incidental 67, wears a pair of pants that are similar to SpongeBob's, okay? You can see them right here. They're kind of fresh. Look at this guy, jacking SpongeBob's style, stealing his drip. Here's the problem though, guys. When the customers leave, this Incidental's pants just disappear. Where are they? At first, he's wearing these pants right here, but then in this scene, they're just gone. And again, just like Incidental F9, I highly doubt he took off his pants in the middle of the Krusty Krab. The burgers ain't that good, guys. But anyways, let's keep it moving and head over to another mistake in this episode. This one's pretty bad.
Look, over there.
SpongeBob!
I'm sorry, Squidward. Take another. Hold it. Let me just... hold it.
What's the holdup?
I think my heart just stopped.
Now, any hardcore SpongeBob fan like myself knows that this character right here is Old Man Walker. And I mean, it's in his name. He's old. He's an old man. I love the guy, but he's a senior citizen. But I guess whoever made this episode kind of forgot about this, because when Old Man Walker says what's the holdup to Squidward, he talks in a young man's voice. Here's a clip right here showing his old voice again from another episode.
Pardon me, young lady. What a fox. I hope I don't miss again.
He's old, right? As you just heard. Well, listen to his voice again in this episode.
What's the holdup?
Dude is like a young man again somehow. I don't know how this happened, but this was definitely a mistake, guys. This one's kind of bad, but hey, that's not it for today's video. Let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. Let's go.
Howdy, Bubble Bass. I reckon you're hankering for a delicious new dish.
Ooh, such smoky stupidity.
Sandy Cheeks has come up with a lot of revolutionary ideas for the Krusty Krab. For example, the episode where she comes up with a growth hormone that makes Krabby Patties bigger. But season 13's Hot Crust Nuts is definitely her biggest endeavor yet, with her making these nuts that do this. Here, take a look for yourself.
I brought a little something of my own from home. Sandy's smoking barbecue nuts.
There is no outside food allowed at the Krusty Krab.
Come on, SpongeBob. I won't spill the nuts if you won't. Try one.
That's enough! I'm confiscating these unauthorized acres. All right! Sandy, you're hired!
Now this episode has 2 mistakes in total. Here's the first one. It's very easy to miss, and it has to do with the chum bucket.
Don't you love the new look?
I'm just here for the nuts.
So take a look at these clips. The Krusty Krab and Chum Bucket are supposed to be directly across from one another. It's been seen like this in so many episodes, guys, but in some of these scenes from Hot Crust Nuts, the Chum Bucket just isn't there. Even the path to the Chum Bucket is missing at times. It's just like the Chum Bucket just does not exist in this episode, which is totally a mistake. But guys, this next mistake is way worse. This one is really bad.
Huh? Hey, everybody! This table's got that smoky Texas tang!
Oh, stop it! Beam restaurant!
So when all of the incidentals start freaking out and eating the Krusty Krab, I want you to watch this in slow motion from the outside, because the animators were really lazy with all of these incidentals. For one, they have no pupils. They have like literal just blank white eyes. Same thing with their mouth, and multiple of them are duplicated. Like, look at how many times the one with a blue shirt and a cowboy hat is shown. The main thing here is just they were very lazily drawn for this one section, and I get it, it's a quick section where they just eat the Krusty Krab, but yeah, there should have been some more effort put into these incidentals. This isn't season 1, it's season 13.
Oh, these are very nice, but I don't have a driver's license.
No license, huh? Well, you don't need a license to drive a self-driving boat.
Settle down, Mr. Squarepants.
Wow, you talk. How'd you know my name?
I can feel your square pants on my seat.
This next mistake is an interesting one and can be found in the episode Drive Happy. Roll the footage.
What's wrong, Coop?
I'm getting wet.
Here, take this.
I want to be inside.
Like inside? All right, Coop, come on in.
Did you catch the mistake? Well, whoever wrote this episode, or I guess animated it, needs to go back and educate themselves on the world of SpongeBob, most notably Conch Street. As in this shot, as you can see right here, SpongeBob's iconic pineapple home has a garage in the back of it, alright? You know, a garage where you'd park a car. But here's the issue. At one point in Drive Happy, SpongeBob saws a hole at the front of his house so that Coop, his car, can enter and seek shelter. This was completely unnecessary, SpongeBob, because, you know, you have a garage. So, like, why would you do that? Well, it's not SpongeBob's fault, it's the animator's fault. They forgot about this garage, as you can see in this shot, and then made SpongeBob do this in this episode. What a weird mistake. This one's so weird that I just want to move on from it to our next episode. Let's keep it going.
If SpongeBob does not pass this one, it means another whole year of boarding school! Aww. What happened?
Oh, nothing, SpongeBob. You just struck another pedestrian. Minus 20 more points.
Next up is the episode No Free Rides. This is a classic episode, and just to refresh your memory, here are some clips from the episode.
Here's your license.
My license.
Ta-da!
A brand new boatmobile!
What have I done? Everyone will know that I let him slide through school. I've got to end this thing before it begins. I hope I still remember how to do this.
Arg! I'd never let you have this boat, not even if you were...
Oh! Mrs. Puff?
What a classic episode, am I right? I love this one. Now, what I missed when I was a kid, though, were the mistakes in this episode. Here's the first mistake. Keep those eyes peeled.
You'd better stop this boat! I'm not letting go! Nothing will stop me! Not even... cheese graters! No!
Did ya catch it? Now, this is more of an animation error, and it's not that big of a deal because it's a cartoon. But when SpongeBob gets grated by cheese graters, that would be a terrible way to die. His eyes come out of the cheese graters several times. This would only happen one time. His eyes would go through once, they'd be shredded. It's not like SpongeBob has multiple pairs of eyes, so this was a bit of a weird mistake on the animator's end. And that's not it for this episode. I have another one.
Now just stay in bed. And no going near the boat.
Hi, Bodie. Oh, Bodie, you're cold. Take my socks. Oh, Bodie. You're the best boat in the deep blue sea.
So, as you just seen, SpongeBob gives the boat his socks, alright? He takes them off and gives them to the boat. But then, how does he have them back on as soon as he hops into the boat's side? Again, this is just cartoon logic, right? It's fine, but it's still a bit of a funny continuity error. It's like the dude literally just gave him his socks, now somehow he magically has them back on? Whatever. 3 mistakes in one episode, and this is a new episode. You'd think the animators would know about the mistakes, but anyways, this one isn't as bad. But normally, as you can see in this shot, Patrick's house has a path. But in Friendiversary, the path to Patrick's house appears and disappears multiple times throughout the episode. It's really weird. In this shot, it's here, and this shot, it's not there. So I don't know what was going on with this one, but the animators made a lot of mistakes, guys. But let's keep it moving and head over to another new season 13 episode. Yeah, let's keep it moving. First up is the season 8 episode, Bubble Troubles. This episode is all about SpongeBob and Patrick being idiots like normal. By the way, never call anybody an idiot, kids, but SpongeBob and Patrick are not very smart in this episode because they ruin Sandy's oxygen supply. As you guys know, Sandy's a squirrel, she isn't a fish, so she needs air. And in this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick really mess up. Here are some clips of what happens.
No spice. Hot sauce!
Sandy, check out these new spicy bubbles that Patrick invented.
Well, I'd love to try out your newfangled bubbles, Patrick, but I've got to fix these airlines to my tree dome.
SpongeBob, Patrick, you guys could have like killed Sandy. Like she even starts passing out at one point because she's feeling woozy due to not having enough air. Crazy plot. But the mistake in this episode is really interesting. It shows that the writer of this episode needs to go back and watch old SpongeBob. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
Luckily, I have just enough air in my submarine to get to the surface and refill my air tanks.
Phew, thank goodness. Allow me to get the door.
Even I knew that was dumb.
How's Sandy doing back there?
Not sure. Let me check. Oh!
Hey there, Patrick. Careful where you're breathing.
She seems fine.
Hold on just a little longer, Sandy. We're almost there. I can see sunlight.
This one's bad, so be prepared, okay? In the episode, there's a point where Sandy thinks she needs to drive her submarine to the surface to get more air, right? Because they're in Bikini Bottom, it's underwater. Sandy's a squirrel, so she needs air from the surface. But here's the thing. Back in the classic, iconic episode, Pressure, it's confirmed that Sandy can quite literally just walk up to the shore. As you can see right now in these clips, she literally walks to the shore. So whoever wrote this episode, Bubble Troubles, needs to go back and educate themselves on OG SpongeBob. Like, this one's just disappointing because Pressure is an iconic episode, but I'm rambling. Let's move over to episode number 2 and see what mistakes are in that episode. Next up is Patrick Man, and this episode's pretty good, but of course, I mean, it's in this video, it has a mistake, guys. Every episode of SpongeBob pretty much has a mistake, but here's this episode's mistake. Let's see if you can catch it.
Another Krabby Patty for the gentleman.
Thank you. Let's hope Patrick Man doesn't confiscate this one.
Patrick is taking things too far.
Hey, that's Patrick Man to you.
What are you doing out there?
Something a non-hero civilian could never understand. No! Away with empty! Swiftness! Villains and criminals beware! Patrick Man is here!
Did you catch it? Well, if you didn't, let me give you some context. This right here is Patrick Man, and as you can see, he has a backward P on his attire. It's a part of his outfit. It's there whenever we see Patrick in this outfit, but when he appears in this kitchen right here, where is the backwards P? It's gone. It's just disappeared. The animators just didn't draw it. First it's there, but in this one shot, I guess they just weren't feeling it. They weren't feeling it, and it's not there. So yeah, mistake. Let's keep it moving though, guys. I have another episode with more wild mistakes.
Something tells me Mr. Wormsley is actually a Mrs. Wormsley.
Oh, Patrick, it's a miracle.
That it is.
Next up is the season 6 episode, Pet or Pest. And this episode has 3 mistakes in it, so I'm just gonna get right into them. Here's the first mistake. Did you catch it on your own? Well, during this scene where this truck nearly ends these worms, these worms were about to be squished. If you look closely, there's no driver in the truck. This truck is moving and being driven, but there's no one in the driver's seat actually driving the truck. So this was a major mistake here. This was some laziness. And it doesn't end there for this episode. Here's the next mistake.
$5.99! That trick, get it while they last!
These things are so cute!
Enjoy your new home, little guy. That sure was a great idea you had, Mr. Krabs.
Well, it's like they always say back in the old country, lad.
What's that?
I don't know. I've never been to the old country.
This one is very, very, very easy to miss, and shout out to our editor Josh for finding it. But towards the ending of the episode, when SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs are selling the worms, one of SpongeBob's green holes turns red for less than a second. Again, it happens really fast, so I guess it's not that big of a deal, but I mean, SpongeBob's holes are not supposed to be red, and I mean, SpongeBob, if they were, you need to go talk to the doctor about that one, because that's not very good. What also isn't very good, though, is the last mistake in this episode right here. Get ready, guys, this one is just embarrassing.
Oh, well, at least I still have you guys.
What What is it? It comes from a baby-spotted glistening meadow worm, the rarest of its species.
Like I said, this one is really bad. So when SpongeBob is throwing out the worms, we see this blue fish approach right here and smell it, right? And what's really important here is we hear his voice, okay? Remember, he's blue. This is him right here. And he also has slime on his finger. You can see it right here. But when the scene changes, this fish changes colors. Like I said, he was blue and you see him put the slime on his fingers, but now when it flips, he's now green. He has the slime on his fingers. That's how we know it's the same fish. And he also has the same voice. So yeah, this was a major mix-up here. First he was blue, we see him put the slime on his finger, but then when it switches, the slime is on the finger of a completely different fish, and they have the same voice. So I know I'm kind of over-explaining this one, just it's easy to kind of miss it, but yeah, this episode is full of mistakes, guys, and let's keep it moving over to another episode with more crazy mistakes.
Construction workers are always hungry. Krabby Patties! Get your red hot Krabby Patties!
Next up is the episode Food PBFFT Truck, a really, really good episode from season 13. This is one of my favorites. Here are some hilarious clips from the episode.
Don't you want a Krabby Patty?
I'd love one, but it's so far away.
That food truck stole me customer! Behold! Me brand new to me food truck!
We won't sell any patties from that old jalopy.
You better sell a patty, or you better not come back. You're driving.
Ooh, I can navigate!
Okay, it's time for the mistakes. It's mistake time. It's what you guys clicked on this video for. And during this one scene, take a look at this character, Incidental 45. Well, during this one shot, the animators messed up and drew Incidental 45 2 times. He's right here at the dining table with Incidental 42, but then there's another one waiting in order to get money to Squidward. Now look, incidental duplications did happen a lot in earlier seasons of the show, like season 1, 2, or 3. It makes sense, but in modern SpongeBob, this never happens and is totally a mistake. And guys, there's one more mistake I want to show you guys today. Keep those eyes peeled.
There are so many customers here.
Maybe the Rock Bottom Mall? Where is everybody? The circus should be good for crowds.
Maybe it's a flea circus.
Yeah, it's still warm.
So as you just saw, when SpongeBob and Squidward are driving around in Rock Bottom, which is so cool by the way, seeing Rock Bottom again, I love this place. But yeah, they're driving around and they pass this question mark store once, right? But the animators must have forgot about this and reused the background or something, as they end up passing the store twice, which wouldn't have been possible. They passed it once, it should be behind them, it shouldn't reappear again in front of them. So yeah, another mistake.
1, 2, 3.
Darn it! I'll get you next time.
1, 2, 3.
Darn it!
1, 2, 3.
Darn it!
Let's keep it going with SpongeBob Season 6. You know, it isn't the best season, but what I can say for sure is a lot of Season 6 episodes have mistakes. I don't know what was going on, if the animators got lazy in Season 6, but we're gonna be talking about Pineapple Fever. Here is the first mistake.
Did somebody say something to eat?
My food!
Your food?
Is this really what we've come to? Hey, did you hear that?
Oh, it's just Patrick gnawing on his can.
So take a look at this can that Patrick is chewing on, okay? When Patrick first gets the can, it has a yellow label, as you can see right here. I'm zooming in on it, I'm circling it, as you can see, and remember guys, that label is yellow. But when SpongeBob says that the noise was Patrick chewing on the can, it now has a red label. Like, what? How did it change randomly? First it was yellow, then halfway through it changes to red, and it isn't a different can. I know this for sure, it's the same can, so the animators must have messed up and forgot that it was originally yellow. Mistakes happen, and here's another mistake in this episode.
I have an even better idea. It's a game called Boundaries. It's very simple. The object of the game is to see how long everyone can leave Squidward alone. He will stay inside boundaries he defines with chalk lines on the floor.
Did you catch it? Well, if you did, I'm impressed because this one is easy to miss. But when SpongeBob looks at the chalk Squidward threw down, his lower lip is black when it's supposed to be red. I'm zooming in here, and yeah, his lower lip is black. SpongeBob, man, you need to go have a shower or something. I don't know how your bottom lip is black. That is gnarly, dude. But yeah, 2 mistakes in this one episode, guys. Jeez. Let's keep it moving, though, and head over to another episode. Stay tuned, guys, because I'm saving some of the craziest mistakes for last, and you don't want to miss them. First up is the very, very, very iconic episode, Pizza Delivery. Like, this episode is so good and gives me so many memories. Basically, SpongeBob and Squidward are sent on a mission by Mr. Krabs to deliver a pizza, even though the Krusty Krab is like a burger place. Here's some clips from the episode. They are hilarious.
How can it get any worse?
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza.
And my feet are killing me.
Dude, now I really want pizza. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I would totally have a slice of a Krusty Krab pizza, even though it's made out of Krabby Patties, as you can see in this clip. But anyways, let's get into this episode's first mistake, and let's see if you guys can spot it on your own. Here's some clips.
We don't deliver, but you do.
Antenna. Check. Bumper. Check. Bumper. Sticker. Check.
Okay, so here's what's going on here. When SpongeBob checks the tire pressure on one of the car's tires, the hubcap disappears. Originally, there is a hubcap, as you can see in this shot, but during that one scene, the hubcap is just gone, making for a weird continuity error. And there's more. Here's mistake number 2. Keep those eyes peeled.
Front end. Check. Antenna. Check. Bumper. Check. Bumper. Sticker. Check. Back it up!
Give me the wheels, SpongeBob! Give me the wheels!
Backing up, backing up.
Well, you backed up. And you know what else? We're in the middle of nowhere!
Okay, so the delivery boat, as you can see, is white and purple on the sides and front, but the rear has a classic red stripe. Well, it starts out as red, but when the boat is spinning down the road during this scene, it has a purple tint. But to make matters even worse, it actually turns entirely purple when it breaks down. At first, the stripe is red, as you can see in this shot, but then it just randomly turns purple. I guess the animators forgot about it being red, but anyways, let's move over to episode number 2, which has even more mistakes. Let's do it. Up next is an episode with a very intriguing name, The Krabby Patty That Ate Bikini Bottom. Sounds like a horror movie. In this episode, a Krabby Patty grows too large after Sandy adds one of Sandy's scientific ingredients to it. It's a very interesting plot. I personally like this episode. Here are some clips summarizing it.
This is the result of an experimental growth serum I developed. It could easily feed a lot of hungry people.
Or supply an entire fast food restaurant, lowering its operating cost. Administer the growth serum. There.
So, how big's this thing supposed to get?
Hey, who cares? It's an endless supply of free patties.
Easy, boy. Easy.
Yeah, Mr. Krabs, you are crazy, dude. Like, you risked everything. You risked so many people's lives just to potentially make more money with your stupid Krabby Patties. But anyways, what's also stupid in this episode is the mistakes. There's a couple of them. Let's see if you guys can spot the first one without my help.
Did I already show you my single-wheeled roller skates? Or my helicopter that's powered by coconut milk?
Actually, I'm not really interested in all that.
Well, is there something in particular you wanted to see?
Tell me about your giant soybean.
This is the result of an experimental growth serum I developed. I sure would hate to see it fall into the wrong hands. Someone who might just use it to try to get...
Rich, can I borrow your telephone? It's ringing.
Mr. Krabs, I came as soon as I got the call.
Did you bring a Krabby Patty like I was planning to ask you to do?
Aye, Captain.
Perfect!
So here's the thing, Sandy's tree dome, right? The inside of it, there's no water. There's no water at all. We kind of talked about it in the last episode, right? No water. So there should be no bubbles inside her tree dome, right? Well, in Sandy's tree dome in this episode, bubbles appear during motion as if it's underwater. Take a look at some of these shots. Normally when SpongeBob characters are underwater and they move around, there'll be little bubble animations, right? But inside Sandy's tree dome, that should not happen. But during this occasion, where Mr. Krabs puts the phone down, look, why are there bubble animations? It also happens when he picks it up. Look, there's bubble animations again, so.
Let's book him!
Wow, you guys are good.
Let's throw peanuts at him and see how he likes it!
I get what I deserve. Ouch.
Let's kick things off with a classic, the smoking peanut from season 2. There is a spicy mistake in this episode.
Hey, Patrick, what are you doing?
I'm just continuing my investigation of the Great Clamu Caper.
Have you found out anything?
Yes. No, wait. No. Don't worry, SpongeBob. Patrick's on the case. The truth will be revealed.
I'd better go see Sandy. She'll know what to do.
Stand it anymore. What kind of inconsiderate person would upset such a gentle creature?
This first mistake is really bad, as well SpongeBob is running to Sandy's tree dome and says, I'll ask Sandy, she'll know what to do. A bubble transition starts as it always does, but if you look closely, a blue card from Rough Draft Korea can be seen for a split second. Now I'm sure some of you guys are wondering what is going on here, but Rough Draft Korea is actually where SpongeBob is animated, where like the 2D animation of the show is actually done, so this was a major mistake. This shouldn't be here. But hey, mistakes happen, and let's keep it going, guys, as this video is filled to the brim with crazy mistakes. Let's keep it moving.
Figaro, Figaro, Figaro.
It's so beautiful.
First up is the episode Choir Boys, which has some wild mistakes. Roll the clips. Here's the first one.
Looks like a forlorn SpongeBob lying sprawled across the dirt. Oh, what a lovely day for me! Huh?
Squidward, my playmate Patrick is away. I am desperate for something to do and someone to play with.
Well, I got no time for the likes of you.
This one's just really funny, like it makes me laugh, but when SpongeBob lays on the ground and puts his hand on Squidward near the beginning of the episode, SpongeBob's hand can be seen going through Squidward's tentacles. It clips through it, which is a major animation mistake. This is probably more of an animation glitch. I don't think the animators did it intentionally, but look at that, I'm zooming in on it. That is a mistake, and there's more. Here's the next one. Roll the clip.
Figaro, 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 Figaro.
Stop! I hereby issue you this ticket for reckless frowning and failing to listen to my song. Solo mio!
SpongeBob, I will be late to practice with all of your tomfoolery slowing me down.
Did ya catch it? As when Squidward rips off SpongeBob's fake mustache, just saying, SpongeBob looks pretty cool with a mustache. He should consider growing one out. But when Squidward rips it off, the latter's right arm is missing for a bit. That arm is gone. Look at it, it's missing, it's disappeared. Talk about a mistake, guys. Let's keep it moving though and head over to another mistake that has some unbelievable mistakes that you've never seen before, so stay tuned. As you guys know, Squidward Squidward is a very depressed character. And you know, I kind of get it. Squidward is very grumpy and he can be kind of rude, but he's also very misunderstood. No one acknowledges what Squidward's good at in life, and I kind of get it. Everyone just roasts him and is mean. It's his own fault, but anyways. Our next episode is Are You Happy Now? And this episode is all about SpongeBob trying to help Squidward find a happy moment in life. It's kind of sad. Here's some clips.
What's your happiest memory, Squidward?
Let me think. I guess I don't have a happiest memory. Oh, well.
You don't have a happiest memory?
So what?
How can you live without a happiest memory?
You're right, SpongeBob. I don't have a happiest memory. This is horrible.
Don't worry, Squidward. I'll help you make a happiest memory.
Like I said, this episode's really sad. Like, Squidward just literally doesn't have a happy memory. But thank goodness for SpongeBob actually trying to be his friend. But anyways, let's get into the mistakes. This episode has 2. Here's the first one. I want to see if you guys can find it without me assisting you. Keep those eyes peeled.
Hi, I'd like to order a Krabby Patty, please. Okay, can someone else take my order?
This is horrible.
Don't worry, Squidward. I'll help you make a happiest memory. You love music, right, Squidward?
Mm-hmm.
Then this'll definitely be your happiest memory. Oops, that was a sour note.
This is not my happiest memory.
This one is pretty bad, as when SpongeBob says, oops, that was a sour note, Incidental 104, who is sitting right behind him, is missing her shirt. This is a kid show, so the fact that she's literally just sitting there without a shirt on is very inappropriate. Like, this was a bad, how do you even make this mistake? Seriously, like, how did the animators forgot to give her a shirt, but still drew her, you know? Anyways, let's move on to mistake number 2.
All right, let me see that. The Krusty Krab work schedule? What's so great about this?
It's my happy book. The Krusty Krab is where all of my happiest memories occurred.
Oops, I accidentally burned up your memories.
Don't worry, Squidward. I have a whole cabinet of backups.
This one isn't that big of a deal, I guess, but as you can see in this shot, Squidward drops the work schedule book on the grill, and it just burns immediately, like it's looking very crispy. But what about this scene when it's lying on the grill while SpongeBob is reading it? Why doesn't it burn? There's just a weird continuity error. When Squidward puts it down, it burns, right? It's flammable, but when SpongeBob's reading it, nothing happens to it. So just some weird decisions in this episode for sure. Let's move over to our final episode of today. It's really bad. Be prepared.
When I get through with you, your own ringmaster won't recognize you.
This next mistake happens very fast. It can be found in the episode Don't Feed the Clowns, so I'm just gonna get right into it. Keep those eyes peeled!
Here's your stool! Here's your stamper!
So during these business building scenes, we see the character R.A. Pennypincher a bunch of times. He's just there within the business building. But during this one scene, the animators must have been feeling lazy or something. I don't know what was going on, as Pennypincher is replaced with another Incidental 41. Kinda weird. I know this might not seem like that big of a mistake, but it is a mistake, so it's very strange. Let's keep it moving though and head over to another episode. This one, guys, be prepared. Be prepared. It's gonna be a wild mistake. First up is the episode Arbor Day Disarray, which is a new episode from season 13. This episode only aired in June, so yeah, it's very new, and it has some mistakes. Here's the first one. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
I use the power of science to make special acorns that'll grow into saltwater trees. Oh. tree. You need to talk to him.
Hi, I'm SpongeBob.
This one is easy to catch because it's a very blatant mistake. Like the animators, I don't know how they missed this one, but take a look at Squidward's face. Yeah, not only is this Grumpster missing his eyebrows, but he's also missing his forehead wrinkles. Normally Squidward looks like this, as most of you guys know, but in this one shot, I guess the animators were feeling a little lazy because, yeah, Squidward's face is missing some detail. But let's keep it moving. There's another mistake in this episode. I want you guys to catch it.
A little while later.
Hello, Sandy.
Oh, howdy, SpongeBob. How's your new tree doing? Are you talking to it?
My tree's been doing all the talking.
Are you feeling okay, SpongeBob?
Hang on, Sparky wants to talk to you.
Why did you leave me with this giggling hunk of holes? What is that horrible noise? What? It's okay, buddy. Talent isn't everything. Your case? It's nothing. Hey, Squidward, your barber called. He said he's sorry. Should have stayed.
This one isn't that big of a deal because it is a cartoon, guys. Like, SpongeBob has a lot of mistakes, but sometimes I am self-aware of the fact that it's due to it being a kid's cartoon. But, where is Patrick's house, guys, in this one shot right here? It should be right beside Squidward's, but it's missing. This right here is Conch Street, and as you can see, we got SpongeBob, Squidward, and Patrick's house all on one street. But in this one shot, I guess the animators were feeling, again, kinda lazy, and just thought it would be easy not to draw Patrick's house, right? But again, it's a cartoon, not a big deal. But let's keep it going, guys, because this next episode has a crazy mistake.
Is him? Aren't you the esteemed Squilliam Fancyson III?
No, I am not.
Oh, that's too bad. If you were Squilliam Fancyson, I would offer you your very own music class.
My very own music class.
First up is the season 6 episode, Professor Squidward, which, to be honest with you guys, is not the best episode. You know, the plot is kind of cool because we get to see Squilliam, but not the best episode. What it does have, though, is this mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Isn't it grand?
What is?
He's such a great musician.
All right, I've had enough. Bunch of nonsense.
So this character right here is known as Incidental F9, and as you can see, she's wearing this dress. It looks very good, she looks very pretty. But seconds later after that shot I just showed you, when we hear Fred say, "Isn't it grand?" Incidental F9's dress is missing. Her dress is just gone, and I highly doubt Shorty took her dress off in the middle of, like, what? Where's her dress? Where'd it go? That's not it for this episode, guys. I have another mistake. This one, though, you really need to pay attention to.
Would you two nincompoops cut it out? Or am I gonna...
Hello! We're with the local Bikini Bottom news channel.
I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna get my tuition back.
Wow! You're not going anywhere.
Like I said, this one's kind of complicated, guys, so listen closely. So during this scene where Patrick rides his locomotive into the trash can, we can see Squidward exit the building from this door right here, this door, and it leads to outside where he places the trash can, right? This door right here leads to outside, remember. But later on in this episode, this completely changes. It's like the animators forget, because when both news crews and the police come into Squidward's classroom, they enter the same door that Squidward took to go outside, but now it leads to a hallway. Before it led to here, outside, now it leads to a hallway. So a bit of a continuity error here. I don't know what's going on, but let's keep the video going, guys, and head over to another crazy episode with tons of mistakes. Don't click off. Here's another crazy mistake for you guys. It happens very quickly in the episode, The Two Faces of Squidward. I love this episode. He turns into handsome Squidward, but enough about handsome squids or handsome sea creatures. Here's the mistake.
Whose parts were white as snow?
excuse me for just a second. Do you mind? I'm trying to work at a fast food restaurant. You might want to try it sometime.
I sure would, Squidward. That sounds...
Wait a minute. SpongeBob, you already do work at a fast food restaurant.
Yeah!
Krabby!
All right. I am gonna... well, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
So, when SpongeBob and Patrick are in the kitchen, as you can see, the end condiments on this shelf right here, the end condiments are ketchup and mayonnaise. Okay, it goes ketchup and mayonnaise. You can see it right here, remember. But in the next few scenes, this completely changes. And now it's mustard, then ketchup. First it was ketchup, then mayo. Now it's mustard, then ketchup. I guess they could have changed the order, but considering this all happens in a matter of seconds, this was definitely a mistake, guys. And it's kind of a bad one. But hey, let's keep it moving over to another episode full to the brim with mistakes. Next up is the episode House Sittin' for Sandy. This is a really good one. It's basically all about Sandy making the terrible decision of letting SpongeBob and Patrick watch her tree dome, and just, yeah, as you can imagine, SpongeBob and Patrick are not the most responsible people, or Sponge and Starfish, so yeah, it doesn't go very well. Here's some clips.
Now pay attention as I clue you in on some of your more elaborate responsibilities. This is the robot warehouse. It's where I keep all my robots. All you gotta do is come in here and count every single one of these robots and make sure none of them's gone missing.
Patrick, no! You promised me you weren't gonna touch anything. Well, now that that's settled, let's see where I... Yes, Patrick.
Can I?
Patrick, how many times do we...
Yeah, this episode is crazy. Like, at one point, they accidentally activate a bunch of Sandy's robots and just, yeah, havoc ensues. But anyways, we're here for mistakes, guys. Some spicy mistakes that you missed. I'm sure you guys missed this one. Keep those eyes peeled.
It's not as bad as it seems.
Oh yeah, what makes you say that?
Not everything's broken.
Sandy! How was the Inventors Convention?
Funny y'all should ask that. I brought home something real handy. Eureka! It works!
Okay, so this first mistake is very complicated, so listen closely, guys, like listen carefully, all right? When Sandy aims the rubble reversal ray, SpongeBob is holding the beaker, as you can see right here, right? When Sandy fires it and SpongeBob and Patrick scream before the beam goes over them, SpongeBob is now not holding the beaker. I mean, I don't know how he just put it down, but then when the tree dome is fixed, why does SpongeBob yet again have the beaker again? It's like a weird continuity error. First he has it, then he doesn't have it, then he has it again. I am nitpicking, but this is technically like a continuity error, and it's kind of a weird one. Moving from good old-fashioned SpongeBob to the Patrick Star Show, our next episode is called The Prehistoric Patrick Star Show. It's kind of like a spin-off episode where they go back in time. It's interesting. Here's some clips. I think it's personally a really good episode.
Hush up, will ya? I'll get you some food. Food? Food! Plants, not food! Finally, food!
Food? What do you mean, food? I'm doing my laundry. Eat your own loincloth.
See, like I said, it's actually pretty good. I feel like the Patrick Star Show gets way too much criticism, guys. Like, the show isn't perfect, but it is a good show. It has some funny moments. But anyways, what we're here to talk about isn't funny moments. We're here to talk about mistakes. It's why you clicked on the video. So here's the first mistake from this episode. Let's see if you guys can spot it without my help.
Me, Patrick, Cave Star! And me live with cave parents! This became Dad! This became Mom! This me cave! And This be Cave Show!
Were you able to catch it? Well, when Patrick Cavestar introduces his show at the end of the theme song, part of his outfit changes and gains an extra spot. At first, the outfit looks like this, and it's pretty consistent throughout the episode. But during this one part at the end of the theme song, his outfit is looking weird, man, and it has this extra spot here, which I guess isn't that big of a deal, but it's still a continuity error, and this episode has two. Here's the next one. Let's see if you guys can find it without me helping you guys.
I hate spicy food.
Dinosaur milk ice cream.
Oh!
Hello? Me not pray.
Now it's time for sneak attack. Hey! Got me ice cream!
This one happens fast, but when Patrick Cavestar finds a prehistoric version of Walter the Waiter selling dinosaur milk ice cream, this is a really cool reference because it's the same dude from the first SpongeBob movie, from Goofy Goobers. He makes these sundaes, as you can see right here. But anyways, when Patrick Cavestar finds him, Patrick's brown beard is just missing. It's just, they forgot to draw it during this one scene, and it's pretty funny. But let's keep the video going, guys, and head back over to SpongeBob. This next episode is hilarious.
2 front row seats, but you and a friend will go backstage to meet Kelpie G himself.
Me and a friend. Oh, can you believe it? We're gonna meet your hero!
So nice to be surrounded by such kindred spirits.
Who's ready for a Kelpie G concert tonight?
Was it you who brought the raucous miscreant?
Me? No, of course not, no.
It's very easy to miss, but here's the thing. When SpongeBob and Squidward are at the Kelpie G concert, they are the only ones with backstage passes, even though everyone else should also have a backstage pass, right? Like, this was such a main plot point of the episode. Why don't all of these other Squidward-looking head dudes have their own backstage passes? So yeah, weird mistake. And last but not least is the episode Don't Wake Patrick. This episode is all about Patrick sleepwalking and just, yeah, here. I'll let these clips summarize what happens in this episode. Pay attention because it's really good.
Huh. I don't remember making such a mess. And I'm pretty sure I didn't eat spaghetti. Oh, hey, Patrick.
Okay, it's time for mistakes, guys. There is one really bad mistake in this episode. Keep those eyes peeled, watch closely. So this one is very easy to miss, but during the scene where Patrick is sleepwalking through traffic, like, I have no idea how this man didn't get hit by a car. Well, take a look at these incidentals, because none of them were drawn with pupils. You can see they have their eyes, but there's no pupils, and guys, I'm sorry, but that's a mistake. Well, that's going to do it for today's video, but really quickly, don't click off yet, guys. If you're new and you want to talk to me, Cartoon Corey, make sure to subscribe as I respond to the comments of all subscribers. So if you click subscribe right now and leave a comment, I'll respond for sure within the next 2 or 3 days. So click subscribe, do it, and leave that comment right now if you want to talk to me. Also, if you guys are looking for more SpongeBob content, click this video right here, which has some of the craziest mistakes we've ever covered, guys. This video has tons tons of mistakes, so go and click it. I'll see you guys over on that video. What's up, Grapple Gang? Cartoon Corey here, and in today's video, we're gonna be talking about like 100 Easter eggs in SpongeBob. I'm gonna be splitting this video into 2 parts, just saying. Now, how this is gonna work, okay, is I'm going to point out the Easter egg, and then I'm gonna show you clips of what that Easter egg is referencing. All right, so I'm gonna shut up and get started. Hysterical history. Here's the first Easter egg.
Surprise! The Museum of Bikini Bottom History?
No tickets, please.
Here you go.
That's really cool. So as you just seen there, King Neptune's crown from the first 2004 SpongeBob SquarePants movie appears in a glass case at the museum entrance. A really cool reference to literally the best SpongeBob movie, just say. Here's Easter egg number 2.
Looks like this floor covers Bikini Bottom's old pioneer days.
Wow, a genuine antique rock. The pioneers used to ride these babies for miles.
Giddy up!
I love this one. I'm not 100% sure if this is an intentional Easter egg, but I also really do think it is. As you've seen in Pizza Delivery, SpongeBob makes a comment about being able to ride a rock, and then he literally even rides the rock in the episode. And it seems this is referenced in Hysterical History, because as you guys just heard, SpongeBob looks at this antique rock and says that the pioneers used to ride these babies for miles, and the rock is even rideable just like in Pizza Delivery. So cool. Let's keep it going though. More Easter eggs are coming up.
Look here, fellas. Millions of years ago, this here land was called Bikini Top.
A gazillion years ago, Bikini Top was hit by a humongous anchor.
The anchor flattened the hill to the bottom of the ocean.
It's really quick, but Primitive SpongeBob and Primitive Patrick from SB129 reappear during the Bikini Bottom origin scene. Also, the prehistoric location and houses from UGG also reappear in the scene.
But the pioneers have to watch out for the... dirty, stinky outlaws!
Oh no! It's the Grungy Gang!
This Easter egg is more of like a recent one, so I understand some of you guys not getting it. But if you look at these guys that are a part of the Grungy Gang, they're actually the same cowboys from the season 13 episode, A Skin Wrinkle in Time. Pretty cool, but this next Easter egg from Hysterical History is way cooler.
Psychedelic Sea Era.
Yeah, so who remembers SpongeBob's Last Stand? Patrick and SpongeBob, they like protest the demolition of Jellyfish Fields, and they dressed like hipster versions of themselves. Well, they make a reappearance in this scene right here, and they look as chill as ever. All right, let's head over to our next episode, which is extremely recent. It's Big League Bob, which premiered in like August, maybe even September. Anyways, here's the Easter egg.
Culinary Stadium Restaurant? What's that?
It's a bold new concept. We've converted a baseball stadium into a restaurant. Welcome to the Culinary Stadium, food fans.
I love this, but back in the day, there was the episode The Great Snail Race from SpongeBob Season 3, where SpongeBob enters Gary, Patrick enters his pet rock, Rocky, and Squidward enters his pet Snelly. I love this episode, it's a banger, and as you guys saw, this is referenced in Big League Bob. I love Easter eggs like this, guys. The Steven Hillenburg era of SpongeBob will never be like topped. And I know some people hate like them putting these references in, but for me, there's like no harm in it. Like it's just cool. Now guys, we're gonna head over to another episode now. Let's head over to Sammy Suckerfish. There's like 3 Easter eggs in this episode and they're all really freaking cool. Here's the first one.
Krabs is cheap. Squidward smells.
It's true! Ooh, Squidward smells great!
References to old school SpongeBob are always the best, so I love this first one, as that graffiti right there is a reference to Sailor Mouth. It says Squidward smells and Mr. Krabs is a blank, and this is identical to what SpongeBob finds on the dumpster in Sailor Mouth.
Sorry, Sammy, but we need your tongue.
I think it's clean enough now.
Easter egg number 2 from Sammy Suckerfish is all about the sterilized Krabby Patty, as it seems to be similar to SpongeBob's sterilized kitchen in Procrastination. Some people on Reddit said this one's an Easter egg, but I don't know, guys. This next one, though, is definitely an Easter egg.
What do you expect from a sewer dwellers convention? Table manners?
So this dude right here is the sewer monster, and he actually made his first appearance all the way back in like season 6, so like 15, 12 years ago. But in Sammy Suckerfish, he actually like randomly appears as a customer, and this is the first time we've seen him since Krabby Chronicles, so a really interesting one here. That's it for Sammy Suckerfish, but let's head over to Sheldon SquarePants. This one has one Easter egg that's really cool.
Why, look, Cecil! It's a baby boy!
Fantastic! I've always wanted our son to have a brother!
Some might argue if this is actually an Easter egg or not, but the ending of Sheldon SquarePants, as you just seen, hints that Patrick's parents from the Patrick Star Show are canonically alive outside of the Patrick Star Show. We've never seen them outside of the Patrick Star Show, and remember that like them being introduced technically retconned Patrick's actual parents from regular SpongeBob, Herb and Margie. So technically an Easter egg, but if you want the real deal, let's head over to The Dirty Bubble Bass, which has 4 Easter eggs in the one episode. Here's the first one.
Think we can handle this ourselves?
This is really cool. So back in Mermaid Pants, which isn't the oldest episode, but it's still already around like 10 years old. But in this episode, it's revealed that Mr. Krabs is actually a comic book fan, which I'm gonna be honest with you, is not very like accurate to his character. This dude used to serve in the Navy. When was he ever reading comics? But anyways, Mr. Krabs' superhero room that was first introduced in Mermaid Pants reappears in his office in this episode. This one goes really back to Krusty Krab training video, one of my favorite SpongeBob episodes, as in this episode we see this please wash your fins sign right here. Now we literally haven't seen this sign since that episode, and even in shots of the Krusty Krab washroom and other episodes, like we don't see the sign there. But we do see it in the Dirty Bubble Bass right here, making for a cool reference.
Should I say, chomp pot?
This one is definitely like a deep cut. You have to really like watch SpongeBob to get this one. But back in The Hankering, a big plot point is this large vat of chum, okay? And in The Dirty Bubble Bass, it just randomly reappears right here, which is a cool reference. It's a very random one, but it's cool. Here's one more from The Dirty Bubble Bass, and then we'll head over to our next episode.
382.
Did you catch it? Well, the kitchen sign from the classic episode Welcome to the Chum Bucket reappears in that same chum vat scene. Now these 4 were awesome, but they've got nothing on the Easter eggs in Squidiot Box. Here's the first one.
Imagine, huh? Oh. Not bad. A jungle safari could be fun.
Squid... Holy cow. I almost just like broke my whole mic. When Squidward imagines himself in a safari outfit, this is actually a reference as he wears the same safari outfit that he wore in Yellow Pavement. Well, the hat's the same, so this one might be a reach. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. It's kind of similar. Next up, we've got the episode Bassword. Here's Easter egg number 1.
Old Man Jenkins has a plane!
E-I-E-I. Oh, yeah. Quit it.
You folks are lucky. I was just headed into the city to pick up the new Farmer's Almanac.
This one is so cool. So if we go back to, I believe, season 3, we have the episode, The Sponge Who Could Fly. And in this episode, SpongeBob wants to fly like the jellyfish. And when his pants get like inflated, he actually like kind of flies. Now, there's a running gag in this episode about Old Man Jenkins and his plane, as you guys seen in the clips, all right? Well, this exact plane from The Sponge Who Could Fly reappears in Bassword after like at least like 15, maybe 20 years. So really cool reference right here. This shows whoever wrote this episode actually watched OG SpongeBob. Here's mistake number 2.
Jetsam City, here I come.
Wish me luck.
Remember what I told you, boy. Keep your eye on the key.
This one's like interesting, but the Bikini Bottom Station has the exact same design it had back in The Great Patty Capper. And while this could like just be a coincidence, what isn't is that some of these same characters appear on the train. Really cool. Let's head over to our next episode, Buff for Puff. Of course, here's the Easter egg and what the Easter egg is referencing.
Crack you right out of my show, bro!
Whoa, Mr. Krabs! Looking good!
Alright, if you aren't a massive SpongeBob nerd like I am and tapped into the SpongeBob universe, you might not get this one. But as some of you probably know, there's a SpongeBob spin-off show called Camp Coral. And there's a bunch of characters that are introduced in Camp Coral that we haven't really seen in SpongeBob. And this happens for Buff for Puff, as both Moe and Craig Mamelton appear weightlifting together, which is also a reference to them being Frigate Captain members back in Camp Coral as well. So yeah, here's Easter egg number 2 from Buff for Puff.
This was a mistake. Abandon Jim!
You can do this, Mr. Krabs. Do it for Mrs. Puff. Huh?
Oh, you're right.
Okay, that's enough stretching. Wow. Now we're ready for a morning jog.
You gotta be a nerd to catch these ones, okay? You gotta be like a nerd like Cartoon Corey who has no life and just watches SpongeBob all the time. But SpongeBob's gym outfit in this shot right here is the exact same one he wears when exercising with Gary in Gary's Got Legs. This might just be like a character model thing and not necessarily a reference, but it's still pretty cool. And I'm still not done yet, guys. Let's head over to Single Cell Defense and talk about the Easter egg I found in that episode. I had to cough so hard there, which is why I sounded like I was dying at the end of that line. But here's Easter egg number 1. Okay, so this flower shop right here with shattered glass is a reference to the episode Love That Squid. You guys seen the clips before this, so you get it, but this one's hilarious. I love that they even kept the shattered glass from Love That Squid. Love That Squid is from like season 7, and this is a season 14 episode, so it's crazy to me that in 7 seasons they did not fix this glass. That is like hilarious. Here's Easter egg number 2.
But remember, this technique is to be used strictly for self-defense.
Oh, of course, Sensei Sandy.
Are you gonna teach me how to get revenge on my attacker or what?
Whoa, karate ain't for revenge. It's a delicate art that helps you protect yourself.
Yeah, fine.
Great.
This one's kinda weak, but I'm gonna include it anyways. But as you heard, Sandy tells Plankton to only use self-defense for good, which is exactly what she told Squidward in Squid Defense. So maybe an Easter egg here, and even if it is one, it's kinda lame, so let's head over to one that's actually really good. I'm talking about Jolly Lodgers. All the past couple of Easter eggs we covered now were from season 14 and a little bit from season 13. This one's from season 12. Here's Easter egg number 1. It's easy to miss, okay? But when Squidward's bus arrives at Hotel Halibut, Jim's limousine from the original Fry Cook can be seen outside of the hotel, making for an awesome reference. I loved Jim the Fry Cook. He's from the original Fry Cook, a season 5 episode. So it's cool to see that the dude's car is being referenced like 6 seasons later. There's another Easter egg in this episode, or I guess I should say Easter eggs, because it's like a ton of Easter eggs in one.
Look! Dr. Manowar! Having the sea cucumber!
Oh my gosh! Jeffrey Jellyfish!
I've covered this one a couple of times before in shorts, so if you've seen it before, I'm sorry. But there are numerous references to the episode I'm Your Biggest Fanatic. In I'm Your Biggest Fanatic, we learn that SpongeBob is obsessed with Kevin C. Cucumber, who's like a famous jellyfisher, and he attends a jellyfishing convention, where we see Dr. Manowar, Big Lenny, and the Jelly Spotters. And all of these characters reappear in Jolly Lodgers. For example, here's a side-by-side of Dr. Manowar, and even a side-by-side of Kevin C. Cucumber. The dude hasn't even aged a little bit. Let's do the episode Ma and Pa's Big Hurrah, another season 14 episode, which is all about SpongeBob's mom and dad making their first reappearance in a couple of episodes. That isn't the Easter egg though. So this one's debatable, but this seems to be a reference to the season 5 episode Roller Cowards. In this episode, SpongeBob and Patrick want to ride a new roller coaster at Glove World, the Fury Fisto Pain. It pretty much like kills people, but they really want to ride it. Now, in Ma and Pa's Big Hurrah, as you guys saw, when SpongeBob and his parents are at Glove World, they skate on a roller coaster that looks like pretty much identical to the Fury Fisto Pain. It isn't confirmed to be an Easter egg, but let me know what you guys think in the comments. I think this is an Easter egg. Check out our next Easter egg in the episode Sponge Chovy.
Krabby Patty! Krabby Patty!
Krabby Patty!
Oh, all this meeting is gonna drive me cuckoo, Mr. Krabs!
What a cool reference to the first ever episode of SpongeBob. It's not exactly identical, but it's very close, with SpongeBob sending numerous Krabby Patties out to anchovies just like he did in Help Wanted. Now that's gonna do it for part 1, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I love you guys, the Grapple Gang. If you're new, make sure to subscribe, and guys, click this video right here, where I cover like a ton of mistakes in SpongeBob, Bluey, The Amazing World of Gumball, Gravity Falls, Pokemon, tons of cartoons. Also, just saying again, look how close we are to 1 million. Please subscribe.
They taste even better.
What you doing?
Having an antique sale.
Look at this thing. Pretty cool, huh?
We're heading over to a classic episode for this next one, One Krabs' Trash. This one's all about this hat right here that Mr. Krabs throws out, but once SpongeBob wants it, Mr. Krabs now magically wants it back, despite the fact that he literally threw it away. Like what? It's a funny episode, really good episode, peak SpongeBob, and there's only really one mistake. Here's a hint, guys. It has to do with Squidward's house, okay? Roll the footage, please.
I'm gonna have to scare it off of it.
Oh my gosh! A floating shopping list!
A curse will descend on you unless the hat is returned to its owner immediately. What are you doing here?
I was just returning the cursed soda drink hat to its original owner. He's buried out in Floater Cemetery.
Give me that shovel.
It was his hat, Mr. Krabs! He was number 1!
Alright, so as you guys know, I'm gonna say this part really quickly because I know I have regulars watching that have heard me say this a million times, but this right here is Conch Street, and as you guys can see, it goes Patrick, Squidward, and SpongeBob's house. Well, in this episode, One Krabs' Trash, when Mr. Krabs leaves SpongeBob's house and heads to the cemetery, they just didn't draw, like, Squidward's house at all. In situations where, like, SpongeBob, Patrick, or Squidward's house is missing, it's usually due to the angle, but in this this case, you can see from the angle right here, it should be right here, but they just did not draw it. A little bit of cartoon logic there, but also a bit of laziness, I'd say. And guys, I've got more lazy SpongeBob mistakes to talk about, but first, let's talk about a random mistake. For those who are new, this is where we take a quick break from SpongeBob. We're gonna go right back to SpongeBob, so don't click off, but we take a quick break to talk about mistakes in a random cartoon. And I know I said it 3 times, but I'm gonna say it again, and then we go right back to SpongeBob, so don't click off. Now, today we're gonna do the Loud House, but don't worry, I seen the community poll. Mickey Mouse won, so I'm gonna do Mickey Mouse in the next video. For now though, we're doing the Loud House. To be more specific, we're doing the episode Tripped, and here's a hint, this character right here is Rita, and you wanna pay attention to her lipstick. Roll the footage, please.
Hey! Oh, I've been working a lot of overtime lately.
All right, so you guys may have saw, all right, this patient right here sprays Rita with the water jet, and we literally see her lipstick get washed off. Like, as you can see here, it is washed off of her face. But literally seconds later, when she explains that she has been working overtime, look, her lipstick is like randomly back on her face, despite the fact that we literally seen it get washed off seconds before. Cartoon logic, yes, but also pretty lazy. And here's another one.
Honey, do you think there's something strange about this bus?
Cool tattoos, mister. Your tattoo artist forgot to give this lady clothes. Don't worry, I'll fix it.
OM gosh, I am totes obsessed with your bracelets.
This one happens very quickly, but this character right here is Lana, okay? This is how she looks. I'm showing a PNG. And when Lana is about to draw the prisoner's tattoo in the clips you guys just seen, one of her pigtails just disappears randomly. You could argue that it's due to the angle, but I don't think so, guys. Like, it's just gone for a couple of frames, and then it comes back, of course. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Do you think it was a mistake or not? But yeah, back to SpongeBob, and don't worry, I've got more random mistakes coming up. Don't worry.
Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy fan club members, unite! Unite! Drippy Brothers Studios is currently in production on the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy movie!
Some of my favorite episodes of SpongeBob are the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes. I love them. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 1, 2, 3, and 4. Even the 5th one was pretty good. But one that's very underrated is Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy Part 6, the motion picture. Let me know how you guys feel about this episode in the comments, but let's dive into this episode's one mistake. The mistake is really bad.
Good morning, SpongeBob.
Everything's ruined. At least we got the footage.
Yeah, I got the footage.
Did you guys catch it? It happens very, very quickly. But when Patrick says, "Good morning, SpongeBob," take a look at his pants as they're weirdly miscolored. It seems like they got the colors flipped. I'm showing a side-by-side of what his pants normally look like. And dude, what is going on here? Like, it just looks so awkward in Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy Part 6. I'm zooming in, and yeah, that's not how Patrick's pants are supposed to look. So yeah, let's keep it moving though. And head over to another episode, Grapple Gang. This is gonna be fun today.
This is my favorite department store and like the heart of the big city.
We're back to season 13, baby. And this episode's really cool because it's all about Pearl. As you guys know, SpongeBob primarily focuses around, obviously SpongeBob. But lately, especially in the later seasons, there's a lot of episodes that will focus around the side characters, which is really good for world building and building up the SpongeBob universe. So yeah, this episode we're gonna be talking about Upturned Girls. I love it. It's all about Pearl and Narlene going on their own little adventure. SpongeBob's barely even there. What is definitely there though are mistakes. There's 2, and here's the first one. I want you to pay attention to Pearl's shirt.
Sorry.
Wait a minute. I know you two. You're those hooligans. It's those wily whales.
Alright, so I will admit there's a chance that this one is intentional and not entirely a mistake, but if we look at Pearl's design, she always wears the shirt with a P on it, so she's very self-absorbed, but she wears a shirt with her initial on it. And in the sketch of Pearl that we've seen in the clips I just showed you, they completely forgot to put the P. So yeah, very, very weird. Might not be a mistake though. This one coming up right now though is definitely a mistake. Roll the footage.
Oh, hi, SpongeBob.
Hi, Pearl.
Hey, SpongeBob! was just on our way to the big city.
Ooh, I'd love to. I can't abandon these lovely people.
Then why don't I show you around the big city? So, Pearl, looks like we got ourselves a deal. Okay. Two whale gals reconnoitering the big city together. If we want to do that loitering thing in the city, I'll need an advance on my allowance.
This character right here is Incidental 31, okay? And you'll notice that he has these like blue stripes on his back right here. Now, throughout this scene, we eventually get this moment where Pearl like touches him. She actually wipes her fins on his back, which just shows how rude Pearl is even more. But here's the issue. When she wipes her flipper on his back, look, the blue stripes just magically disappear. These are a part of his skin, so they wouldn't just wipe away. I want to make this clear. Like, the animators, I don't know what they did here, but the blue stripes should just go away. Talk about a weird mistake.
Oh, sounds like Mr. Krabs is bragging about me again to his associates.
But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to let the little guy go today.
Yep, he's gonna have to what?
Next up, we have the season 7 episode Model Sponge, which I actually personally like. SpongeBob starts to think he's like a famous actor in the episode. Well, actually, SpongeBob thinks that he's gonna become a famous actor. It doesn't actually go that way. He actually gets used to clean the sink. Anyways, though, we're here for mistakes. Here's the first one, and it is weird, Grapple Gang. Be prepared.
You said you are a professional actor.
Well, I'm not. I am a fry cook. I'm sorry to waste your time, mister.
Wait!
It happens really, really fast, so I cannot blame you guys if you didn't catch it, but when SpongeBob says in the clips you guys just saw, "I'm sorry to waste your time, mister," his normally gray spatula that's literally always gray in every other episode randomly turns yellow for a split second. Like, what? For this one, it's just confusing. I don't know if it's a layering issue. I don't really know what happened here. Maybe they originally drew it yellow and then realized it was supposed to be gray and fixed it in post, but for one frame they slipped up. I don't know. But stay tuned because the next mistake we're going to be covering from this next episode is going to blow your brain. Let's do it.
In all my years of fry cookery, I have never seen such a lovely group of patties. Especially you.
Next up, we have the episode all about SpongeBob falling in love with a Krabby Patty. Yeah, To Love a Patty's the episode, and we're gonna dive right into the errors. Roll the footage.
When we're together, I feel like we're in our own little world. Like nothing can hurt us.
Did you guys catch it? This is a classic type of mistake that we've seen many times in SpongeBob. But when SpongeBob says, "Oh, Patty, when we're together, I feel like we're in our own little world," his white teeth that are supposed to be, you know, white turn yellow for a split second. Okay, one more from this episode.
In all my years of fry cookery, I have never seen such a lovely group of patties. You. May I call you Patty?
Alright, so when SpongeBob first looks at the patty, okay, it has a face made out of condiments, and that's all that's on the Krabby Patty. But here's the issue. In every scene before and after this episode, there is a whole tomato slice covering the patty. So when SpongeBob looks close up at it, why is the tomato not there? But it's there in all of these shots before and after the one close-up scene. It's very, very weird. It's time for another random mistake, baby, and we're doing my favorite cartoon Corey's favorite Pokemon. The episode is from the Diamond and Pearl season or arc of Pokemon. The episode is A Starvia is Born. And here's your hint, okay? This right here is a PNG of Cacnea, a Pokemon. I want you to look at its colors and everything, and I'm gonna roll this next clip and let's see if you can find the mistake.
You guys go first. Ooh, you have a nice day too. Someday our paths will cross again. Hey, where'd everybody go and what the heck am I doing? You did it. Yeah, Survivor and Carnivine, emergency. A little late for that double talk.
There's Starling! Well, the rest of the Pokemon.
They must have escaped through that tunnel.
Did you guys catch it? Okay, so listen. For the most part, Cacnea is green, okay? Like its main body is like a lighter shade of green, and then there are darker green areas on its body, most notably on the very top of its head right here. It also wears this like yellow crown right here. Now, you guys may have catched it, but the mistake here is if we look at the Cacnea in this shot right here and we pause, yes, the crown is yellow, but if you look, the top of Cacnea's head is also yellow, and this is incorrect. Here's a side-by-side, and this area right here is dark green, so it should also be dark green right here in this shot. That is a mistake. And here's one more from the same episode of Pokemon. Here's your hint. Pay attention to James. This right here is James, one half of the dynamic Team Rocket duo. Pay attention to him.
Meowth, are the natives restless?
They're okay, as long as we keep them in those cages. They ain't going nowhere fast.
We should be getting our gift to the boss soon.
You'll love and take care of it, capiche?
Well, I ain't doing nothing without a vote.
Did you guys catch it? So listen, all right? When Meowth says that as long as Team Rocket keeps the Pokemon in their cages, they should be fine. It happens very quickly, but James's neck is the exact same color as his shirt, which I don't even think I need to tell you guys is 100% a mistake. And of course, guys, back to SpongeBob. I still got more random mistakes coming though.
The memories we've shared right in this room. They're all here in this memory book. Here we are on the 4th of July. And Valentine's Day. Oh, you look so cute on Easter.
Next up, we have the Season 5 episode, Breath of Fresh Squidward. I love episodes that are more focused on Squidward. He deserves more representation. Here's a question, guys. We know that Patrick got his own spinoff. We know that Sandy's getting her own spinoff. Plankton's also getting one. So if Squidward were to get his own spinoff show or movie, what would you make it about? What would the story be about? Let me know in the comments, but for now, let's expose the mistakes in this episode. It's what you guys clicked on the video for. Here's the first one.
And you, Mr. Smiley-Face Krabby Patty, no one can come between us.
SpongeBob!
Yes, Mr. Krabs?
What is the meaning of this?
What's wrong with it?
A smiley face? With dimples?
So I have no idea how I caught this mistake, and again, I'm going back to it, I'm a total nerd for finding it. But in the clips you guys just saw, SpongeBob draws that smiley face with mustard, okay? He draws the whole thing with mustard, he only uses mustard as you can see here. But moments later, when Mr. Krabs eventually shows SpongeBob the exact same smiley face that he drew on the Krabby Patty, the mouth of the smiley face is drawn with ketchup, which is a mistake, as when we seen SpongeBob draw it, like we literally seen him do it, he uses mustard. No ketchup is used at all. So I'm a nerd, but I got you, Nickelodeon. Get wrecked. I got you. It's a mistake. And here's another one from the same episode, Grapple Gang. Let's keep it rolling. Here's another one.
Do you remember what I told you happens to my brain every time I see you?
Story time! Can I tell it this time, Squidward? Pretty please. Whenever Squidward sees us, the storm clouds in his brain roll in and a nasty storm rages.
Now, this one is much worse, and this one's like really bad. So, when SpongeBob starts to explain how Squidward's brain works, it's very easy to miss because it's at the very bottom of the frame. But it seems that SpongeBob's pants are missing. Like, I'm zooming in here, and like I said, you can only see a brief little bit of it, but yeah, that boy ain't wearing any pants. And I don't know how I feel about that. SpongeBob's gonna get us demonetized over here.
And I guarantee it's gonna be nothing but sunny skies for the rest of the week.
Huh? Sunny skies all week? But Gail Doppler is never wrong.
Next up is another banger from Season 12. This is actually one of my favorite Season 12 episodes, Stormy Weather. It's a good one. This is like a 9 out of 10 episode. Take a look at some of these clips.
Well, okay. I don't see any clouds, so I'm just gonna take a walk. Tut tut, it looks like rain. Oh, hello there. I always wanted to have a pet cloud formation.
Got 'em! Naughty Nimbus, nobody messes with my flawless forecast.
Drizzle! Gail Doppler! You're my favorite walleye weatherman!
I'm sorry, Squareface. This cloud is a danger to the public.
Okay. I know what you guys clicked on. It's mistakes. Here's the first mistake. For this one, only true fans are really gonna get it.
That is what they call an unpredictable storm front. I got him!
You're not the only one who knows how to use a leaf blower, sucker.
Like I said, you need to be a true fan for this one to really hit, alright? But if we go back to SpongeBob Season 1, literally, the second episode is titled Wreath Blower, and it's all about SpongeBob using this wreath blower right here, okay? This is from Season 1, May 1st, 1999 is when the episode aired. Now, the mistake is that in the episode Stormy Weather, for some reason, whenever the wreath blower is brought up, it's referred to as a leaf blower, okay? A leaf blower. Nah, this is a wreath blower, and if you're a true SpongeBob fan, you know that, and whoever wrote this episode and wrote like the scripts should have known that themselves. I mean, seriously, there's an entire episode named after it, but whatever. Okay, here's another one, guys. One more mistake from this episode.
Oh, you're crying. I thought you were raining. Oh, now don't be scared. SpongeBob knows just what a growing storm cloud needs.
This one's simple. So, when SpongeBob says SpongeBob knows just what a growing storm cloud needs, take a look at our dude's teeth as his white teeth turn yellow for an entire frame. I make this joke all the time, guys, but seriously, SpongeBob, go brush those teeth, my boy. That's gnarly. Imagine how bad his breath smells. Anyways, though, do you guys know what time it is? It's time for the random mistake of the day, baby, where we take a break from SpongeBob, a quick break. We go right back to SpongeBob, don't worry, to talk about mistakes in a random cartoon suggested by you guys. And today, we're doing Bluey. We've covered Bluey before, but you guys seem to really like it. A lot of people keep on asking for it, so we're doing Bluey. Again, we're gonna head right back over to SpongeBob, and let me know in the comments what other cartoons you want me to cover for random mistake of the day. But yeah, we're doing Bluey. The episode is called Cricket, and here's a hint. It has to do with this character right here, Frank. I'm showing a PNG of them, and it has to do with his legs, all right? Roll that footage. Let's see if you can spot it.
And no chance.
Oh!
Lunchtime!
Nah, hang on. Rusty, one more?
This one is admittedly easy to miss, and it took me a couple times to actually find it. But in the clips you guys just saw, when Chili calls the kids for lunch, Frank is sitting with the other adults at the table. So let's zoom in on him. And we'll notice that his legs, these are his legs here, do not line up with his body. His body's here, giving this illusion that it's like detached. Like, look at how weird this looks. Such a strange mistake, and guys, we've got more. Let's head back over to SpongeBob, our favorite spongy boy.
Mr. Krabs, what have you done to my Gary?
Look at this red crab right here, okay? Let's be honest with ourselves. There is no greedier cartoon character than Mr. Krabs, who's always looking for new schemes to come up with money. And the episode, The Scent of Money, is no exception. I mean, kind of obvious based off the title. It's literally called The Scent of Money. There are a few mistakes in this episode, but the one we're gonna talk about is actually like pretty bad. So yeah, let's get right to it. Pay close attention to Gary.
Who do you think you are?
Yeah, he's in pretty bad shape.
I'm gonna make this one quick because there is a chance I've covered this mistake before. If I did, I apologize. But when Mr. Krabs says, now quit being such a baby and start making me some money. Geez, Mr. Krabs, you're like a bad person. These spots in Spiral on Gary's shell disappear for like a couple of frames. It is so weird seeing Gary's like naked shell like this, dude. Like, what?
Well, well, well. Now we can take the secret formula and rule the world.
Wait a minute. I thought you said this was the secret formula for world domination.
Domination in the fast food marketplace leads to total world control.
Oh yeah, we're back to SpongeBob, and this episode is a Season 8 episode. The title is very weird. Super evil aquatic villain team up is Go. As you guys seen in the clips recapping the episode, in this episode, Plankton and Rayman join forces and try to like override the Krusty Krab. It's a pretty good episode. Let's save the praise though, because we're here to, you know, make fun of the episode. Let's expose that mistake. There's only one. Roll the footage.
Going to work. I'm going to work. I'm going to work. I'm going to work. Crossing the street. Crossing the street. Crossing what? Why, I recognize that sound anywhere.
Why, oh, why? I told you I'd get the money. Please, Oh, it's you.
I know you guys caught that one, and if you didn't, don't worry, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. So, during that wide shot you guys just saw of SpongeBob crossing the street, let's take a look at Incidental 49 right here, as their eyes are missing. I don't even think I need to show you this, but here's a PNG of Incidental 149A, and look, their eyes are right there. They normally have eyes, but in this one shot as SpongeBob is crossing the street, they're gone, man. They're just gone. Who forgets to draw a character's eyes? It's very, very funny. Not as funny as some of the mistakes coming up though, Grapple Gang, so stay tuned. Let's keep it moving.
Goodbye. I won't be needing these. Buzz, buzz, buzz.
Next up, we have quite the fan favorite episode. I'm talking about Nature Pants, where SpongeBob goes to live with the jellyfish in the wilderness instead of just being a normal spongy boy. I love this episode. It's a really good, classic, nostalgic banger of an episode, but of course it still has mistakes. To be honest, guys, the older, more nostalgic episodes usually have the most mistakes due to animation not being as good at that time. Anyways though, I'm yapping too much. Here's that first mistake.
Being a jellyfish sure is fun. Itchy, why am I so itchy? Buzz, 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 buzz.
Okay, so a big part of SpongeBob living in the wilderness is he does something crazy. He gives up his iconic SquarePants. Crazy, right? I know, what? These are such an important part of your design, SpongeBob, but he wants to be like a homeless sponge, so it makes sense. Now, as you've seen, when SpongeBob stands in front of the Krusty Krab door during that section of the episode, a part of his pants can be seen. But the problem is seconds before this, he's naked, and directly after this, he's naked again. So you can see that for this one shot right here, the animators slipped up. SpongeBob is still supposed to be naked, especially because he's naked before this and after it, but they mistakenly put his square pants on him. So yeah, kind of a funny mistake. Here's one more from this episode.
SpongeBob! Wake up, boy! You're burning me money!
What do we do?
Use this!
Okay, this one is definitely one of the harder mistakes I've ever found. So a massive shout out to myself and the Grapple editing team. So in the clips you guys just saw, when the fire extinguisher hits the grill, we can see that the patties are randomly shifted significantly to the left. Here's a side-by-side of where they were before and then when they're moved. And what's really bad here is if we look closely, there's one that is literally floating mid-air in front of the cabinet right here. This is corrected in the next scene right before the grill bursts into flames, but dude, that is a floating Krabby Patty. It must be haunted by the Flying Dutchman or something. That or the animators made a little oopsies. I think that's what happened, huh guys? Well, we've got more oopsies. Never let me say that again, but we've got more oopsies to expose. So let's keep it moving and head over to another episode. Actually, you guys know what time it is? It's time for a random mistake. Listen guys, the more you tell me that you like random mistake of the day, the more of them I'm gonna do. So it's time for another random mistake. We're doing Pokemans. Just saying, when I was a little kid, I hated when adults would call Pokemon. But yeah, I took a little break from Pokemon. We're back with Pokemon. The episode is called Mystery at the Lighthouse. It's a really good episode, and it takes place just after Ash catches his Krabby. Here's your hint. This right here is Professor Oak, and you want to pay attention to his hand, okay?
This Krabby sure is shrimpy. I didn't mean to insult you, Krabby. You're a cute little... Showdown time! Pokeballs, go! Now I really caught one! Professor won't mind if I call him Collect.
Well, hi, Ash. You caught me cooking dinner.
Wait a minute, Professor, you're not eating my Krabby, are you?
I'm taking good care of your Krabby. Krabby that Gary caught would make an excellent dinner.
You mean Gary caught a Krabby too?
It's quite a catch. Take a look for yourself. My My grandson Gary has already caught 45 Pokemon.
This one's really fast, but it's also like really bad. So in the clips you guys just saw, when Professor Oak goes to rotate his monitor right here, if we pause at the right frame, look at this. His right index finger right here is like just not colored in at all. I'm gonna AI upscale the image right here just so you can really see it and zoom in, and yeah, it's just that's a bad mistake. Let me know in the comments though what your favorite Pokemon is though, guys. Come on. All right, back to SpongeBob.
Remember, Scouts, we're scientists. Let's behave like it.
Science!
The episode, Goons on the Moon, is a really good episode. I actually love this episode. There's so many funny scenes. I think even Santa Claus shows up at one point in this episode randomly. So funny. Really good episode. I recommend it. But this episode has an issue, and as you guys can guess, it has some mistakes, guys. It has 2 cheeky mistakes. Here's the first one.
Oh, shrimp. Now, where am I?
Now this one isn't that big of a deal, and it's honestly very easy to miss, but this scene where Squidward is in the moon crater, the Krusty Krab delivery bag disappears and reappears constantly throughout the entire scene. It'll be there, then it's not there. And considering they're on the moon, I doubt like it's being put away and then being brought out randomly like this constantly. So this was definitely a mistake. There's some scenes where the animators forgot to draw the bag. And that ain't it for this episode. There's another mistake, damn.
Everything okay back there, SpongeBob? Perfection!
Now we just wait for a gust of wind.
Now this one is really bad because I want you guys to remember that these dudes are in space, okay? They're in space, right? So in this scene where SpongeBob is having trouble putting on a seatbelt, we can see that he's barefoot. He isn't wearing any socks or shoes or nothing. However though, when they end up making a sale of clothes, SpongeBob now randomly has socks. Where did he get the socks from? Like, where did they come from? They're in space. This man didn't just get space socks randomly, so a bit of a mistake. I'll admit, the mistakes in this episode were kind of weak, but trust me guys, this next episode is full of wild mistakes.
Dad? Oh, hi, Pumpkin. I was just setting out refreshments for you and your friends.
Crackers and tap water?
Here, would your friends like some pizza?
Yeah, we would.
You can have your allowance early.
Ketchup!
See, you put it on the crackers, and mamma mia, you got a spicy pizza pie!
Yeah, this man is a cheapskate, and this is definitely the case in the episode Whale of a Birthday, where Mr. Krabs sends SpongeBob to get Pearl a present, just he doesn't want to spend a ton of money. At least he's not getting her squeaky boots this time. Now, this episode has a few mistakes. Here's the first one, let's dive right in.
Oh my gosh, it's Billy Fishkin! Hi, Billy!
This first one's pretty simple, but it's still pretty bad at the same time. So when Pearl and her friends meet Billy Fishkins over here, and we get this shot while facing in front, for about one frame, her heart lipstick just disappears. It's only for a single frame, so I mean it's not that big of a deal, plus this is a 2D animated cartoon, but hey, don't shoot the messenger, I'm just reporting the mistake and this is a mistake. And here's another one from the same episode.
This sea pony is the cutest thing ever. Do you want to come home and be my pony?
This is so Coral.
Now, this one is actually really bad, and it's also pretty weird at the same time. I have no idea how something like this happened. As you guys saw in the clips, Pearl and her friends are at the mall, and in this scene, she looks at the sea pony. Now, in the first shot, it shows the dogfish tank right next to it, all right? It's 2 separate, like, tanks beside each other. Remember this, I know I'm over-explaining it, but 2 separate tanks with animals in them beside each other, with a clear separation of the 2 tanks. However, though, a few seconds later, and now look, it's completely transparent transformed and now it's one tank, with the sea pony sharing it with the dogfish. So like I said, this one's really bad. First they drew it like this and then forgot because seconds later they draw it like this. Like what? I have no clue how this happened, but what can you do, guys? Actually, what we can do is head over to another episode with more mistakes. Also stay tuned though, because we're going to be doing the random mistake of the day very soon. So yeah.
So if you'll excuse us, Snelly has to start her training for the Bikini Bottom Snail Race. Snelly will be winning this Sunday.
I guess I can't enter Gary in that. Sunday's laundry day.
You can't enter Gary because Gary's a mutt.
First up is the Great Snail Race. Now, I love this episode. It is a banger. It's a classic. It's all about Squidward getting a snail and SpongeBob and Squidward both competing with their pet snails in the Great Snail Race to win. Who do you guys got your money on, all right? Gary, Snelly over here, Squidward's snail, or Rocky, Patrick's pet rock? Comment down below, but let's get into the mistakes. Here's the first one.
The crowd is going absolutely nuts for Larry.
So this first mistake is very spicy because it's actually 3 mistakes in one scene. In the clips you guys just saw, in the audience at Oyster Stadium, for one, Fred over here, Fred's the dude who always screams, but yeah, Fred, there's nothing wrong with his leg this time, but he is missing his pants, as you can see here, which is totally a mistake. They just didn't draw my guy's pants. But if we look over here at Incidental 41 and Incidental 40, they're both missing their legs entirely. Like, they just did not draw their legs, which is very lazy. It's a 2D animated show and it's years old, but yeah, totally a mistake. And a really bad one, 3-in-1 shot, damn. But let's head over to our next mistake. This one's even more spicy.
Property of Squidward tent poles.
That's tennis ball. Tentacles. Come on, Snelly.
Okay, so I will admit this one is kind of a nitpick. I'm a total SpongeBob nerd for even catching it. But let's take a look at a PNG of Patrick, alright? And one thing you'll notice is that Patrick's eyelids are always purple. I know his whole body is pink, he's a pink starfish, but whenever he squints or closes his eyes, we can see that his eyelids are purple, not pink. Well, for this one scene, the animators messed up a little bit. They must have forgot about this, as right after Squidward says that's tennis balls, Patrick blinks his eyes, but his eyelids are pink right here instead of purple, which, as I mentioned, is a mistake. It's kind of a weak mistake though, I'll admit, so let's head over to mistake number 3.
Gary, are you listening to me? Don't give me that look. I said now, mister! Go, 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 go!
Did you guys catch it? This one is pretty wild. So, SpongeBob is wearing a red coach's outfit, alright? Remember this, he wears it throughout the whole episode. However though, when in Oyster Stadium, when SpongeBob says, "Don't give me that look," well, look, there's a close-up shot where Gary is on the floor, and SpongeBob's pants are blue. When if we look at the clip right before this, his pants are red. Like I said, his pants are red throughout the whole episode, but the animators messed up for this one shot and gave him blue pants, which looks incredibly strange, especially when in the next shot he goes back to the proper color of pants. So yeah, crazy, man. But stay tuned, guys, because we still got lots of mistakes coming up. This was just the first episode. We're going to be covering tons of wild mistakes.
Well, at least my flowers survived the trip.
Dude, imagine going your entire life without a nose. Like, you could never smell anything. Well, it turns out this is exactly what's been going on for Patrick for the past, like, however many seasons. As the episode No Nose Knows is all about Patrick finally getting a nose and actually being able to smell stuff. It makes for a bunch of hilarious moments. Like, we're gonna get into the mistakes, but here's a quick compilation of Patrick smelling stuff for the first time. It's so funny.
About bad smells?
Okay, it's mistake time. Here's the first mistake from No Nose Knows. Grapple Gang, try to point the mistake out before I reveal it and break it down. Put it in the comments.
Well, I guess I won't be eating those.
My
My mouth can't take these conflicting flavors!
Okay, so this right here is our boy Fred. We've talked about him many times before. And when Fred first appears at the Bikini Bottom Bakery and is blue, he has like a girly voice, alright? Remember this as it's important. In this episode, it's established that he has a girly voice, and that's okay. The problem is that like later on in the episode, when that same blue version of Fred appears inside the Krusty Krab and he speaks, he randomly has a whole different voice and has like a deeper boyish voice now, like randomly, like what? I'm gonna play both clips back to back again so you can hear the difference. And just, yeah, a really funny choice on their end.
Well, I guess I won't be eating those.
My mouth can't take these conflicting flavors!
How do you get a character's voice messed up like this? Like, whatever. Let's head over to the next mistake in No Nose Knows.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Hiya, Pat.
Take a bath, Fleabag!
So as you guys know, Sandy is a squirrel, meaning that she cannot breathe underwater, which is why she wears her air helmet all the time, right? She needs this or she would drown. Now what's funny is in this episode, there's a scene that you guys just saw where Patrick sprays an air freshener on Sandy, and for some reason our girl chokes, but this would be impossible since she's wearing her air helmet. She wouldn't be able to smell it, breathe it in, or anything, so this was a mistake. It's cartoon logic though, like this isn't that big of a deal. This is a typical type of cartoon mistake, but it's still a mistake and it's kind of funny. Let's keep it moving though.
Well, here I am, floating face down in a swimming pool. I always wanted a pool, and in the end, I got one.
You know, I feel like season 13 needs some more praise. There's a lot of really good episodes in season 13. It isn't perfect, but Swimming Fools is a good one. It does have one mistake though, and I'll admit, this one's really easy to miss, but once you catch it, it's actually like a pretty bad mistake. I don't know how they missed it. If you're just a regular viewer, it won't stand out, but if you're like an animator on the episode, I don't know how they missed this one. Anyways though, roll the clip.
What was that?
So take a look at this shot of Patrick's house right here. As you can see, there's always this weather vane on top of Patrick's house right here. To be completely honest with you guys, before making this video, I didn't know what a weather vane was, but it's like this arrow thing right on top of Patrick's rock home. Well, in Swimming Fools, when Squidward screams as he dives down with the diving board, take a look as the weather vane on top of Patrick's house is just gone. Poof. It's completely missing. And again, as you can see in this shot, another shot of Patrick's house, it should be right there. But I think that was just a continuity error.
A horrible storm will ravage the Bikini Bottom area.
A horrible storm! Patrick, help me get these boards nailed up.
This is another nitpick, so I'm gonna make it very quick. It's in the episode Pineapple Fever. I'm gonna roll the clip and let's see if you guys can catch it. It has to do with this book that SpongeBob's reading, all right? Roll that footage. Let's see if you guys can spot it, Grapple Gang.
There, I win, see?
I'm not seeing anything there.
Yeah, looks like a lot of junk.
What do you mean you're not seeing anything?
Yeah, relax, Squidward. We're just here to have fun. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Congratulations, Squidward.
Well played.
Did you guys catch it? This one's kind of a tricky one. All right, so this tic-tac-toe rules book that SpongeBob is reading, all right? If you look closely, the title of the book is on the right side of the book, which is incorrect. It should be on the left. This is how a normal book looks, guys. And based on how you would read a book, where you're turning each page to the left, the title of a book would be on the left side of it. SpongeBob isn't reading manga over here. My boy ain't reading the new chapter of Dragon Ball Super. Yeah, this is technically a mistake. I'm being a total nerd, but still technically a mistake. And let's head over to an episode with some good mistakes.
I'm just excited because tomorrow is a very special day.
It is? Very special. Very, very special indeed.
You have no idea what day tomorrow is, do you? It's my 16th birthday!
You know, Mr. Krabs is a very, very greedy father, all right? But at the same time, Pearl is kind of a spoiled brat at times, all right? She's very entitled, but again, to be fair, her dad does, like, suck. Like, look at this clip where Mr. Krabs tries to give Pearl ketchup and crackers and calls it pizza.
Now that's what I call fast food.
SpongeBob, let's all the hubba-rub.
I slipped and fell in this grease slick. I think I may be hurt real bad.
Next up, we have a Season 7 episode, Greasy Buffoons. Now, this episode's a bit of a mixed bag for me. I don't hate it, but it's also not my favorite episode. Of course, though, it has mistakes. That's why I'm mentioning it, because this video's about SpongeBob mistakes. It has 2. Roll the first one. Let's see if you guys can catch it.
What do you think we should do with all this excess grease?
Right behind there. Let's get out of here.
Are you sure that was... legal?
Yeah, so as you guys know, SpongeBob is not the best driver. I mean, Mrs. Puff has to deal with this dude crashing the boat all the time and failing his driving exams. But for some reason in Greasy Buffoons, randomly out of nowhere, SpongeBob is shown to drive a truck perfectly, while in other episodes, as I've mentioned, he does not know how to drive a boat at all. Furthermore, SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs are shown driving along to what seems to be a highway to drop off the grease to the chum bucket, and this itself is also a mistake, as canonically, the chum bucket is right across the street from the Krusty Krab, as you can see in some of these shots. Here's one shot right here. As you can see, they're directly across from one another, and here's another from another episode. So yeah, 2 mistakes in one scene right here. SpongeBob should not be able to drive a truck, and the Krusty Krab and chum bucket should be directly across from each other. They shouldn't need to drive on a highway to get there. But anyways, there's another mistake in this episode that's even spicier. Roll the clip.
What is it?
A grease trap.
Nobody's cleaned out the trap in a while.
You're right. That's a big job that only 2 volunteer employees could do for no extra pay.
This one is really funny, and you need to pay close attention to really catch it. But when Squidward vanishes in the clips you guys just seen, he like fades away, alright? It's after he's been told to clean out the grease trap. He fades away, but he can still be faintly seen standing in the same spot he was before once he actually fades away, as you can see here. It's very faint. You can see it right here. He was supposed to completely disappear, but the animators messed up a little bit and left like a little bit of him there. And like I said, it's a really funny mistake. Not as funny as the mistakes coming up though, guys. How about another random mistake? Let's do it. We're gonna do Bluey. You guys like love Bluey. I love SpongeBob, but you know, you guys have made me become a Bluey fan. The episode is called Horsey Rise. It's from season 1. And this one's an audio mistake, guys. So you wanna use your ears for this one. Here's your hint. This character right here is Chili. And just listen to this. I'm sure you guys will catch the mistake. Roll the footage.
G'day, Bingo. G'day, Bluey. Show Aunt Chili your thongs, Muffin.
I'm wearing thongs.
Hello, socks.
Yeah, I think this is probably like the worst audio mistake I've ever covered. But as you guys heard right there, Chili's supposed to say the line far out, right? But you can see like in comparison to when we hear the audio and when Chili actually moves like their mouth, the audio is delayed by like 1.5 seconds, dude. Like that's a pretty brutal delay in terms of like lines not matching up.
Hello, socks.
I usually don't cover audio errors for this reason, but this one is bad.
Do you think I'm old?
Of course I do.
I'm still cool, right?
No one says cool anymore. That's such an old person thing.
Let's talk about some old school SpongeBob, some season 3 goodness, some Steven Hillenburg goodness, midlife crustacean. This episode is all about Mr. Krabs thinking that he's too old. Well, he is. He's quite the old man at this point. But because of this, he wants to go out with SpongeBob and Patrick and do young people stuff. It turns out that SpongeBob and Patrick aren't the most lively duo. And to Mr. Krabs, they're actually pretty boring. Here's a quick compilation of just moments where SpongeBob and Patrick are boring Mr. Krabs. And then of course, we're gonna get right into the spicy mistakes. There are 3 really bad ones in this episode. But yeah, here's that funny compilation first, and then we'll get to the mistakes.
World is our oyster. SpongeBob, you got something on your shoulder.
Hey, boys! Hanging out?
Yes.
Did you want to come with us, Mr. Krabs?
Oh, hadn't even crossed me mind. But sure, I'll go.
He might cramp our style.
Stop!
Let's see if he knows the secret cool guy handshake.
How do you do?
Fine, and you? All right, you're in. But I'm not happy about it.
You passed the test, Mr. Krabs! Hey there, Mr. Krabs! Are you ready to party?
I'm ready to partay. Are you ready to partay, SpongeBob?
I'm ready to party. Are you ready to party, Patrick?
I'm ready to party. I'm ready to party. Are you ready to party?
Stop it! Just stop it! You're embarrassing me.
You guys want another rinse cycle? I'm buying.
It's just that I thought we'd see more of the nightlight. Something that'll give me that wild and crazy, hot-blooded feeling.
Oh, I know what you mean, Mr. Krabs. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
I'm feeling a warm spot.
Sorry. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to party with SpongeBob or Patrick either, Mr. Krabs, but you guys know what time it is. It's time to expose some mistakes. Here's the first one in Grapple Gang. Let's see if you can spot it without my help. Before I reveal the mistake, try to comment it.
This is more like it.
Give us some credit, old man. We're panty professionals.
Frilly things. You finally came through for me, boys. I feel young again.
Eugene?
Mother? Why didn't you tell me this was my mother's house?
Why didn't you ask?
Go to your room, mister. You're grounded for the rest of the night.
Sorry, Mr. Krabs.
I certainly feel younger.
Good night, Mr. Krabs.
Eugene, lights out.
Yes, Mommy?
Like I said, there's 3 in total, and they all take place at the ending of the episode. First things first, when we first see Mrs. Krabs' house, look, it's blue, and I want you to remember this, alright? It's a beautiful blue home. But as the episode progresses and we get this shot of her home, it's completely changed colors. Like, what? Here's a side-by-side. This one's just off. How did the animators miss this one? This one's really, really bad. And here's mistake number 2.
Frilly things. You finally came through for me, boys. I feel young again.
So, once Mr. Krabs is inside his mother's house, like this is such like a gnarly scene, and he's playing with his mother's underwear, or her bloomers, as Mrs. Krabs says. At first, they're shaped like normal panties, or well, they're shaped like this. Remember this shape, okay? I don't really want to think about Mr. Krabs' mom's underwear, but remember, as it changes random. During this scene, when Mr. Krabs pulls one out, look, it's now shaped like boxers instead. I'm doing a side-by-side. It's just a completely different design now. So just, yeah, very messy and definitely a mistake. And here's one more, and here's a hint. It has to do with Mrs. Krabs' hair.
Eugene?
Mother? Why didn't you tell me this was my mother's house?
Why didn't you ask?
Go to your room, mister. You're grounded for the rest of the night.
Like I said, it has to do with her hair. So you'll notice in all of the scenes of Betsy Crab, Mrs. Krabs, we can see that she has her hair right here. But when Mrs. Krabs eventually scolds Mr. Krabs and grounds him to his room, she grounds her grown man of a son to his bedroom. Look, because her hair is just randomly missing in this shot. They just did not draw it. Fortunately, her hair is back when it zooms in and she continues to ground Mr. Krabs, but for this one shot, it's gone and it is incredibly awkward. I'm sure she isn't very happy about it either. I'm sure she wants to keep her hair. But guys, that is going to do it for today's video. A massive shout out to the Grapple Gang and the Premiere Gang here. And guys, click this video right here for more SpongeBob mistakes. Like seriously, you do not want to miss them. Between me and you, the mistakes in this video on screen are better than any of the ones I covered today. So click it, click it, click it, and I'll see you guys over there, alright? Shout out to the Grapple Gang. Peace.
Whoa, what is this place?
Look at all this cool stuff! I'm the captain!
This next one takes place in the episode The Wreck of the Moa Loa, and it's right at the very end of the episode. Roll the clip.
That was awesome!
This one only happens for a split second, so I can't really blame anybody for missing it, but when SpongeBob and Patrick laugh after their ride gets destroyed, like I said, for a split second, SpongeBob's mouth is gone. Like, what? How do you forget to draw this dude's mouth? It's only for a split second, though, so I guess I'll give him a break. It's probably a glitch. But weird mistake, dude, and we've got plenty of more that are even more weird.
Would you like to see a menu, monsieur? Hey, what's going on here? Whoa, that's too hot! Whoa! Wow.
SpongeBob Season 10 has some weird episodes, including the episode The Incredible Shrinking Sponge, an episode where this happens. Take a look at these clips. I'm gonna show the mistakes, but for now, look at these funny clips.
Aw, hey, little guy, don't cry.
Getting sloppy, Plankton. Back to the bucket with you!
That tickles.
SpongeBob SquarePants. It looks like you lost a little weight.
Yeah, SpongeBob gets shrunk and it results in a ton of chaos. It's a good episode. But what isn't good is this first mistake. Roll the clip. So take a look at this shot of the Krusty Krab. This is even from back in Season 1, the first ever season of the Krusty Krab. And as you can see, there is this enter sign right here in front of the Krusty Krab, right there. Boom, you can see it. It's been there since the first season. But when Tiny SpongeBob is launched and hits the Krusty Krab and it zooms out, look, the enter sign is just missing. It's gone. What's funny is it appears early on in the episode, but in this shot it's just gone. I guess the animators forgot about it for a second, and it's not that big of a deal, but it should be there, guys. Anyways, though, here's another mistake from this episode. This one's much worse.
Bang, 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 bang.
We want our action figure back! Krusty Krab action figures aren't free, you know! So get your parents' money and you can have it.
Listen up, guys. So this character right here is Incidental 160, alright? He's a young kid fish character. And as you can see, he has a purple body and a blue shirt, a light blue shirt. Remember this, it's very important. He wears it throughout this whole episode, but during this one scene when they're like ducking by the cash register station, Incidental 160 has completely lost his shirt. He has the sleeves there, but we should still be able to see the shirt. I don't want anybody trying to make an excuse for this. It could be because of the angle, but nah, they just were too lazy to draw him with his shirt again from behind, and that was a lazy mistake, guys. Like, look at him, he's missing his shirt. Hey, that's not it though, guys. This next episode has some crazy mistakes, some of the most wild mistakes I've ever covered, so let's do it.
Remember, Scouts, we're scientists. Let's behave like it.
Science!
The episode, Goons on the Moon, is a really good episode. I actually love this episode. There's so many funny scenes. I think even Santa Claus shows up at one point in this episode randomly. So funny. Really good episode. I recommend it. But this episode has an issue, and as you guys can guess, it has some mistakes, guys. It has two cheeky mistakes. Here's the first one.
Oh, shrimp. Now,
Now this one isn't that big of a deal, and it's honestly very easy to miss, but this scene where Squidward is in the moon crater, the Krusty Krab delivery bag disappears and reappears constantly throughout the entire scene. It'll be there, then it's not there. And considering they're on the moon, I doubt like it's being put away and then being brought out randomly like this constantly. So this was definitely a mistake. There's some scenes where the animators forgot to draw the bag. And that ain't it for this episode. There's another mistake, damn.
Everything okay back there, SpongeBob? Perfection!
Now we just wait for a gust of wind.
Now this one is really bad because I want you guys to remember that these dudes are in space, okay? They're in space, right? So in this scene where SpongeBob is having trouble putting on a seatbelt, we can see that he's barefoot. He isn't wearing any socks or shoes or nothing. However though, when they end up making a sale of clothes, SpongeBob now randomly has socks. Where did he get the socks from? Like, where did they come from? They're in space. This man didn't just get space socks randomly, so a bit of a mistake. I'll admit, the mistakes in this episode were kind of weak, but trust me guys, this next episode is full of wild mistakes. In the episode Krusty Dogs, Krusty Krabs are replaced with hot dogs, which is just wild, but not as wild as the mistake in this episode. Take a look at this.
Excuse me, Mr. Krabs. Well, where are you going with that ladder? Mr. Krabs?
I'm just going to make a few changes to the Krusty Krab menu, that's all. No more Krabby Patties.
So as you guys just saw, a big part of this episode is that Mr. Krabs crosses the Krabby Patty off of the menu, like insane. So insane that an ambulance literally comes. Now maybe you guys caught this one on your own, but if you didn't, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. But normally in the Krusty Krab, there is this workstation area with the cash register that Squidward always works in, this boat right here. Squidward's workstation is just completely missing. It should be right here, but they just forgot to draw it during this one scene, which is kinda hilarious. Here's another one from this episode. I'll make it quick.
Excuse me, Mr. Krabs. Well, where are you going with that ladder? Mr. Krabs?
I'm just going to make a few changes to the Krusty Krab menu, that's all.
Yeah, okay, this one's funny. So Krabby Patties, right? They're not sold at the Krusty Krab anymore. Well then why in this scene that takes place after they're removed, is there a fish behind SpongeBob still eating a Krabby Patty when they're supposed to be gone? Not that big of a deal, but still technically a mistake. And guys, we've got more. Here's another episode.
I say if you're not gonna give me any respect as a hero, then maybe you'll give me respect as a villain.
Evil!
Evil?
Evil?
Let's kick things off with a banger. How about one of the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes? We'll do Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy Part 5. Just saying rest in peace to the voice actors because they're legendary. I do feel bad because we're gonna expose some mistakes. Here's the first one. And Grapple Gang, let's see if you guys can catch it without my help. I'm gonna reveal and explain the mistake, but before I reveal it, try to comment it if you guys catch it. All right, roll the footage.
Man Ray, the Dirty Bubble, and now playing for the dark side, Barnacle Boy,
Barnacle Man.
These three have named their new alliance. Every villain is Lemons, otherwise known as Evil.
Come on, I know you guys caught this one because this one is blatant. I don't know how Nickelodeon staff or Rough Draft Korea, the people who animate SpongeBob, did not catch this one. But to be fair, the episode's like over 20 years old, so. But anyways, in the Every Villain is Lemons TV sequence, look, the word villain is incorrectly spelt. Villain is supposed to be spelt as V-I-L-L-A-I-N, but they got it a little mixed up in this shot right here. I wonder how many kids went on to think that this is how you spell villain. It's a funny mistake, but here's one that's a lot more spicy from the same episode. Roll the footage.
What if we help you?
No, that's a terrible idea. But what if you help me?
Okay.
Who wants to save the world?
I don't.
Oh, yes, you do. No world means no money. Now, go save the world, or you're fired!
You guys are legends if you caught this, but when Mr. Krabs is talking to Squidward in the clips you guys just saw and says no world means no money, look, his right arm is missing. It's kind of an awkward shot, which justifies it a little bit, but they still should have drawn dude's arm, especially if Mr. Krabs wants to be counting all that money. He needs those arms, so yeah. Here's another mistake from Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy Part 5, and this one's a lot worse.
And the superhero, supervillain rules say that you have to give in to my demands. I want an adult-sized Krabby Patty. Need a hand? Super Pal.
This one's closer to the ending of the episode. It's actually in the very final scene when Barnacle Boy says need a hand super pal and reunites with his best bud Mermaid Man. So nice. If you look closely, his mask, the side parts of his mask turn to the same color as his skin for this one frame, which is majorly incorrect. That's not supposed to be the same color as his skin. To be fair, it's only for one frame, but I mean, come on man, it's still a mistake. And believe it or not, I've got one more from this episode.
Mermaid Man, where are you?
Don't worry, good citizens. Nothing will stop me from defeating
the evil!
Did you guys catch that one? If not, don't worry, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. So, when Mermaid Man says that he will fight the evil after the news report plays, it seems that one of his suspenders cuts off before reaching his shoulder, as you can see right here. Maybe Mermaid Man needs to lay off the Krabby Patties. He might be getting too big for that seashell bra he's wearing. Anyways, though, let's head over to another episode, guys, with more mistakes, and trust me, you do not want to miss these ones. This episode almost got canceled because of the mistakes.
What are those things?
Sea whelks, a pernicious form of sea snail, have invaded Bikini Bottom and are on the attack, devouring innocent citizens and covering the city with purple slime.
This one I'm going to make insanely quick because we've covered a similar one already today, but in the episode Whelk Attack, this happens.
Krabby Patties! Get your Krabby Patties! Try a nice hot Krabby Patty. Only $3.99 each. Be $54.95.
I will not be surprised if you guys did not catch it, but as Mr. Krabs is coming out with the plate full of Krabby Patties, and he exits the Krusty Krab with the doors behind him, if we look closely through the windows to the inside of the Krusty Krab, we can see that Squidward's cash register station is missing again. We know this because of the order window. We should be able to see the boat that Squidward is normally in right below that order window, but it's not there, and I'm definitely overanalyzing this because it's a kid's cartoon and it's not that big of a deal, but let's keep on overanalyzing and head over to another episode and find more mistakes. But actually, first, it's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a very quick break from SpongeBob. Don't worry, we're gonna go right back to SpongeBob to expose a mistake in a random cartoon. Again, though, we're gonna go right back to SpongeBob, but for now, let's talk about Fairly Odd Parents, another Nickelodeon banger. The mistake can be found in the episode Power Mad, and it has to do with the character Chester. Here's a little hint, we're showing Chester on screen. Remember his hair color. All right, let's see if you guys can catch this mistake. Roll the clip.
Guys, wait! We really need to stop playing! Why? I have to go?
No, you don't. You just win at 6:13.
So you guys probably caught it, especially with the hint I gave you, but if you didn't, Cartoon Corey's got you covered. So let's take a look at Chester right here, and we'll notice that his hair is blonde, all right? And even when they go into like virtual reality in this episode, his hair turns to like this pinkish color, but his hair is not black. So why during this scene are his eyebrows or eyelashes black? They should be blonde. So this is totally a mistake, and let's get back to SpongeBob. Do let me know in the comments though, guys, what other cartoons you want me to cover for the random mistake of the day. But yeah, back to SpongeBob.
Maybe I'll do a cute little button. Or something a bit more manly, perhaps.
Next up, we have a modern episode of SpongeBob. This episode's from the HD era. It's Code Yellow. And the plot of this episode's actually really funny. Squidward over here wants to get a nose job at the hospital, but somehow SpongeBob over here becomes his doctor and his surgeon. So yeah, I don't know about you guys, I would never let SpongeBob perform a surgery on my face. There's a lot of weird things going on in this hospital though. There's a mistake here that's really funny. I'm gonna roll the clip and let's see if you guys can spot it. And here's a hint, it has to do with this fish right here.
Oh, yeah. This is the life.
Oh, hi, everybody.
Hi, SpongeBob.
Yeah, so this fish right here on the left, who looks like Incidental 6 kind of, is purple, all right? Remember this, he's purple. But here's the problem. In the following scenes, like seconds later, we jump to the same shot and that same fish is there, but look at him now. He's now a completely different color and he's kind of changed shape as well. So just like, what? Fish don't magically change colors in between scenes. What most likely happened here is they originally drew and colored this fish as purple and then forgot and gave him a completely different color, which looks so weird. This is just the tip of the iceberg, guys. I really wanted to make today, like all of the mistakes, to be like funny mistakes. So stay tuned, let's keep it moving. Plenty of more episodes to cover and plenty of more mistakes coming up. Before we head over to the next one though, do me a favor, in the comments, let me know 3 episodes you want me to cover in the future and I'll find mistakes in them. Do it right now, leave that comment, but let's head over to that next episode. Let's keep it moving.
Very sloppy, Eugene. An unprotected vent right into your office.
We're back to SpongeBob, and the episode is Chums from season 13. A really good episode in my opinion that's all about Plankton going down to the sewers and meeting, you know, a bunch of chum that want to work with him. The plot itself is kind of weird, but the episode's pretty good. But you know what we're here for? We're here for mistakes, and here it is, guys. Here it is. Let's see if you guys can catch it before I come back and like reveal it, all right? So we're gonna play the clip, try to comment the mistake before I break it down, and then I'll break it down, all right? Roll that footage.
This for friends who do stop together. In the deep blue sea.
Did you guys catch it? It happens really, really fast, and it's somewhat of a common mistake in SpongeBob. But while SpongeBob is spraying the Krusty Krab in the beginning of the episode in the clips you guys just saw, look, for about one frame, his right eye turns yellow. It does go back to normal, but like, SpongeBob, you gotta go see a doctor about that eye, dude. You're gonna need some eye drops. All right, guys, it's time for another random mistake, and this time we're doing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, specifically the 2012 Nickelodeon version. I dug and could find like one mistake in this entire show, so credit to them. And here's a hint, it has to do with Leonardo, okay? Roll the footage.
Who saved the world? We saved the world! We saved the world!
That's what's up. Go Leo, go Leo.
Alright, it takes place in the Showdown Part 2, specifically that episode, but after the Turtles' victory, okay, we can see them partying and celebrating and turning up, and just before the episode ends, we can see Leonardo dancing, and he's dancing on this white mat right here. And dude is hitting the moonwalk, like he's killing it. Seriously, look at some of these moves, the Turtles can dance. Now suddenly it cuts to a higher angle and we get a bit more of a top-down view, and we can see Leonardo is still dancing in the same spot, but that white mat he was dancing on is now gone. So a bit of a continuity mistake right here. It's not the end of the world, but this is definitely a mistake. All I really care about here anyways are their dance moves, so, but yeah, back to SpongeBob.
Oh, whatever will I donate to the time capsule? Golly, this is hard. How about this lamp? It's perfect.
Wow, you're good. How did you know all that? Are you like a psychic? Oh, tell me what I'm thinking.
Next.
Our next mistake can be found in the episode Buried in Time, which is all about the Krusty Krab making like a time capsule. The episode's really funny. Take a look at the beginning here, and then we're gonna get into the mistakes.
Empty. I thought I'd never see the day. Use on or before the date printed below. Oh! This can has been here for 50 years! This should be in a museum for future generations to enjoy.
Future generations, huh?
That's right. In 50 years, your donated treasures will be unearthed for future generations to enjoy.
Okay, it's mistake time. Here's the first one.
Tell me, what do you know about this plate?
It works good when I eat stuff.
Now, with your permission, I'd like to perform a few tests to verify its authenticity.
So as you guys just saw, there is one fish who brings plates to put in the time capsule, alright? And for about a frame, if you look, his eyes briefly disappear for a frame. They come back, but I mean, come on, man, they should be there the whole time. Here's mistake number 2.
Get to the Krusty Krab Time Capsule Spectacular!
And there's your commemorative time capsule keychain.
And thanks so much for all your contributions.
So throughout the scenes where the fish are putting things inside of the capsule, we can see this red ribbon which runs from the stand to the Krusty Krab right here. But throughout this scene, it actually just disappears and reappears, just totally messy. And let's head over to another episode, guys. The mistakes in this episode we just covered are all right, but this is where things get wild. Be prepared.
Hey, Sheldon.
SpongeBob, what in the seashell are you doing here?
Mr. Krabs arranged for me to work here on weekends. He wants me to keep an eye on you.
The episode Jailbreak is an interesting episode. It's all about Plankton getting put in jail, like he gets locked up. But he eventually joins forces with his cellmates to break out of jail and get that Krabby Patty secret formula. Or at least he tries. Now this episode only has one mistake, but this one mistake is actually like really bad. It happens really quickly. I'm gonna play the clip. Let's see if you guys can spot the mistake, alright? Let's do this. Roll that footage.
We looked everywhere for it, but we can't find it.
Did you try looking in the safe?
Oh.
Did you guys catch it? Like I said, it happens really fast. It has to do with SpongeBob's pants. But when the whale cellmate turns around and looks at the safe in the Krusty Krab, look, SpongeBob's pant leg color is like randomly white instead of brown. But in this one scene of this one episode, yeah, they messed up big time. It looks so weird. Not as weird as this next episode set of mistakes, guys. Be prepared because these are gonna blow your mind. Let's head over to another episode. Next up, we have the episode Big Sister Sam, where we're introduced to Patrick's not so pretty or cute sister. Like, this girl is angry, dude. But anyways, we're here for mistakes, and this episode has quite a few. Here's the first one.
Make new house spiffy. More spiffy. Come on, sis. They can't bother us under our rock.
Did you guys catch that? It has to do with the doorknob on Squidward's house, alright? So, when Sam spiffs up the house, she adds the front door from Squidward's house, alright? You can see it right here. And at first, when we see it, the doorknob is on the right. Remember this, alright? The doorknob's on the right. However, though, in a few scenes later, it's now magically on the left. Here's a side-by-side. At first, it was on the right, and now randomly, it is on the left. What a weird mistake, and here's another one.
Have much get to do. Wow, I cleaned my rock just for you. Hey, let's go inside and play.
So this one's weird, it needs some explaining, alright? So, when Sam throws her brother Patrick, poor Patrick, dude, like she really throws him, and he lands on his rock, if we look, Patrick's rock is to the right of the screen, alright? It's right here on the right side. Now the problem is seconds later, when Sam goes over to Patrick's rock, they travel to the left side of the screen, when we literally just seen that the rock is on the right side. So technically a mistake. This one's kinda weird. There's gonna be a lot crazier mistakes coming up, guys, that are actually really bad, so let's keep it moving.
Oh, terribly sorry, sir.
No need. See? Not a drop. I can't take this anymore!
I know I'm kind of weird for this, but one of my favorite SpongeBob characters is Squidward, and it's awesome when Squidward gets like his own episodes where he's like the main character of the episode. And this is what happens in the insanely bizarre and wacky episode Squidward and Clarinet Land, where somehow Squidward ends up in this place, Clarinet Land, which is just wild. Like, look at how weird this place is. What's really strange in this episode though are the two mistakes. This first one though is just wow. Roll the footage.
Why don't you tell me why you're really here?
You calling me a liar?
I don't appreciate your tone.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
This is a sacred place.
Definitely one of the worst mistakes I've covered. So as you guys can see, when the bald eagle over here grabs Squidward with his tongue, ew, for about one frame, this frame right here, Squidward's eyes are completely out of position. They're like behind his head, when of course they should be facing the eagle. Like, how did this happen? Like, what? If you thought this was bad though, take a look at mistake number 2 from Squidward and Clarinet Land. Like, this episode is full of mistakes.
Squidward? Are you okay?
It's such a nightmare.
Did you guys catch that one? So when Squidward mutters such a nightmare, for about 2 frames, if we look right here, his mouth, his entire bottom part of his mouth just was not drawn. It's only for a few frames, so it can kind of be forgiven, but like, how do these mistakes even happen, man? 2D animation's hard, I'll give them a break, but like, you just forgot to draw his whole mouth. Poor Squidward, but yeah, let's keep it rolling, guys. Lots of crazy mistakes coming up, so stay tuned.
And my favorite is the plaintive song of the blue whale.
Huh? Did you hear that?
What's wrong, Frank?
That song. It sounds just like Martha.
Frank, how many times do I have to tell you? Martha's no good for you. She's just no good.
This one is hilarious. It's from the episode You Don't Know Sponge, and it has to do with our boy Larry's shorts. Watch this.
And he's hanging out with Larry the lobster? Maybe I don't know much about Patrick either.
You guys probably caught it, but Larry over here, when he first enters the store, is wearing his signature swim trunks, alright? I want to go swimming now. But as he approaches this blender, if we look closely and zoom in on his shorts that are behind the table, they're just randomly black. The animators just completely forgot to give them color. Does it look funny? Yes. Is it a mistake? Also yes. And here's another one from this episode.
Patrick didn't know anything about you, and he's supposed to be your best friend?
I know. It's like we're not friends at all.
Now, Patrick may not have passed the quiz, but like a true best friend, he's always right here for me, right? Patrick? Patrick?
So, when SpongeBob says the line you guys just heard, now Patrick may not have passed the quiz, look, their legs are missing. Their legs are just not there. It's kind of a weird angle. I can understand why they didn't draw them, but they're gone. Crazy how many mistakes there are in SpongeBob, man. It's like endless, so let's keep it moving. Another episode, baby, let's go.
There. Now how does that feel, Billy?
Okay, I guess.
Next up is the season 6 episode, Professor Squidward, which, to be honest with you guys, is not the best episode. You know, the plot is kind of cool because we get to see Squilliam, but not the best episode. What it does have, though, is this mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Isn't it grand?
What is? All right, I've had enough. Bunch of nonsense.
So this character right here is known as Incidental F9, and as you can see, she's wearing this dress. It looks very good, she looks very pretty. But when we hear Fred say, isn't it grand? Incidental F9's dress is missing. Her dress is just gone, and I highly doubt Shorty took her dress off in the middle of, like, what? Where's her dress? Where'd it go? That's not it for this episode, guys. I have another mistake. This one, though, you really need to pay attention to.
Would you two nincompoops cut it out? All right, my God.
Hello? We're with the local Bikini Bottom news channel. I'm a reporter.
Like I said, this one's kind of complicated, guys, so listen closely. So during this scene where Patrick rides his locomotive into the trash can, we can see Squidward exit the building from this door right here, this door, and it leads to outside where he places the trash can, right? This door right here leads to outside, remember. But later on in this episode, this completely changes. It's like the animators forget, because when both news crews and the police come into Squidward's classroom, they enter the same door that Squidward took to go outside, but now it leads to a hallway. A bit of a continuity error here. I don't know what's going on, but let's keep the video going, guys, and head over to another crazy episode with tons of mistakes. Don't click off.
So long, boys. Happy hunting. Suckers.
Fancy living, here we come.
Next up is the season 3 banger, Chocolate with Nuts. If you don't know this episode, then you're living under a rock like Patrick. I love this episode, and it has some mistakes. Here's the first one.
Chocolate?
Chocolate? Did you say chocolate?
Yes, sir. With or without nuts.
Chocolate? Chocolate! Chocolate!
So take a close look at incidental 6 over here, as when he says, "Did you say chocolate?" his eyes are yellow and his tongue is red, as you can see here, alright, incidental 6. However, literally in the next shot, not only are his eyes now green, as you can see here, but his tongue is also pink. The tongue color change isn't that big of a deal, but how do you go from yellow to green eyes? And there's more. This episode has another mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Oh, no. No!
Ow.
Grapple Gang, listen closely as this one is very detailed, okay? So, when SpongeBob and Patrick encounter the con man for the 3rd time, we can see this staircase to his front door right here. And what's important is that it only has 3 steps. Remember this, okay? Staircase right here, and it only has 3 steps. But moments later, when the con man eventually falls down this same staircase, it's the same staircase, it now magically has like 10 steps. Like, what? Did he renovate the staircase in between shots? Because this is totally a mistake. First it had 3 steps and now it has 10 steps. So yeah, a mistake. And let's keep it moving and head over to another cartoon with more mistakes, guys. Stay tuned, you're not gonna believe them.
You did?
Yeah, you were on a commercial.
You're right. Wow, he recognized me.
Yep. See you later, Bran Flakes. What a nice cereal box.
Next up is As Seen on TV. Now, this episode is about the Krusty Krab's first ever commercial, and SpongeBob over here thinks he's famous because he gets like a 2-second cameo in the commercial that airs on TV. It's really funny. SpongeBob gets a massive ego in the episode. I gotta say, it's really weird seeing SpongeBob act like this. He's normally such a wholesome character, and he doesn't really care about attention that much. But in this episode, he thinks he's the star of the show. It's really funny the way he interacts with other characters. But what isn't so funny are the mistakes in this episode, and there's three mistakes in one episode. Here's the first one.
Squidward. This crowd is insatiable.
This first one is pretty bad, but I gotta say, you need the eyes of a hawk to be able to actually catch it. So at one point, SpongeBob lifts up his shirt collar, but if you look at the back, right by his fingers, it's like the smallest spot. I'm gonna zoom in on it so you guys can see. They didn't draw the back of his collar. Right there by his fingers, we should be able to see the back of his shirt, but I guess they just forgot to draw it. And now that I've shown you, you know it looks kind of weird. Not as weird as mistake number 2 though. This one's really bad.
Okay, there's a nun, an astronaut, and a hairdryer.
We want patties!
Okay, so look during this scene. When the crowd says, "We want patties," Incidental 46's waist is purple. Throughout the episode, it looks like this, right? This is how it's supposed to look, but in this one shot, for some reason, it's purple. I don't know what's going on, but hey, we still got one more mistake in this episode. Here's mistake number 3.
Oh, well, how do you explain that? A second Krusty Krab?
Mr. Krabs, everyone needs an understudy.
All right, get lost. Thalia, you're fired!
So early on in the episode, as you guys can see, there is a second Krusty Krab. But here's the problem. It's actually only shown when Mr. Krabs mentions it. In any other shot where you would be able to see it, it's just not there. Like, in some of these shots, it should be right there. It's missing. It's gone. The animators forgot to draw it. And wait, hold up, Grapple Gang. Do you guys know what time it is? Because it's time for the random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in a random cartoon suggested by you guys. And one I keep on hearing about is Phineas and Ferb. We've covered them before, but we're gonna do it again. The episode is Lawn Gnome Beach Party of Terror. Interesting episode. And here's a hint. It has to do with this character right here, Isabella, and it's gonna have to do with her mouth, okay? Let's see if you guys can spot it. Pay attention to Isabella over here and roll that clip.
Can me and the other Fireside girls be lifeguards? We need to earn our aquatic safety badges.
Sure.
Did you guys catch it? Because it's like incredibly funny. It's only for a few frames. But at the very beginning of the episode, when Isabella asks Phineas if the Fireside Girls can help, Disney really messed up because they drew Isabella over here with 2 mouths. Like, look at this. She has 2 sets of upper teeth. Her mouth is like overlapped. It's like they drew her with 2 mouths. So yeah, major mistake here. And let's go back to SpongeBob. But comment down below, guys, what other cartoons do you want me to cover on the random mistake of the day? Like, actually comment it, let me know, and I'll cover it in the future. But back to the yellow spongy goodness, all right, guys? Back to SpongeBob.
And I'm a nervous wreck.
Why don't you try taking a walk? Works for me.
You know, normally I jump up and scream when you appear like that. But I'm so tired, I'm just gonna take your stupid advice.
All right, we're back to SpongeBob, and I've got another spicy one for you guys. Now, this one you're gonna really need to pay close attention to kind of like catch the mistake. The episode is Snooze You Lose, so this is another modern HD episode of SpongeBob, and I'm gonna play the mistake, but here's a little hint. It has to do with the top of Patrick's head, all right? Roll that footage. Yeah, so this is somewhat of a common mistake in 2D animation, and it's because animation is based off of layers, all right? Each item on screen, like SpongeBob, is one layer, the background is one layer. I'm not gonna explain it all right now because animation is complicated, but in this scene right here, if we pause at the right frame, look, Patrick's head gets cut off prematurely. What was supposed to happen here is Patrick's head is supposed to be touching like the side of the frame, so the top of his head would get cut off. But they positioned him a little too far from the right side of the frame, which is why we can just see this piece of his head missing. You know, it makes sense because Patrick doesn't have much of a brain. You know, maybe that's why half of his head got cut off, but it's more likely that it was a mistake, and it's okay. We'll forgive you, Nickelodeon. We'll forgive you for this, not for all of the other stuff going on right now. But guys, that's gonna do it for today's video. But if you want more SpongeBob mistakes, click this video right here, where I cover like 200 SpongeBob mistakes in one video, dude. So click it, click it, click it. We'll hang out together and watch it, drink a kelp shake, and have a Krabby Patty, all right, guys? I'm Cartoon Corey. A massive shout out to the Grapple Gang and the Premiere Gang, everybody at the Premiere, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace. Yo, 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 what's up, Grapple Gang? Cartoon Corey here, and who remembers the episode SpongeBob in Random Land? This is a more modern episode of SpongeBob, and it's a really creepy episode. Of course, though, it has mistakes. It has 2, and we're gonna find them together. Here's the first one, and here's your hint. You wanna pay attention to Squidward, more specifically his neck, okay? Roll the footage.
Here we are in Random Land. Sure's for that. Sure's for that. Oh, that neighborhood must be affecting my speech. Let's put our grind to the nose stone.
Did you guys catch it? Well, this is a really bad mistake. It's very easy to miss though. But when Squidward says the neighborhood must be affecting my speech, if you look, his like neck and body are like disconnected. I'm zooming in here and just, yeah, that's, I don't think that's supposed to happen. And neither was this. Here's mistake number 2 from SpongeBob in Random Land. And of course, here's your hint. It also has to do with Squidward.
Hey, Mr. Krabs, thanks for showing us the way out of Random Land.
Excuse me, I'm not Krabs. The name is Roger. And I walked all the way from 86 Screwball Street to complain about never getting my delivery.
Oh, you're delivery, my good man. Mission accomplished.
This one only happens for like 1 frame, so you can't really blame anyone for not catching it. But when SpongeBob is talking to Roger at the ending of the episode, for about 1 frame, Squidward's forehead wrinkles like disappear. Like he has them, I'm playing it in slow motion, and then look, they disappear for a frame and then they come back. It's very weird, but it's nothing compared to the mistakes in this next episode. Let's keep it moving. And by the way, guys, I've got lots of random mistakes coming up. Next up, we have the episode The Goofy Newbie. This is a pretty cool episode with Patrick taking a job at Goofy Goobers when he finds out employees get free ice cream. Like, that's kind of a good deal, to be honest.
I can't believe Goofy Goobers employees get to eat all the ice cream they want on this job. Ice cream all day!
I'm getting a job at Goofy Goober!
Alright, it is mistake time, Grapple Gang. And don't worry, I got you. Here's your hint, okay? You want to pay attention to Patrick's Goofy Goober, like, peanut outfit. More specifically, the details of the outfit. Got it? Roll the footage.
Now, this should be easy for you. You just walk around as Goofy the Goober and wave to the...
Sometimes the kids get a little over-affectionate.
I'm like a total nerd for catching this, and I probably should like go outside and touch grass. But in the initial shot of the Goofy Goober's manager instructing Patrick on how to greet the kids, Patrick's Goofy Goober outfit is missing one of its dimples. If we zoom in, we can see that on this side right here, we can see the red dimple right here. But on the other side, that red dimple is missing. And we know this because in other shots from the episode, when we see Patrick in the same outfit, look, it has this dimple and this dimple. So here's a side by side. I don't know why it's missing in this shot. This was a mistake. The animators like literally forgot to put the dimple. It's kind of funny. Anyways, though, it's time for our first random mistake of the day, where we take a quick break from SpongeBob to talk about mistakes in a random cartoon suggested by you, and then we go right back to SpongeBob. So if you only want SpongeBob, don't worry, I'm going right back to SpongeBob after this. Today, let's do the Loud House. And just saying, guys, I know I've been doing a lot of the same random mistake shows. Like I've been doing Amazing World of Gumball, Loud House, Bluey. So seriously, comment down below other shows you want me to cover on random mistake of the day. But anyways, we're doing the Loud House, and the episode is season 6's musical chairs. Here's your hint. You want to pay attention to Mr. B. This guy right here. Here's a PNG of him. He's a teacher. Pay attention to what he's wearing. Roll the footage.
Hi, Mr. Bullhuffner.
Don't you ever sneak up on a man eating chicken loud? What do you want?
I was hoping you could move my seat.
No way.
Sitting in front of Chandler is really distracting.
Yeah, Mr. B better get himself like a refund on those headphones, because if you look closely when he gets disrupted from eating chicken, his headphones just like are not completely drawn. This is a very human mistake. I can just imagine what happened here, but it's so funny. Like I'm zooming in and just look at the headphones. I'm circling it. They did not finish drawing them in. Very funny. Let's head back over to SpongeBob, and don't worry, I've got more random mistakes coming up.
Come on out, Patrick.
Next up, we have the episode That's No Lady, where Patrick dresses up as a girl and like everyone believes it. Like even Squidward at one point tries to rizz Patrick up.
Who are you, my Rubenesque beauty? Well, she sure is stunning. I drew this for you. The likeness is uncanny, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I do recommend this episode. It's very funny, but of course it also has mistakes. Like I feel bad I gotta expose them.
I have to get back to Krusty the Krab. Why are those two so nice to me? It's weird.
Are you sure about Saturday night?
All right, listen closely because this is a complicated one. But when Patricia, who's Patrick by the way, walks to the cupboard, the upper T-shaped straight line is there, right here, okay? This upper T-shaped straight line. However, when Patrick opens the cupboard, there's now like a small line that intersects the upper part of said line. Like here's a side-by-side, and it's just like changed kind of. It's a small detail, but like why did it change? I don't know, very weird. Here's one more mistake from this episode, and of course here's your hint. It has to do with the outside of the Krusty Krab.
I'm tired of pretending to be someone I'm not.
Lovely Patricia!
Hey, buddy, what do you say we go home and get started on this list?
This one's very straightforward. I mean, there's always one of these in like every one of the videos I do, but canonically, all right, the Chum Bucket and the Krusty Krab are directly across from one another, and they each have a path coming out. Here's an example, here's another example, and here's even a third example. They're across from one another, but in this episode, both the Chum Bucket and its pathway are missing throughout like the whole episode. Here's like an example. It should be right here, but it's not there, which is a mistake. And guys, this is nothing. Let's head over to another SpongeBob episode with even worse mistakes, and then after that we'll do another random mistake.
There it is, Oyster Stadium. Not only do they have the largest oyster held in captivity, it also does tricks.
We have a very underrated season 2 episode, The Smoking Peanut, and let's just get right into the mistakes. Here's the first one.
Mr. Krabs has stolen a very important item from the oyster. Behold!
Mother of pearl! The oyster's
Did you guys catch it? Well, when SpongeBob remarks on how the pearl is actually an egg, there's something up with his belt, guys. Yeah, if we look right here, this part of his belt is just not filled in. It's funny because like the rest of his belt is filled in, but this one part here is not colored correctly, making for a mistake. And we've got more. Here's another spicy one from the Smoking Peanut.
Now this is a show!
You didn't do anything that might have caused this horrible tragedy, did you?
Okay, so this one is a little bit of cartoon logic, but it is still technically a mistake, and stay tuned because the mistake after this one is really bad. But when Clamu's loud wailing makes SpongeBob and Patrick fly out of their seats, we can see that the peanuts in SpongeBob's bag fly out, all right? A whole bunch of them fly out, making it that the bag would be like half full or even empty. But, and again, it's cartoon logic, when Patrick says, now this is a show, his bag is just randomly filled to the brim with peanuts again. Where did he get them? We didn't see him go and get a refill, but more importantly, SpongeBob, you should be sharing. Where are mine? I want some peanuts. Anyways, here's mistake number 3 from the Smoking Peanut, and like I said, this one is actually really, really bad. Like, this one is a blatant error.
I'd better go see Sandy. She'll know what to do.
That poor critter.
Okay, so while SpongeBob is running to Sandy's tree dome saying, I'll ask Sandy, she'll know what to do, we can see this bubble transition. We can see a bubble transition start. And if we pause at the right frame, look, we can see this blue card from Rough Draft Korea. And you know, I've explained this before, so I'm not gonna go too crazy right here, but to those that are new to the channel, here's some context. Back in the day, SpongeBob was animated by Rough Draft Korea. A lot of people think it was animated in America with Nickelodeon, but the show was actually animated overseas in South Korea. And this is a common mistake that will happen sometimes between the bubble transitions, where this blue card saying Rough Draft Korea can be seen, and this should not be here. This is a mistake, and it's a bad one. Like I said, though, it's pretty common, so I'm sorry, guys. I know you guys have heard about this type of mistake many times. So let's head over to another episode and talk about a very spicy mistake that you haven't seen before. Let's do it. It's time for another random mistake of the day, and this time we're doing a movie. We're gonna do Monsters, Inc., the first one. And here's your hint. It has to do with Mike's hands. This is Mike right here for anyone who hasn't seen this movie. If you haven't, that's like crazy. But yeah, pay attention to his hands.
Hey, Sully!
Hey, Mike. I was,
Listen, if you got a minute, there's something I want to show you. And follow the sultry sound of my voice. Open them. Ta-da! Sorry it took so long, pal. There was a lot of wood to go through. You know, it only works if you have every piece.
Kitty.
Did you guys catch it? So, when Mike is bringing Sully to the fixed door, we can see that he has no slivers or band-aids on his hands, okay? Like, this is really important. You can see here that his hands are fine. But seconds later, when he says the line, it was a lot of wood to go through, he now suddenly has like bandages and cuts on his hand, and they do remain there for a little bit. So you can see in that one shot when Mike is bringing Sully to the fixed door, the animators messed up and used a 3D model of Mike without the scratches or band-aids on his hands. Not a big deal, but still a funny mistake. And back to SpongeBob. Remember though, guys, let me know in the comments other shows for random mistake of the day. I don't want to just always do the same shows. So you guys got to tell me. And also, if you see someone else comment a show you like their comment. Anyways, back to SpongeBob.
Come on, Stovey, pop that coin! Get ready, Gary!
Next up, we have Hocus Pocus, a very weird episode where SpongeBob thinks that he's turned Squidward into a tasty ice cream. Plot twist, he didn't, but that's like the entire gag of the episode. Anyways, though, let's get into the mistakes. This first one's pretty spicy and Grapple Gang. Let's see if you guys can catch it without my help. Roll the footage.
Hey, Squid, are you okay? I promise to stand by as an eternal guard over my buddy.
Hi, SpongeBob. What you doing?
Oh.
Did you say frozen dessert?
Yeah, I turned him into a tasty soft serve with a waffle cone.
Like I said, it's pretty spicy and it's also very, very easy to miss. But during the third time that SpongeBob opens the fridge to check on his pistachio ice cream, I'm curious, by the way, guys, what's your favorite type of ice cream? Comment it. For me, I'm a McFlurry type of guy. Give me an M&M McFlurry or an Oreo McFlurry and I'm happy. SpongeBob is clearly a pistachio ice cream kind of guy. But anyways, when SpongeBob opens that fridge for the third time, look, one of our boys' irises turns yellow for a moment. Like, look at how weird this looks, dude. That is not correct. I hope SpongeBob's okay, but let's head over to another mistake from Hocus Pocus. Roll the footage. Yup, it's time for another random mistake of the day. And this time we're gonna do Peppa Pig. I've never really covered this show before. Let me know if you guys want me to do it again in the future, but the episode is Playgroup Star from season 5. Here's your hint. You see these paintings in the background. Pay attention to these.
Here is a playgroup star.
Mummy! Daddy, look! I've got a playgroup star!
I remember Madame Gazelle gave me a playgroup star when I was a little piggy.
A long time ago, when Mummy and Daddy Pig were little, Madame Gazelle was their teacher.
I was so happy.
Did you get lots of playgroup stars, Mummy?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this one's really funny and it's very easy to miss, but when Peppa talks about her parents getting a playgroup star, the picture that Peppa has made has a white background, as you can see here, of the house, but it's just a white background. However, when Peppa asks Daddy Pig if he got the playgroup star or not, the picture that Peppa made now has like a blue background, like here's a side-by-side. And no, Peppa didn't add the background. This all happens in a matter of seconds, so this was a mistake. Again, let me know if you guys want more Peppa Pig or not, be honest, and back to SpongeBob, baby.
Watch and witness one of the rarest and mysterious rituals of the deep, the staring contest.
Up next is the season 7 episode Rodeo Days, an episode where SpongeBob has to save Sandy. But what I'm gonna do is save you guys from watching the episode and just show you the mistakes. Here's the first one.
Sandy! Oh, it's not opening.
Hey, SpongeBob, I have something that might help.
How to open things.
Now this one is very hard to catch. You gotta pay close attention, okay? But after SpongeBob says,
it's not opening,
there is a white spot that flashes for a split second under his right arm. Not that big of a deal, I'll admit, but it's still there and it's still a bit of an animation mistake. A very forgivable one, but hey, it's still a mistake. And guys, there's one more in this episode, but stay tuned as the next episode has a wild mistake.
Where the devil are we?
It's Texas.
Yeehaw!
Ahoy, Sandy!
Watch out! That old bullfrog's got a flea on its flanks and he's coming right at you!
Did we save Sandy?
No, Patrick.
Did we make any money?
This one is just like really funny, okay? So hear this one out. As we've seen in the episode, SpongeBob and all of these sea creatures are not able to breathe in Texas because they're sea creatures. They need to be in water or they die. I mean, we even see what happens to them in Tea at the Tree Dome with Sandy when SpongeBob and Patrick go in the Tree Dome without helmets. They like almost die. This is a big part of SpongeBob lore or canon, but if you watch the episode Rodeo Days, SpongeBob and all of the sea creatures, despite not being able to breathe in Texas, just continue to live their lives normally as if there's nothing wrong. These guys would die. But anyways, let's head over to another episode, guys. These upcoming mistakes are going to blow your mind.
Hey, Sandy, watch me do the grouchy Squidward.
Stop naming moves after me.
Everybody's an idiot except for me.
Well, it's true.
Oh boy, another season 3 episode. I love season 3, probably my favorite season in SpongeBob. And here's the mistake. Keep those eyes peeled. The episode is I Had an Accident.
Chip, would you mind showing these two to the door?
Thank you, Chip. I guess I'll have to find a new best friend.
Yeah, so I don't know how this happened. I don't know what was going on at the SpongeBob animation offices that day, but when Patrick closes SpongeBob's door, his arm goes right through it. And I don't think that's supposed to happen. What that looks like to me is an animation mistake. Hey, it happens. But yeah, we're gonna keep it moving and head over to another episode with some insane mistakes. But a quick reminder, make sure to subscribe as I respond to the comments of all subscribers. So right now, if you subscribe and comment, I'll for sure respond in the next 2 days. So do it. Click subscribe and comment right now. But let's head over to another episode.
Who wants the first patty from our freshly cleaned grill?
I would like a Krabby Patty.
Okay. How about you, Squid?
No, I do not want a Krabby Patty.
You sure?
Don't touch me.
The Main Drain is an interesting Season 7 episode. I mean, it's not a bad one, it's not a good one at the same time, but it does have 2 mistakes. Take a look at the first one.
Nothing like a fresh frozen Krabby Patty with extra freezer burn flavor. There we go. Oh my stars and garters, the sink is clogged up.
If you caught that one, I'm very proud of you, Grapple Gang. But take a look at this lever right here beside this freezer. Remember it as it disappears when SpongeBob puts the danger sign on the floor. First it's there, as you can see here, but then when SpongeBob puts this danger sign down, it's just gone. Almost as if the animators forgot to draw it the second time. Pretty weird, but wait until you hear mistake number 2.
Lad?
Well, the sink is clogged, so I was gonna pull out the drain plug.
Stop messing with that drain plug! 1 sec. Time for a scary story, boys. And nobody was ever heard from again.
Where is the main drain, Mr. Krabs?
Mistake number 2 is just as weird. So, when Mr. Krabs turns off the lights, there's this light switch right here on the left side, alright? As I always say, remember this as it's important to the mistake. This light switch is on the left side. But when Mr. Krabs eventually finishes his story, the light switch suddenly changes position. It switches to above SpongeBob, hanging on the ceiling. So yeah, very messy scene. It's not that big of a deal, and the mistakes I'm going to be covering later on in this video are much better than this one, but it's still a mistake, guys. Anyways, let's keep it moving.
Nap time's over, Squidward. Now what do you say we work real hard until Mr. Krabs comes back,
Krabs is gone?
Yep, and I'm in charge for the next 15 minutes.
I've said this many times before, but SpongeBob Season 6 has a lot of hit or miss episodes, and one of those episodes that's right in the middle, it's just mid, it ain't bad, it ain't good, is Gullible Pants. This episode does have some good in it, especially the dancing scenes of SpongeBob, so take a look at these really funny clips of SpongeBob dancing. And then it's time for some mistakes, then we're gonna be exposing some mistakes, alright? Here's the funny clips though first.
Come on, let's go. You don't want to miss this.
What's he doing? He's dancing.
What the? SpongeBob dancing like a goofball?
And a hey, and a ho.
Me customers cowering in fear? And some stranger cooking Krabby Patties!
Go SpongeBob, go SpongeBob, look at him dance, he's got the moves. All right, it's time for the mistakes, guys. Let's do the mistakes.
151, 452, 453, 454.
This is one where you guys really need to pay attention for it to make sense. So, in the opening shot of the Krusty Krab dining area, we can see Incidental 114 right here. And my boy is dressed up in a light blue shirt, looking fresh, Incidental 114. But as the scene progresses, moments later, when Mr. Krabs looks at the dining like a periscope, Incidental 114 has completely changed his drip and is now wearing like a brown-green shirt. Then things get even more messy as it eventually returns to the light blue shirt and the shot where Incidental 105 first appears. So some major continuity issues here. First, dude is wearing a light blue shirt, then dude is wearing like a brown-green shirt, and then it goes back to the light blue shirt. Like, what? There's another one in this episode that's fairly common in SpongeBob, so you guys should easily be able to catch this one. Roll the footage.
You don't want to miss this!
This one is a classic SpongeBob mistake. So when SpongeBob stops the customers with his awesome dancing, and when Mr. Krabs returns to see the Krusty Krab is ruined, normally the Chum Bucket is directly across from the Krusty Krab. It's been like this since season 1. But in this shot of Gullible Pants, not only is the Chum Bucket, but also the path to the Chum Bucket, they're both missing from across the street. Which is totally a mistake. It's a common mistake, but it's totally a mistake.
Sorry, Squidward, but you couldn't get in even if you tried. No, stop. See,
Squidward.
See, you can't join. Can't join.
You can't get in.
There's no room up here.
That's what we've been trying to tell you.
We've been stuck up here for 3 days.
We're back to SpongeBob, and the episode is Club SpongeBob, all right? Roll that footage and let's see if you guys can spot this mistake. Pay attention to the character's arms.
Hello there. Magic Conch, I was wondering, should I have the spaghetti or the turkey?
Neither.
Could I have something to eat?
No.
Can I have something to eat?
No.
Yeah, this one's a classic. We may have covered it before. I can't remember if we did, I'm sorry. But as you guys seen in those clips, Squidward is the one holding the magic conch shell. But when we get this zoomed in shot, why is his arm yellow? Yeah, this was a massive mistake. They incorrectly colored Squidward's arm as yellow. I guess they thought that SpongeBob was the one holding it, but no, it was Squidward, and yeah, massive mistake. Now that's gonna do it for today's video, but guys, click this video right here. Do it, or else I'm gonna get Bubble Bass to sit on you, okay? Like, imagine how much that would hurt. He would crush you. So click this video. Also, look how close we are to 1 million subscribers, guys. Please subscribe. Like, please do it. I'll really appreciate it. Okay, I love you guys. Bye. Click this video.
A rye sandwich carved entirely of driftwood? Mamma mia!
Oh, blah, blah.
Okay. Smells industrial.
Time for a somewhat spooky episode of SpongeBob. I'm getting you guys ready for Halloween. I'm talking about Seance Schmeance. This episode is pretty good, but I'll let you guys be the judge. Here's some clips from the episode.
We can't eat anything. Why are we here?
On this night, we shall make contact with the unliving by performing a seance. As consort to the spirit world, I now commence this seance. I shall invoke the specter of Rusty Ricketts. Rusty Ricketts.
Hey, what'd you think? Let me know in the comments. Let's keep it moving though and get into mistake number 1. Roll the footage.
Help me out, sir. Could you clue me into what was in your beloved Rusty on Rye?
Huh? Well, let's see. I think it was on rye bread.
Only what's on the menu, old-timer.
This ain't no kind of way to treat a loyal customer.
No! Mr. Krabs! There was an unsatisfied customer.
This one's pretty simple, and I'm sure some of you guys caught it. But when SpongeBob goes running to Mr. Krabs' office, there's a massive spelling mistake on the Galley Grub menu. So Krabby Patty is normally spelled as Krabbypatty. You can even see this on other shots of the Galley Grub menu from previous episodes. But in this episode, it's misspelt, with Patty being spelled as Pattie. Now, this is a fairly common mistake in SpongeBob. It happens at least once or twice every season, but come on guys, that's not how it's spelled. And let's keep it rolling guys, because I have another mistake.
You better have a darn good reason for getting me out of bed, boy.
that good enough for you?
So as you can see in some of these shots right here, canonically, the Chum Bucket and Krusty Krab have always been like across from each other. But when Mr. Krabs and Patrick stand in the front door of the Krusty Krab, the Chum Bucket is just not there. It's like completely missing. It should be across the street like this footage here, but in this shot, poof, it's just gone. Let's kick things off with a very funny episode from season 7. Now, season 7 is very hit or miss. There's lots of episodes in season 7 that are not very good, but Model Sponge is a very good episode. And it's all about SpongeBob becoming a commercial actor. Like, this guy becomes an actor. It's very funny, but I'm sure you're wondering how this happens and why he leaves the Krusty Krab. Here's some clips.
Are you kidding? He's an absolute treasure to have around the restaurant.
Oh, sounds like Mr. Krabs is bragging about me again to his associates.
But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to let the little guy go today.
Yep, he's gonna have to what? Goodbye, Krusty Krab. Goodbye, life as I know it. I need to start fresh with a job that feels natural. Something that says, this is a job for a sponge. I could audition to be a sponge model.
It's funny, SpongeBob thought he was going to be like a big actor, but his role is actually kind of degrading since he's literally a sponge. But anyways, let's get into what you guys clicked on the video for, some spicy mistakes. Here's mistake number 1.
20, 40, 60, 80, 90, 95, 96, 97. Order up! I don't think I'm cut out for acting.
Thus, you said you are a professional actor.
I am a fry cook, and that's what I've always been. I'm sorry to waste your time, mister.
Wait!
Throughout this episode, we see SpongeBob use his signature gray spatula. And you know, it's always gray. I mean, I've never seen SpongeBob with a different colored spatula. It's always gray. But when SpongeBob says, "I'm sorry to waste your time, mister," the gray spatula he's holding turns yellow for a split second. This thing has never been yellow before, so this was a total mistake, and I don't even know how it happened. But there's more. Let's move over to mistake number 2.
Since the role specifically calls for a real sponge, the part is yours. Here's the script. We start shooting tomorrow at 10. Don't be late. You can go right in.
I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. Director.
In this scene, you'll be cleaning bathroom fixtures.
Okay. So where's my cleaning utensil?
Don't you get it? You are the cleaning utensil.
Household chores are a snap with new Sponge. It cleans sinks. Just look at that shine.
So this one is technically a mistake. I'm not gonna lie, it's not that big of a deal, but don't worry, we've got crazier mistakes coming up. But even though the BBTV lady gives SpongeBob a script, as you can see here, it seems that said script had like no use. This is because SpongeBob had a non-speaking role and only the commercial announcer spoke. SpongeBob is literally just used as a sponge, so I guess that could have been in the script, but I'd just say that this was a mistake. And let's move over to episode number 2, guys, which, like I said earlier, has some crazy mistakes, way crazier than this one.
Look at him. Ain't he a doll?
He's going to the door.
He's knocking on the door. Squidward's answering the door, and...
He's beating up Squidward!
So first up is the classic episode, Frankendoodle. I love this episode. Shout out to Doodle Bob over here. This guy's crazy. This man's a menace. Now, this episode has a ton of mistakes, but keep your eyes peeled for this first one. Roll footage.
Be careful with that thing! Very funny, Doodle. Now it's my turn.
Okay, so I already know that this one is going to need some explaining. So here's the thing. When SpongeBob and Doodle Bob are in SpongeBob's living room, in the initial shot of the TV, the images next to it are just shots of barren landscapes, as you can see here. Then, in the next shot, they randomly change and are now images of Patrick, SpongeBob, and the pineapple, respectively. Then, they change for a third time, and now they're just solid colors. And then, for the fourth time they change, they just go back to the images of SpongeBob, Patrick, and the pineapple. And then, guys, believe it or not, in a 5th shot, they go back to the solid colors. So this back and forth happens multiple times, and pretty much just as you can see, these shots over here just constantly change. Really weird mistake. Let's keep it rolling though and head over to another episode. Now, this next mistake can be found in the episode The Inside Job, and I'll admit it's not that big of a deal, but it's still a mistake. So hear me out real quick. Here are the clips with the mistake. Let's see if you guys can catch this one.
Where do morons keep all their secrets? Nope, the library, where he keeps records of his every thought. All of his deepest, juiciest secrets. All these secrets are lame. Wait a minute. What's this? The secret recipe isn't in the brain. It's located in the heart. Krabby Patty recipe. Yes, 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 here it is. All of the ingredients coming together in perfect harmony.
So as you just saw, Plankton can be seen sliding down SpongeBob's spine. However, SpongeBob should not even have a spine, guys, because he's a sponge and sponges are invertebrates. This is also a cartoon though, so I'm definitely overthinking this one, but I still wanted to include it. Like SpongeBob, if he was a legitimate sponge, like a sea sponge, he wouldn't have a spine. So let's move on to the next episode, which has much better mistakes than this one. These next mistakes are amazing.
It is him. Aren't you the esteemed Squilliam Fancyson III?
No, I am not.
That's too bad. If you were Squilliam Fancyson, I would offer you your very own music class.
My very own music class.
First up is the season 6 episode, Professor Squidward, which, to be honest with you guys, is not the best episode. You know, the plot is kind of cool because we get to see Squilliam, but not the best episode. What it does have, though, is this mistake. Let's see if you guys can spot it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Isn't it grand?
What is?
He's such a great musician.
All right, I've had enough. Bunch of nonsense.
So this character right here is known as Incidental F9, and as you can see, she's wearing this dress. It looks very good, she looks very pretty. But seconds later after that shot I just showed you, when we hear Fred say, "Isn't it grand?" Incidental F9's dress is missing. Her dress is just gone, and I highly doubt Shorty took her dress off in the middle of, like, what? Where's her dress? Where'd it go? That's not it for this episode, guys. I have another mistake. This one, though, you really need to pay attention to.
Would you two nincompoops cut it out? Or am I gonna...
Hello! We're with the local Bikini Bottom news channel.
I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna get my tuition back.
Wow! You're not going anywhere.
Like I said, this one's kind of complicated, guys, so listen closely. So during this scene where Patrick rides his locomotive into the trash can, we can see Squidward exit the building from this door right here, this door, and it leads to outside where he places the trash can, right? This door right here leads to outside, remember. But later on in this episode, this completely changes. It's like the animators forget, because when both news crews and the police come into Squidward's classroom, they enter the same door that Squidward took to go outside, but now it leads to a hallway. Before it led to here, outside, now it leads to a hallway. So a bit of a continuity error here. I don't know what's going on, but let's keep the video going, guys, and head over to another crazy episode with tons of mistakes. Don't click off.
Whether you're caged or whether you're loose, I'll feed you to me golden goose.
Plankton and the Beanstalk is a fairly new episode. Like, I'm pretty sure it only premiered like a week ago, guys. So, you know, Cartoon Corey, he's got you covered with the new SpongeBob. I hate to say it though, this episode does have a small mistake. And I will say in advance, guys, this one isn't that big of a deal. The other mistakes we're gonna be covering in today's video are much better, so stay tuned. But roll the footage, here's the mistake.
It's ready! It's ready! It's ready!
Snitch! Don't mind if I do. Huh? Who disturbs me in her sanctum?
So throughout this episode, we're introduced to Sponge Duck over here, which is a very interesting take on SpongeBob, you know? But anyways, as you can see, Sponge Duck over here wears this red shirt, and it's on him for a majority of the episode. It's always there. But during this one shot, it might be due to the angle, but the red shirt is missing. And guys, honestly, even with this angle being different, you should still be able to see some of the red shirt. But this is a cartoon. It's not that big of a deal. Let's move over to another episode that has some jaw-dropping mistakes. Be prepared. Let's keep it moving.
Please come over for a visit, Squidward. Please, 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 please. Okay, Squidward. Maybe some other time.
Okay, I've got one more episode for you guys. It's the episode Squid's Visit from season 6, and this episode is pretty good. Take a look at some of these hilarious clips from the episode.
Why would I leave the comfort of my home for your dirty little hovel? You can't just steal my decorating style and... Never mind. Just give me my vacuum.
Please make yourself at home.
How did he do it? He got my coffee table, my vase, snack bowl, coasters. He even copied her Stitch signature. For Squiddy with love, Mama.
You yelled?
Never mind, I'll find the vacuum myself.
Okay, let's get into the mistakes. It's why you guys clicked on the video. Here's the first one. Keep those eyes peeled, guys. Really pay close attention.
I'll be over to get my vacuum in 20 minutes.
Welcome to my humble abode. Don't hesitate to ask me if there's anything that I can...
I just want my vacuum back. You've made an exact replica of my living room.
Well, you said you wouldn't leave the comfort of your home. Isn't it great?
No, it isn't!
Like I said, this one you really need to pay close attention for. But when SpongeBob first enters Squidward's house, there's a portrait of another squid on the wall, right here that you can see, but with an orange face and a blue shirt. I don't know who this guy is, let me know in the comments who you think he could be, but as you can see, it's right here, it's on Squidward's wall. However, when the camera pans in front of Squidward's face and he says, no it isn't, the painting has magically changed to a completely different painting and now has a green face and a white shirt. At first, the painting looked like this. I'm gonna zoom in on it, take a look, and then it just magically changes to this. So I don't know what happened here. It's the exact same painting, just the art changed. So I think the animators slipped up. They drew it this way, then drew it this way. I don't know. Mistakes happen, but that's not it. I have one more from this episode. Keep those eyes peeled.
Hey, Squidward. Any plans afterward?
No.
Feel free to drop by if you're in the neighborhood.
Thank you so much for that lovely invitation. I must respectfully tell you, I will never visit you. Ever!
This one happens really fast, but when Squidward shouts ever in SpongeBob's face, one side of SpongeBob's white shirt turns transparent for a very brief moment. Here, let me zoom in and you can really see it. That side of his pants right there should be white, but as you can see, it's see-through and it's the same color as the sky. So I guess the animators made a little goof when it came to coloring SpongeBob in there, but hey, mistakes happen. When a new toy called Whirly Brains takes over Bikini Bottom, and the episode appropriately titled Whirly Brains, SpongeBob and Patrick decide to join in on the new fad and use their new toy to spy on other Bikini Bottom residents, including Squidward. Things get tricky though, when an old evil man begins to steal people's Whirly Brains, and this causes SpongeBob and Patrick to literally lose their minds. Don't worry though, as by the end of the episode, Sandy comes in clutch and saves the day. But let's actually head back to this scene for a little goof. I know you missed it. Just before Sandy enters the old man's yard, we can see a sign that reads trespassing, but the spelling is actually incorrect as it adds an extra S to the word. Here's a clip.
And it looks like you're not the only critters around these parts to lose your minds. And my detector is leading us directly to that house. Excuse me, kind sir.
Our first mistake can be found in the episode Insecurity Guards. We've covered this episode a few times before, but don't worry, this mistake is a new one. In this episode, Patrick gets a job as a security guard at the Bikini Bottom Museum of Everything and recruits SpongeBob as his assistant. Meanwhile, Squidward attempts to sneak in and hang his painting up. Now, I actually don't want to spoil this episode because it's actually pretty good and the twist is pretty cool. So let's just get right to the mistake. It takes place during this scene. During one of SpongeBob's animations, both his sleeves and his teeth turn yellow, which looks pretty weird. I hope you're okay, SpongeBob. Here's a clip.
What are you doing here?
Patrick is the museum's new security guard, and he's given me a tour.
In the episode Love That Squid, Squidward meets another female squid named Squilvia and falls madly in love with her. Squidward eventually asks her out on a date, but due to Squidward being a nervous mess, he ends up doing some sort of practice date with SpongeBob to help get himself prepared. Now, if we fast forward to the ending of the episode, everything works out, and Squidward goes on his date with Squilvia. But let's go back a little. We can find a mistake. I know you missed it. Watch closely during this shot of Squilvia entering the Krusty Krab. If you look closely, we can see Incidental 64 and Incidental 37B sitting together. However, literally seconds later, and they have magically changed places and are sitting at completely different tables. This happens in like seconds, so this was definitely a mistake. Here's a clip.
That'll make me feel better. Who is that? She's gaga gaga. She's gaga 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 gaga. She's wow.
Finally, some service around here.
When SpongeBob creates a puppet version of Squidward that's less grumpy and a lot of people like a whole lot more than the real Squidward, this frustrates the real Squidward and gives us the episode Squidwood. Now, to be real with you guys, there isn't a whole bunch of mistakes in this episode, so I'm going to keep this plot summary short. But when a close-up of Mini Squidward playing the clarinet is shown, one side of SpongeBob's shirt is incorrectly colored as yellow, when, as most of you know, it should be white. Oh, also during this scene, where Squidward gets angry at Mini Squidward, Incidental 92's skin is purple. Every other time we've seen this character, he's been green, so this was another weird mistake.
Was awful! He stole my joke.
In the Season 2 episode, Imitation Krabs, Plankton builds a robot, imitating Mr. Krabs to steal the Krabby Patty secret formula, as always. However, while infiltrating the Krusty Krab, this proves to be easier said than done. Now in the end, SpongeBob saves the day by inserting a penny into the self-destruct slot on the robot imitated Mr. Krabs, which then self-destructs the robot and ruins Plankton's plan. A great ending. However, what isn't so great is this mistake. As SpongeBob enters this room and is met with some lighting, one of his eyes turns, well, black. I guess grayish, like dark gray, but it's black. We've seen this type of mistake many times in the past, but damn does it look weird here. Here's a clip, guys.
Hey, why don't you take the rest of the day off?
Whatever you say, Mr. Krabs.
Hi, Mr. Krabs.
Oh, sweet domination. This is it!
No sign of Plankton yet. Gosh, Mr. Krabs, you don't look so good. Ooh, you're so cold.
Season 12's Gary's Got Legs follows SpongeBob's favorite pet snail, Gary. The episode opens up with SpongeBob and Gary exercising. SpongeBob realizes as they get into the workout that Gary cannot fully participate and looks for a solution without legs. Being an excellent owner, SpongeBob rips off his own legs to give Gary the chance to run. Now, I don't want to spoil what happens next, as it's actually a pretty decent Season 12 episode, so instead, let's get right into the mistake. I mean, it's why you click the video after all. It happens quick. But as SpongeBob gets ran over by Gary driving a tank, there is a brief frame where SpongeBob's shirt, which is supposed to be white at this time, turns to the same color as the tank, like a darkish green. Here's a clip.
Hey, now you're moving. I'm okay. It's time to clean up your act, Gary. I bathed Gary too hard and removed his skin.
Man, there's nothing like season 2 of SpongeBob. It really takes me back to my younger years, especially the episode Gary Takes a Bath, an episode all about Gary, well, as you can imagine, refusing to take a bath. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about this quick mistake that happens in the episode. Roll the footage.
Look what I found. It's an old pirate treasure map revealing the location of buried pirate treasure in this very house. Come on, boy, let's go get that treasure.
Now, you need to be a true SpongeBob fan to really catch this one or even understand it. So take a look at these random shots of SpongeBob's living room and take a look at the wallpaper. It's like this blue design with like bamboo sticks in it, and it's always looked like this ever since season 1. Well, in Gary Takes a Bath, we get this scene where SpongeBob is in the kitchen holding up his treasure map, okay? And as we can see, the background is incorrect. We can see the wallpaper of his living room, right? But as I already said, SpongeBob is in the kitchen. It should actually look like this. The wallpaper is not blue. We know this for sure because the door in the kitchen is in the right place. This means for sure that it's not a shot of the living room, so the wallpaper should not be blue. This was like a weird mistake. I don't know how it happened. It's kind of funny, but let's keep it moving and head over to another episode.